up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look on, Miller, look on.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Lotus.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HT2 system.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7 and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were, and they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
I love Trans Am because it's gritty, it's tough, you know, it's not flashy, and that's what I love about it. It's real racing, it's pure racing, it's the way racing was meant to be. And I think that's what anyone in this paddock would echo those sentiments. The people too make all the difference. The people in the paddock are some of the best I've ever raced. I've been blessed that I can go race in about any paddock out in the United States, and this is the one I always want to come back to because of the people. The people are like family. So yeah, it's a special place to race. We've seen a lot of amazing talent come through this series. I mean, talent that we watch in the Cup Series every weekend. We see Justin Haley, he came through the Trans Am Series. We see Connor Zilic now, and he came through the Trans Am Series. We're going to see Brent Cruz for many years down the road, Thomas Annunziata. So these names and the talent that's come through, Ernie Francis Jr., it's been amazing to watch. And it's been great for me because at this, you know, as I've had a great long career in Trans Am, as we've been over 10 years doing this in this same series, I've gotten to see those, and I've gotten to nurture some of those careers and watch them grow, and it's very rewarding from my point of view to continue to do that. My only desire in my career, beyond where I'm doing in Trans Am, because I love it here, is because I make a good living here, people treat me really, really well, is the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal. I grew up in Indianapolis. I grew up just outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg. That was always something that was on my radar, and always something everything I've ever done in my career, it's been in hopes that I would get a shot there. And this is no different. You know, I'm surrounded by people that in this series that financially, if it came about and they got they got the seed planted and it wanted to grow a little bit, they could make something like that happen. So you never know what could happen in life. I know I'm not getting any younger, but I think as I get even older, being an Andretti, going to the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie, and in your mid 40s, I think there's a heck of a story in there, and a heck of an inspiring story, because I think something that's come to light here, especially here in the last 5 years, is men's mental health, and it really targets that age group, 40 to 50, where men are feeling lost. And if they can feel some inspiration from someone's story, and so, like, trust me, I would have loved to have been there at 18 years old. And that was my goal, was to be at Indy, long before now. But if I got there at 46, 47, 40, I don't care. I'll get there, and I'll be competitive, because I've got the desire, I've got the drive, I got the talent to go do it. So, but that's the only thing I have on my radar screen. Other than Indy 500, I don't have nothing on my radar screen.
Hi, I'm Mia Lovell. I'm 18 years old from Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm a race car driver in the TA2 Series. I would say aggressive, analytical. Honestly, the aggression kind of surprises me sometimes, because I'm a pretty laid-back person, but I don't know what it is, but when I get in the car, I just have all this aggression. Yeah, so I was adopted when I was 7 months old from China, and I just think that it's given me a pretty unique perspective on life, just because you think about how fortunate I think about how fortunate I am to be in America and have opportunities like this to be racing in the Trans Am Series. I mean, not a lot of kids, have this opportunity, so I just try to make the most out of every opportunity given and just make the most out of everything. I was actually a pro skateboarder before turned race car driver. So I've won all the gold medals in the California State Games. I qualified for the Tampa Pro, which is the biggest pro competition in America. So when COVID happened, all the contests shut down, so that's kind of when I stepped back from competing and skateboarding and started filming more video parts for sponsors, so going out in the streets and finding our own obstacles to skate. And that's also the same time where I was first getting into a car, just doing track days. I just thought it was like super fun, kind of in that vein of action sports that I was used to from skateboarding. But then I got into my first pro series, the Toyota GR Cup in 2023, and found that this could actually be a career. So I've loved it ever since. I love competing, and I'm always striving to be the best. But it's a little bit different in racing than it was in skating. You know, in skating we would have like a 45-second run to do is the best tricks we could. Where here we get, you know, quite a bit more time. We have 75 minutes in the Trans Am races, and so a lot can happen. You know, you can pace yourself out. It's a long run game, a lot of strategy involved. The TA2 platform is great. There's no driver aids, so no ABS, no traction control, and that means like being fast all comes down to the driver. And so that's why this series is inviting so many up-and-coming drivers. Like, you know, pretty much the next generation of NASCAR is coming through this series. And so, yeah, that being said, without driver aids, it definitely is a challenge to drive these cars. I mean, they are a handful, and you really have to wheel it 100% of the time. Yeah, so you know, the goal is to win the Western Championship, but I really like racing in the National Series because there are a lot of really good drivers to work with. I'm running with a really great team, Nitro Motorsports, and I mean, on a national weekend, we have 8 or 9 cars, and you know, we're all super fast. So getting to have really fast teammates to learn from, and you know, it's also nice to have kind of a, I don't know, I guess a familiar face on track. And so we just want what's best for the team, too.
First few things that come to mind to describe myself: passionate, fun, and giving.
Okay. How about as a driver, how would you describe yourself?
Aggressive, angry, fast.
Curious.
They give us a 1 minute to go. I click the visor down, and the world is shut out. My world that I live in, my reality that I live in, is shut off. I go into full attack mode, soldier mode. The cars are the most. That's what I don't understand. Like why we don't have 50 of them every week, because it's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that. And every driver that's ever sat behind the wheel of one will tell you the same thing. And I don't get how these people will spend 10 times the money to go run a GT3 car. I guess they don't want to drive a real race car, because you could throw a license plate on those things and they could drive them to the grocery store. Because in all reality, that to me is not pure. When you're sitting in a car that's raw and just feeds you energy all the time, and you don't turn a dial for an air conditioner switch, and you don't pound the brake pedal and feel ABS, and you don't pound the gas pedal and feel traction control, there's something amazing about that. I mean, that's why everyone in the world should have ever gotten to become a driver. That's why when you're growing up you want to be a driver, is because you grew up watching people do that, and then all of a sudden that seems to be disappearing, and I don't want that to disappear. I want it to gain that exposure. So I don't mean to pick on any GT3 people out there, but come on, come Trans Am racing. It's more fun.
My name's Paul Menard. Been around racing my whole life. I started when I was 8 years old in go-karts, Legends cars, late models. Got into the NASCAR National Series for quite a while, running trucks, mainly Xfinity and Cup cars. And a good friend of mine, Pancho Weaver, let me drive his Trans Am car a few years ago at Virginia International, and kind of got bit with the bug again. And Paul Gianlozzi called, and we started talking, and we put together a full year last year, and here we are again this year. The history, it's the oldest road racing series in America. Started in the late 60s, and a who's who of drivers and champions have come through the series and either made it their home or found success other places. The cars, you know, keep coming back to the cars. I have not driven a car that's more fun on asphalt. There's some dirt cars, and I used to ice race back in the day. Those cars are really fun too, but on asphalt, these are by far the coolest cars I've ever driven. 900 horsepower, no gimmicks, no ABS, no traction control, just raw stock car with wings and, you know, some cool aero effects and good looking cars, and some cool tracks, some really historic tracks throughout the country that I've never run at before, that I get the opportunity to race at now and check it off the list. I feel like there's a couple different tiers in the TA class. You know, you have some guys that just want to come out and just drive really cool race cars in a competitive environment. Then the rest are hardcore racers, and Dyson and I and Andretti had a good battle last year. Dreesy was in the mix. Amy's always a threat for the podium. So there's some good racers, and this year it just stepped up. We got the same crews last year with Dyson, with Andretti, with Tommy, with Amy. Brent Cruz, who is he's up and coming. I think he's 17 years old or something, but he's going to be somebody that you're going to be watching on Sundays for a long time when he gets old enough.
I'm Chris Dyson. I'm a three-time Trans Am champion, and we're here to start the season. Well, this morning always starts like every morning with good breakfast. Woke up, sort of got my mind focused, remembered it's a race day. We're at the race weekend. It's the happy time, it's the happy place. We try to focus on what's ahead, which is a great day here. Our Mustang, our number 16 Jim Weed car is ready to go. The team is here. I came and checked in with my engineers, and we've talked about our plan for the day, and it's exciting. This is the best time of the year. This is New Year's celebration starting in February for us. Yeah, so I mean, we've spent the winter training. You know, racing never shuts off. You're always on it mentally, and you want your body to follow. And I think always having the ability to be ready to go at a moment's notice is something that we all racing drivers want to do. We don't want to be left behind. We want to be first. We want to be the fastest. And a lot of our focus away from the track is on making sure that we're at our absolute best, and when we're not at our best, that we can still get back to our best. And I think that's a key thing for any athlete. One of the big things in the off season is focusing on stamina and focus, and having a couple months off is a great time for the mind to decompress, getting in the gym, putting in that little extra, pushing to try to build up and create those reserves you're going to need when it matters, whether it's in the race or whether it's over a course of a long season. That athletic preparation is a big part of the sport. You know, this is a high-risk, fast, and dangerous game, and what you want to make sure of is that you're not letting down the team and that you're keeping yourself in one piece. So focus is everything.
All right, we are here at a little bit of a soggy WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Ralph Shaheen, Ben Sissel with you. We had a heavy fog delay, but we are making our way out of turn 11 up onto the French straightaway. And Ben, we are ready to go racing with the first event of the weekend.
Yeah, this is SVRA Group 2. You can see the rain. We have Formula Vs. This is going to be a split start. Behind them, none of the Bs came out as Harlan Crow takes the lead going into Mission Foods turn 2, Ralph.
And if you were here yesterday, you would not believe that this would be the weather conditions today. Absolutely gorgeous day yesterday. We hear tomorrow is going to be more like yesterday was, so maybe just a little bit of a one around right here coming out of turn 2.
That's Stuart Crow racing with his nephew Harlan up front. So Stuart Crow
Harlan
around.
has the lead, doesn't he? Going under the brand new bridge here.
Through the Cube 3 section, that's Eric Inkrot, followed by Todd Strong in the shot now. Coming through Cube 3, and you can see they're side by side. You can see the rooster tails. The surface is new enough that there really isn't a rain line just yet, but Todd Strong over Eric Inkrot. Then Bob Hatley and Kim Madrid, who all joined us at Sonoma last weekend.
Todd Strong running there in second in that blue machine as they head up the hill towards turn 6. Sweep through there, and now it's that long Ray Hall straightaway, that steep climb all the way up to the most famous corner in the world, the corkscrew. Looks like we're going to have a change for second here, too. Is he into braking? Yep.
Yeah.
Right there.
Eric Inkrot falling down the Mission corkscrew, Mission Foods corkscrew.
4 stories down to 8A, the right-hander at the bottom, and then you quickly set up for Rainey here at turn 9. And then you're back in view of everybody in the main grandstands here. As you head down to 10, this right-hander right here. And then the next best passing opportunity here at the final corner, turn 11. Inkrot in the 9, holding down second place, that bright red machine.
Now, Eric Inkrot, Todd Strong there in his championship-winning helmet. That's what you get for winning at COTA with us, Ralph. That's a New Bell helmet. Then Kim Madrid back in the 291 with the pink car. But these 4 cars are very close friends. They carpool out to all the races. And Eric Inkrot, I've seen him race that car in the rain at the Ridge. Very, very good in the rain.
I'm guessing there's no gold helmet or gold microphone for announcing at COTA.
There should be. You know, we can make that happen.
I guess there's not one right now, huh?
Not a sponsored Bell helmet one. But look at this now. Eric Inkrot going a little bit off. They're just trying to find grip. You can see them just trying to figure out where the grip is.
Yeah, just tiptoeing through turn 3 there.
One thing to know, and we say this all the time, Laguna Seca has done so many improvements, and right before we got here, because IMSA's here next weekend, they painted all the curbs. But man, if you put tires on freshly painted curbs like that, it's just ice.
Yeah. No, they have already spent some $4 million or so in improvements just since the beginning of the year to try to dress the place up a little bit before the season kicked off with us here. They had the Sea Otter Classic bicycle races here. That was their actual first event of the year, but first motorized event is our Trans Am weekend here, our SpeedTour weekend, as we get this day going.
I'm hearing safety car to pull out. Haven't seen any of the Formula Vs yet. Todd Strong coming down the Mission Foods corkscrew underneath that WeatherTech bridge. Then it's Kim Madrid over Bob Hatley. So Harlan Crow, Eric Inkrot, Todd Strong, Kim Madrid, Bob Hatley.
Kim was fast in the wet a week ago at Sonoma, so no surprise to see her in that bright pink machine, number 291, running up here in the top 5.
I like that shot there, being able to see the driver's eyes. Harlan Crow, who was our Rookie of the Year 2 seasons ago. I am not seeing, okay, there we've got the full course yellow. So just under the Mission Bridge, they're getting the full course yellow.
Well, and you know, here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, Ben, if you stick around long enough, you can see all 4 seasons in an afternoon.
Yeah.
we're on our way with a heavy winter rain, and we'll be moving hopefully into spring and summer about midday today, and then back into fall-like conditions this afternoon when that afternoon fog rolls in again off the Monterey Bay.
So what just happened there, it was kind of neat to see, knowing how close of friends they are. Bob Hatley passed Kim on the front straight, Kim Madrid, under full course yellow, and then with hand signals, Bob realized what he did, and Kim went right back through. And we love when drivers do that, because had Hatley not done that, we would have made him come in for a drive-through. But if they can self-police, then they can stay out there, no harm, no foul,
right,
as we see it, and everybody's in the correct order. So that was good heads up by Kim Madrid. Bob Hatley, then Wadman after Bob Hatley. Tony Delane, who I just found out his family, and he's one of the people that was saying, hey, is Ralph Shaheen here? I want to meet Ralph Shaheen. His family owns the 1971 Tyrrell of Survey, and who would that have been?
Stewart.
Yeah, Stewart. And it won the U.S. Grand Prix at Watkins Glen in '71.
Wow.
So they brought me a T-shirt in the shape, like it was compressed in the shape of the Tyrrell with the Tyrrell thing. I thought that was pretty neat.
Oh, that's really cool.
So Tony, we'll see him in the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, but he's also out there in a Formula Ford. Very good driver, and I need to make an editorial correction. At Sonoma, I kept saying DeLong, and then he told me this weekend. It's Delane, but I was like, well, all last year I called their races. Was I saying it correct last year? And he said, yeah, so I just had a brain malfunction at Sonoma. Then Puccini, Kelly, Stuart Crow, who we'll see later in Group 9 in the 3A, who spun at turn 3, is now in 10th, so he's still in the points. Then at starting 11th is the Formula V, so that's Barron, Hughes, Simon Hughes, Nash, White, Perner, and Rogers. And we've seen some good, here's some of the Fords. Oh, the fog has come back, Ralph.
Yeah.
But that's a long shot.
It is, but you can see as you look out the window, it's a tad foggy over there coming out of rainy.
Okay, pace car's coming in. So here comes Harlan. Looks like he's got some pretty good rain tires on, as does Eric. So coming down single file to take the green flag. Harlan jumps out to a huge lead, Ralph, as Todd Strong is going to try to get around Eric, I think, at Mission Foods turn 2.
And that shot right there shows you just about how close we are to the racetrack in our booth. Because we are literally, what would you say, Ben, maybe 20 yards off the track?
Oh, yeah. I could throw my pen out there.
Tap them on the helmet as they go by.
So you can see some reflections in the track as they're coming out.
Yeah, there's a fair amount of water out there, especially on the front straightaway.
So now through the Cube 3 section. Tire Rack just came on as a huge corporate sponsor of Laguna Seca, as did Mission Foods. And
yes.
Oh, you can see Todd Strong, rear wheels fighting for grip.
Well, you see all those puddles to the inside coming into Cube 3, turn number 5 here.
So Eric Inkrod is in a Crossley. Todd Strong is in a vintage Titan Mark 6. Then Bob Hatley in a Swift. Kim Madrid in a Crossley. Kim Madrid wears the Grateful Dead sticker. I'm a big Grateful Dead fan. So we're experiencing a box of rain right now.
Oh,
Grateful
man.
Dead song.
Grateful Dead has played here at Laguna Seca, so perfect for her to have that sticker on the car this weekend. She always does.
Just means she's got good taste. But Eric Inkrot, Todd Strong, if they could work together, they might be able to get up to Harlan Crow. And still, we saw the Formula Vs going up the hill a little bit, but this is a race within a race. We're wanting to see some of these Formula Vs as well as they come through Summit Racing turn 11. And you can see, I think the conditions have picked up out there, Ralph, because they have slowed down just a little bit.
Yeah, well, the fog lifted real quick off of 9, but the rain seems like the moisture in the air seems a lot heavier than it had. It wasn't really rain. Oh, there goes one. Inkrot fighting to stay in control. Does a tremendous job of keeping that thing going forward and holds on to the position.
Yes, but
not the preferred line.
No, and you could see him waving to Todd like, hey, sorry about that, buddy.
But that was some pretty fancy driving there.
That was, yes. But Eric, I'd say that might have been a little bit of a block once you came back around. So you should be lucky that your friend Todd was pretty heads up there. And I believe Sarah is his sponsor on the side of that car. He hit the wall last lap at Sonoma and broke the rear suspension piece, but it looks like he's back together. So they've been hustling. As you can see, Todd getting loose.
Yeah, he was all crossed up there, wasn't he? And it's a steep climb all the way up to the corkscrew. I mean, it's just constant. Once you come out of 5, you're going up all the way till you get to the top of the hill. It's a constant climb.
Yeah. And that's off-putting, either uphill or downhill, because once you're going uphill in the car, you can't really see it or feel it like we can see it, and the car isn't performing as well. And now the car is going faster than they're used to, so you'll see a lot of people go off drivers right here because they're not used to carrying that speed going downhill.
Yeah. And if you miss the corner at 6 or at the top of 8 at the corkscrew, the next stop is Salinas. You're going right over the edge, right? And it's a big hill down the other side. I agree with you, though. I love this shot of them coming straight at you, seeing the eyes through those clear visors tonight.
Yeah. Got a good clear shot there from our camera operators of the deadhead sticker. And now Eric Inkrot has fallen back, I think.
How much better would that was it Glenn Fry or Don Henley? Don Henley was deadhead sticker on a Cadillac, right? How much better would it have been if it was deadhead sticker on a V?
That'd be good.
That would have been great, right?
Yeah, or Formula Ford, anything like that. And what's funny, speaking of Formula Vs, Eric Inkrot and Kim Madrid, I met at Fontana 12 years ago. They were racing just like this in Formula Vs. They're good friends. They said, let's move up. Let's go up to Formula Ford, and here they are again on track. Can't get away from each other.
That's great.
Bob Hatley seems to have disappeared.
Yes.
He might have come in.
He's always showing an 8th right now.
So that's the worst, to be Kim Madrid, because you're getting the rooster tails off of the rear tire.
You can't see already, and it's just getting worse, right?
Yeah.
Which is why she's moved over a little bit, trying to see if she can get a clear vision.
We've got Jake Wadman in a Crossley 32F, Matt Kelly in a Reynard, John Puccini in a PRS, Jim Edmonds in a Van Diemen, and Matt Latucci. I don't see him out there. He's in that Formula Junior Lotus. So now Kim Madrid falls down. Mission Foods corkscrew.
And it is a fall. I mean, it's 4 stories. It's really hard to tell on camera how steep that drop really is. But trust me, your stomach goes all the way up into your throat.
I'm hearing the white flag might be coming out this time by, and it looks like it's in his hand.
Yeah, yes it is. There it is, waving. 1 to go.
So it's Harlan Crow, Todd Strong, just under 2 seconds behind. Then
looks like Kim has gotten around Inkrot.
Yeah. All right, Kim,
She's had a solid run.
Yeah, hold on, Kim, to this podium finish. Eric Inkrot has gone away. So then there's Delane.
Whoop, hang on there. That was Wadman getting loose in the 77.
And Stuart Crow has come all the way back from 10th now to 5th. Gonna make the pass here, Ralph.
Yeah, getting it done at 4.
Maybe.
Nope, not gonna make it. Now he's got him to race over to 5, and he'll make it happen on the outside.
Crow in the more modern Swift DB1.
You know, and in conditions like this, Ben, it's always the case no matter what in racing, but certainly in conditions like this, the driver that makes the least amount of mistakes tends to have the much better race.
Yeah, we saw
Kim Madrid has been pretty flawless.
Yeah, nice job, Kim Madrid. On the podium, Kim Madrid runs our Formula 4 Challenge Series, which is a really neat series where it's like a championship inside of a championship. And then we go back to Bob Hatley in 8th, and then it's Barron Hughes in the Formula V. So Elliot Barron is in the 114 out in the lead, and then Hunter Barron in the 5.8. The Crow is going to cross the line in 4th.
Checkered flag waves, and Crow's going to take the win. Here
Harlan
comes
Crow.
Strong. Yeah, Harlan Crow. There goes Strong. And Kim Madrid now arrives on the scene.
Nice.
Fist up in the air and a checkered flag waving for her. Wadman will hold on for 4th, and then the other Crow car, it's going to be Crow just in front of Wadman. That'll round out the top 5. And Inkrot looks like he limped it home in 6th.
Maybe,
when
I don't see
earlier
him.
he was battling for spot on the podium.
You can see Harlan waving to everybody. So nice job, Harlan, our SVRA, I believe, Rookie of the Year just 2 years ago. And wins the race. Went side by side with his uncle into turn 3 and won that battle. No contact.
That's pretty strong.
So that is our national championship winning helmet that I believe Todd Strong has. I believe Bob Hatley has one in this group. Stuart Crow, I think he has one. Here's the results, Ralph.
Crow, Strong, Madrid, Crow, Wadman, your top 5. And then it's Inkrot, Delane, Hatley, Barron, and Barron rounding out the first 10 cars across the line. One race in the books.
Would you call that a murder of crows? Or does it have to be 3 or more to be a murder?
That's a good question.
Simon Hughes, 11th. Matt Kelly, 12th. Burke Nash, 13th. Jason White, 14th. He's my canoe partner. 15th is John.
You never know when you're going to need one, right?
John Pacini, Jason Perner, and Mike Rogers, 17. Formula B didn't join us this time because of the rain. They thought better of it, but that was quite a good SVRA Group 2 race with the Formula Vs and Group 1 joining us in this.
You can see our drone up there at the top of the hill getting caught up in the fog a little bit. I'm going to guess you have to have 3 or more for it to be a murder of crows. I think if you just had 2, you'd say, oh, there's a pair of crows over there.
Yeah, maybe.
And then it becomes a murder.
But if you're following us on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave a comment if you have any expertise, anything you can add.
If you're a crow expert and can tell us, we'd like to know. And
it is
we're
3.
told
I'm
it
hearing
is
from
3
the
from
producers.
inside the truck. We do have a. Who knew we had a crow expert in our crew?
That's good.
And where did they ever come up with the term murder for that?
I don't know, but I love it.
Oh, it's great. But it fits with the whole Edgar Allan Poe theme, doesn't it?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour here at Laguna Seca. That was Group 2, but stay tuned because we have usually one of the fan favorites, Group 6 and 12, coming up next.
I'm ready for that. That's one of the ones I get pumped up for. Big power, big muscle. Looking forward to that in these treacherous conditions. Should be a blast. Well, we're going to step away while they get ready for our next event. We'll take care of some business on our end so we can show you all the racing with groups 6 and 12 when we return to Laguna.
The WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Going to be a fun, crazy group. As you can see, not the whole group went out there, just the crazy ones in this group, just like we saw at Sonoma. So Paul Stubber, and Paul, I apologize, and I think even my friend Ralph was saying it correctly, but I was saying Stuber, and it's Stubber, all the way from Perth, Australia in that car, Ralph.
Yeah, so I stopped by and I was chatting with Paul and his mate, as they say down under, who's here with him. Both of them from Perth, which is all the way over on the western side of Australia. It's about as far away as you can get to. Had a chance to go to Perth last year. Spectacular, big racing community down there. And so I said to him, I go, hey, you wouldn't happen to know a couple of my mates from down there, would you? And I mentioned some names. He goes, absolutely. He knew them all through the racing community down there. Paul used to be a sprint car racer down under as well. He's been over here to the States, to places like the Knoxville Nationals, to see the big sprint car races here in the U.S. Huge fan of that. 410 wing sprint car competitions. And loves it. He's rented this car. This is not his, but he's over here on a business trip. He's got to go to Indiana to do some business, so he thought he'd come over early and get a few races in, so he rented this car, kind of an arrive and drive program. They showed up at Sonoma, and he was the dominant car there, and he's been pretty strong here all weekend as well.
Concierge makes some very fast, good cars. So they're in good hands. Edward Savajan, get well if you're hearing this, but they're taking the green flag, Ralph.
Yeah, but keep an eye out on Steve Van Meel on the inside of row number 1 of that smoky unit color scheme Camaro. Steve was right behind Paul all weekend at Sonoma, and he's from Vancouver, Canada. So driving in weather conditions like this is like an everyday occurrence for him.
Yeah, this is a sunny day in the Pacific Northwest, which I consider Vancouver, Canada. But watch out for Robert Brown in that Escort. They are very good in the rain. But Paul Stubber, we were so impressed with him. Andy Lally joined us in the booth. That was the car he wanted to drive, but watch out for that paint.
Yeah, you saw how he got that right rear up on the paint. That thing really started to get, or the left rear, started to get real loose on him.
Stephen Van Meel there in second place was the Sovereign champion from last year. Sovereign, another one of our great vintage clubs. But we've got a pass here, Ralph.
Yeah, Brown coming up the inside, headed to Cube 3 Architecture, turn number 5, and he's going to make the move. He got a great run out of 4 and took advantage of it by the time he got to 5. Now, can he catch Stubber in front of him?
Not good conditions. Good conditions for that Escort, especially they're from England, so it's kind of a nice sunny day to them too. But yeah, you were talking about Perth, Australia. I've been to Australia, but Sydney to Perth would be like Massachusetts to here.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a huge country. And then there really isn't much between. It's the outback.
No, I think it was like a 5-hour airplane flight from Sydney to Perth, so it's like going across the country here.
So Stubber doing really well with the Concierge Motorsports Arrive and Drive program. I'm sure if you want to race one of these American muscle cars, you can call Concierge Motorsports out of Eagles Canyon.
Yeah, Paul was raving about the car and the service and how well it had worked out and how easy they made it for him to just show up with a helmet and a suit and go racing on a couple of weekends. And then, of course, we helped things out, too, by having Sonoma and Laguna back-to-back, 2 tracks that he had always wanted to race at and hadn't had the opportunity on back-to-back weekends. It made it perfect for him to come over, do it, and then go do his business in Indiana after. 3 wide across the front straightaway. Holy cow. Things getting a little crazy deeper in the field. You can see them now. They have finally started to find their grooves as they get to turn number 2. But Yamamoto in the 47, and then it was the 6 of Wilson involved, which looks just like that beautiful Mark Donohue Penske-owned Sunoco Camaro. And don't forget, Ben, first time Trans Am raced here in '69, it was Mark Donohue in a Penske Hilton-owned Camaro that was the winner.
Yeah, that 69-70 season of Trans Am, when the manufacturers started getting on board, that made for some very heated championships. But Yamamoto, that is such a beautiful car. We saw him at Sonoma, and he's getting pretty good in the wet.
Looked like he's got a little damage to the right rear just behind the tire there.
Right front and right rear.
Yeah.
He got into it with the Pantera at Sonoma, but it looks like he might have had contact somewhere else in practice. But Mark Donohue trying to make it around the inside going up the hill, Ralph.
Yeah, this could be a braking maneuver as we get to turn 8 here at the corkscrew. Here they come. Nope, they're going to get back to single file. And joining him in there, as it's an all Camaro battle here, 4th, 5th, and 6th is Latucci.
Well, no, that's Shadle.
Oh, that's Shadle.
Shadle there, and then
Shadle
Latucci.
got around Latucci. There's Latucci.
Yeah, Corvette. So I was talking to Latucci. It's funny. He goes from a Formula Junior, no power, no horsepower, to a big block Corvette. That just couldn't be more different.
A couple of different generations of Camaros here, all fighting 4th, 5th, and 6th.
I love that car.
And he's a really nice man. Had a chance to chat with him yesterday. Masato Yamamoto. You can also call him Masa, he said, but Masato Yamamoto is his full name.
Shadle around the Mark Donohue car.
Fell in love with American muscle cars as a kid and just has hung on to that passion his whole life.
Well, it was funny. I'm, as you can tell, all American, but I love my British cars. My cohort in the booth the last couple seasons, Jonathan Green, obviously British, loved his American muscle cars.
Yeah.
And, you know, a Camaro, a Mustang in England is an exotic car.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so it's just kind of like where you grow. So to Yamamoto, a Camaro in Japan is a huge car back in those days.
Yeah, and that's what his business is. He customizes and restores American muscle cars, a lot of them being Chevrolet machines, and does that in Japan for his customers over there.
So I'm hearing from our comment section. Crazy. I'm not going to read the rest of his name. It's like, what is this? What's going on with all this rain? We're wondering the same thing. We just came from Sonoma, California with similar conditions. Right now, I'm calling the Beach Boys just a bunch of liars.
Well, Ben, having been raised out here in Northern California, I can tell you this is par for the course this time of year. Give it a month, you come back out here in May, it'll be bone dry all the way till October. It's just springtime out here. You can get these showers. They've had beautiful weather here in the Monterey Bay Peninsula area for the last couple of weeks. Of course, we showed up and the rain and heavy fog followed, and it'll probably all be gone by Monday.
Yeah.
As we leave town. But, you know, you can come back here in the next 4 years in a row and be gorgeous and 80 degrees here.
We've had great weather here, but Brown is catching up to Stubber up there. We had some timing and scoring things happening, but you're seeing Stubber there, and then there's Brown right behind. Now Lisa in that Pantera. I love that car.
Really cool car. Great to see it out here.
Yeah, they're with the Patent It team. You can see that across their win banner. And then Latucci there. You know, this is one of those days where you don't want high horsepower.
And you don't want a convertible.
Yeah. Latucci, I've known him as driving some of the coolest Huffaker MGs. Just love those black MGs. He sold that and got the Junior, but then he has this. Look at that thing.
It's a great looking car. Love that blue with the white stripe and the red accents.
You're a Corvette guy. What's your favorite iteration?
Well,
because that's a C2. Is that?
Yeah. Boy, I got to tell you, I had a C7 and I had a C5. That C7 is arguably the greatest car I've ever owned. Z51, you know,
wow.
Stingray. That thing was just awesome. But if I'm going strictly on looks, as much as I love the C7 for the aggressive nature of the look of it and everything, you know, you start talking about a big block 67, split window 63. Those are all strong.
Yeah.
And I also love the 69, like the Greenwood look.
Yeah.
Where it's
we have one of those this
and
weekend.
everything, and we have one of those here. That's a very popular look.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got handling versus horsepower here. We've got the headlights there of Robert Brown. That car is very strong in the rain. That was my predicted leader, remember, in the last rain race, but it looks like he's keeping Stubber more honest.
And this is the first time Paul's been pushed in that bright yellow Camaro. When we were at Sonoma, once he got away from Meal, he pretty much had a healthy lead and just worried about getting through slower traffic. But here now, he's got a battle on his hands. See if he can get the win here. And we got to be getting close to the last lap here, too.
Yeah.
So he's going to have another lap or so to fight if he wants that top step of the podium again.
So they're going up the Ray Hall straight right now. There is a bump at the turn 6, and Meal going up the hill.
And you can see how they've gapped back to Meal. Meal's 13 seconds back behind that fight for the win.
Here they come. Okay, so
he opened up a little bit.
Yeah.
Must have been coming through the corkscrew. And you can see that fog is getting thick again, coming out of Rainy. Lights ablaze on the Escort. Just to remind you, he's back there.
Brown, it gets him in the twisty bits, but then if Stubber can get the power down like he did up the Ray Hall straight, he has an advantage. Let's see if the starter can't tell if he has anything in his hands yet.
No, not this lap.
All right, Brown, don't make a liar out of me.
Well, they're coming into the section through the infield around the old lake bed. And, of course, Laguna Seca means dry lake. That's where Brown is quicker. Coming through here. Mission turn 2, the Andretti hairpin. Oh, you can see the rear end just sliding out as Paul tries to get all the power out of that Chevy to the ground.
I love talking to him. I just love visiting Australia, the Australian attitude. I just like their whole approach to life. Everything's kind of understated, and they just want to have a good time.
Fun folks.
So Meal, here he is, our sovereign champion. And like I was saying, there's so many great vintage clubs. SVRA, of course, my favorite. We're kind of the national club. But then up in the Pacific Northwest, you've got Sovereign. Texas, like we saw in the Formula Vs. We've got CVAR, VDCA, VSCDA, just a bunch of great clubs. So there's no excuse not to go vintage racing with us. Great shot there of the new tire rack bridge. And you had dinner last night with Lori Eberhardt, the new track CEO. She was speaking about some of the improvements.
Yeah, I did. And then new track president Mel Harder stopped by our booth this morning for a visit before we got on the air. And they are two very competent and smart people in the motorsports industry. Boy, you can really see the fog getting thick coming out of Rainey. Whoa, hang on, Paul. Gee. He had full foot to the floor and got up on that paint, and that thing almost came around on him. Let's see if they get the white flag this time. They're headed towards the flag stand. No, he's got to go again. All right, but Lori telling us they have quite a few improvements planned early. They did a bunch of stuff since January of this year and spent about $4 million already on the track as far as just doing quick, easy things to put a bunch of fresh paint onto the racing surface and into the facilities around that the fans will be accessing. Here's a look at Stubber getting loose again. He almost got it off into the dirt there, Ben.
Yeah. Edward Savajan or anybody at Concierge Sam Lecomte, you guys watching, leave us some comments. But Torque Drive, he says that Pantera has a dent. Yeah, that was from Sonoma coming together with Yamamoto. But we've got a lot of the people that like the Pantera. Armin is saying, can't wait for the B sedan race. Neither can I. But thanks for joining us here.
Our leaders are about to get into traffic. I think they're about to catch Lisa in the Pantera. Maybe by the time they get up to the corkscrew.
And I believe Stubber has a huge advantage climbing up that hill with all that power going up to corkscrew. But then after that,
look how pretty that is.
If Brown can stay with that, is a pretty car.
Isn't it gorgeous? That's the Wilson car. And Yamamoto under the flag stand here. Here they come down the hill.
Yeah,
man, look how foggy it's getting over there coming out of 9.
They're going to hit lap traffic right at the start-finish line.
Yes.
So here they come to Summit Racing, turn 11. Now, Stubber was a gentleman. He'd let these guys go, but he's got Brown right behind him, so he can't. Lisa sees him in the mirror, gets over, but Stubber coming to take the checker, Ralph.
White flag, 1 to go.
Oh, white flag. Uh-oh.
White flag, man. We got one more lap to enjoy this fight.
Here we go. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen.
This is it. 2.2 miles to settle this one.
All right. I'm rooting for Brown. You're rooting for Stubber?
Yes, sir.
All right. His car control, Stubber, that's a lot of power for these conditions. And he's steering that car with his right rear and his left rear tires.
Ben, that's a lot of power in dry conditions.
Yeah.
Let alone these kinds of conditions.
Brown just trying to stay within striking distance.
Yeah, he needed to make up some ground through the infield section there and just didn't get enough of it. I don't know if he's going to be able to mount a challenge from here. Because Stubber now is getting into where his car really excels, coming out of 6th, which is this next left-hander, all the way up the Rahal straightaway.
And now, I know we keep, announcing this, but these are 2 totally different classes. So Stubber is in a Group 6 AP. Robert Brown is a Group 12. So they're both going to win their respective classes if they finish like this. But every racer wants to win the overall.
Absolutely. Down through the corkscrew, the Mission Foods corkscrew, turns 8 and 8A. Sweeping down through Rainey. Coming down out of the hills.
Every lap, the conditions change.
Yeah, it's definitely challenging out there. Stubber, 1 more corner to go. He's just got to hold him off for a little bit longer. Once he gets through 11, he should have the horsepower advantage. Brown has closed up some, but not enough. Here they come out of 11, and the drag race is on, and this is where the Camaros should shine. Checkered flag waves, and Paul Stubber takes the win. Brown holds on for a well-earned second place. Meal should be next.
First in his class is Brown.
Yep.
So they both get gold medals. Here comes Lisa trying to make a last minute.
Oh, yeah, trying to make the run up the inside, but the Pantera couldn't get there.
Well, I think he saw standing water in front of him and thought better of it,
Yeah.
which Lisa, I think that was a great decision. Here comes Emil.
Here's Meal. Checkered flag for Meal.
So he's second.
He's been on the podium every time he's been out on the track for the last 2 weekends.
Second in Group 12 is Meal. So Yamamoto might get on the podium here in Group 6. Let's see where Yamamoto is.
They should be coming down out of the hills any second.
But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not exaggerating, and you can see from our camera that the conditions are changing lap after lap. Sometimes it gets a little bit more wet. Sometimes it gets a little bit more foggy. The rules in road racing is every corner station, like a chain around the track, has to be able to visually communicate to each other.
Here comes Yamamoto sweeping down out of Rainy now. Wilson right behind him. Hang on. That Sunoco Camaro getting a little loose.
Come on, Shadle.
I love how Shadle's car really squatted down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pulled a lot closer down to the track surface. And here's Yamamoto, Masasato Yamamoto. 4th overall here today.
Wow.
Then Wilson and Shadle after that. And that's everybody across the line. Latucci and Lisa.
Now we had 28 cars signed up for this, but because of the weather, a lot of them stayed out. But here are the race results.
Stuber, Brown, Van Meel, and Yamamoto, with Grant Wilson in 5th. And then it was Shadle, Latucci, and Lisa rounding out the field of 8.
And we appreciate all the drivers for coming out, even though there were just 8 of the 28 because of the conditions. That was a good race. And
well, we knew it was going to be fun to watch, and just to see these guys battling those cars, they did a tremendous job.
little replay from last race, Group 2 here.
Yes. We've got more racing action yet to come from here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Then I believe Group 8. Group 8 should be up next. We will have that for you in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
So we've got...
How good is this? Look at this view from Lotus.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HT2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
right, we're going to get in the weeds here from a technical standpoint. This is the CoolBox, the iceless driver cooling system. Very cool technology developed by two TA2 drivers. So we've got Victor Chopla here that competed in the Western Championship last year. So tell us about this box and why it was developed.
You know, it was developed because you obviously cannot perform as well in a really hot race car, just like the TA2 car, when you're super hot. So, you know, you have to lower your body temperature in order to compete at a better level.
But really, the emphasis that I love is it's iceless. You're not carrying around a bunch of weight in a cooler. It doesn't take up a lot of room, obviously, inside the car.
Yep. We try to make it as lightweight as possible, but as efficient as possible, where it still works at super high temperatures. And we designed this box to just be bulletproof and work under, you know, all circumstances. If it's 110 outside, it's going to be 160 in the race car, and this box still needs to perform to a point where the driver of the car is not going to overheat, and it's going to feel like he has ice cold water going through his vest. So we basically designed it originally for us because we know, you know, what it takes to be in a hot race car like that. So, you know, that's basically the background of why we started the company in the first place.
A few years ago, we were at Indy, and Amy Ruman got out of the car. It was about 100 degrees outside. They put a laser in there. It was 175 after her cool down lap inside the car, which is you could legally cook meat at 160. So driver comfort, you can concentrate a lot better when you're comfortable. If you're sweating, if you're irritated, you sort of get the red mist. So Matt Rivkin, talk about the driver comforts when you're in the car.
Yeah, it's a really big deal to be comfortable inside the car, and it's not just the comfort aspect. It's also how you're functioning at such a high level when it comes to racing a car that you need to be on top of your game at the highest level. So if you're suffering from not necessarily heat exhaustion, but if you're overcooked in that sense, you're not going to be able to make the same types of decisions. You know, and think about these races, they're 75 minutes long, right? So it's a long time to be in the car at, even if it's not 175, even if they're typically around 150 inside the cockpit of the car, it takes its toll. So when it matters the most at the end of the race, that's when you need to be your sharpest. And that's something that these units help you do, is they keep you cool and allow you to perform your best throughout the race and not have to worry about the heat aspect of it and focus on the driving.
Well, I noticed that last year, our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series champion Rafa Matos would get out, top step of the podium, hadn't even broken a sweat. It looks like he just got out of like an air-conditioned car, and that really does help mentally and physically in the car.
Absolutely, and Rafa will attest to this as well. He's been using CoolBox. He used it last year, loved it, said it's the only system that actually worked for him throughout the entire race, and it shows. Like, as you said, like, he gets out of the car, and it's like, obviously you're working hard inside the car, you're working physically, but if you can be cool and comfortable, it just allows you to perform that much better.
I would like to add that, you know, it's not really only a comfort thing, it really is a safety thing, because your brain at some point just, you know, doesn't make the same decisions that it would make when your body is actually at a state where, you know, it's cool and functioning properly. Because once you start overheating, you know, your brain goes into fight or flight, and it just doesn't work properly anymore. So I think it's more of a safety aspect having this unit than only a comfort. You know, it's comfort when it's 70 degrees outside, but when it's a hot day out, it's more of a safety thing than anything else.
I know you guys race in all kinds of things. You got out of Audis and started running in TA2, but talk about the driver change aspect in sports car racing or endurance racing. It seems like you have the best system for that.
Absolutely, yeah. So, you know, for obviously TA2 cars, it's open windows, open passenger windows, but it still gets incredibly hot because of how the exhaust is routed and just the nature of the cars themselves. But in other series where you have factory race cars with closed windows, it's even more important, or as important, because it's getting incredibly hot in there. There's no airflow, even with like the Cup cars, right? So they have factory AC. AC does not do much to cool off the drivers. So a lot of times what we do with our systems is we'll actually hook up, instead of using an aqueduct for the outside air, we'll hook it up directly to the factory AC to get airflow into our system so that they can now use the vest and cool their body down to 40 degrees while they're in those cars.
Now, one more thing I want to bring up here is this CoolBox system is on Jared Odrick's car. There probably isn't anybody in this paddock that knows more about body conditioning and how important it is to keep your your mental and your physical in check. Actually, come on in here, Jared. We were talking after Mid-Ohio, and we were talking about how important that is. So Jared Odrick, former NFL player, first-round draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. I feel like you know more than anybody else in this paddock about body conditioning. So how important is this cool box for you?
No, I was just talking about it before coming over here. It's vital. I came into the TA2 series for, high-level racing. And in order to do it, you need high-level equipment. And I think that's what the cool box is. And it's performed that way ever since they basically saved my ass over at Mid-Ohio. I think it was like a heat wave, and it was like a health warning that we got, like on the local news on the bottom of the health warning. And I look over at my fiance, and I'm like, I don't have a cool suit, all right? And so then a few calls were made, and the cool box guys, came in and saved the day. And there was a unit sent, and I had never used that before, and I was amazed how actually cooling it was. Because I had tried a few other ones before in some of the amateur racing that I was doing, but since coming here, this has been in my car, and it's been awesome. And they've been with me every step of the way that I go further and further up the field.
Nice. Now, let's get a little bit technical too, because the intake on this thing is in a really cool area. We have several different cars here in the paddock. A lot of times it can be on like the passenger window mounted right there. A lot of people prefer that, but the cool box system really is such a cool piece of equipment. You can see Jared is putting on the vest that then just hooks up into the box. These little veins run through with basically with cooling liquid inside. What kind of liquid is that?
It's just distilled water. So obviously there's a refrigerant for the AC compressor inside the unit, but we don't want any of that near the body. So it's just distilled water that runs on the body. So if it gets on you, it's no big deal.
And we have actually had in TA2 under different systems, not cool box systems, but people were getting burned because the water running through there, the ice would melt and then they'd burn. So having an iceless with a refrigerant is actually, just like you said, such a safety thing, because we've had some drivers get out and they've gotten marks on their bodies because their ice melted halfway through the race, and then it's just basically hot water running through. So I'm with Bob Accardo Jr., who is the longest, kind of the OG of cool box with the Make-A-Wish car. But talk about the importance of having a cool box in your car while you're driving in the heat.
Man, it gets like 150 degrees inside these cars during the race for an hour and 15 minutes. You die without it. So it's absolutely mandatory. I got one of their oldest ones in my car, and man, things never let me down. I think I've used 2 or 3 of the generations now at this point, and now they got a really tiny one out that doesn't add a ton of weight, even better. And yeah, these guys, they make a great product.
Nice. So if you want that kind of unfair advantage, the competitive advantage in a race car, make sure you check out CoolBox, the iceless cooling system. They're getting smaller, they're getting more efficient and lighter, but they're keeping drivers like Bob here alive. So check out CoolBox.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The 3 GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Adam Andretti, I drive the top liner Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. It feels amazing, but at the same time, it doesn't mean anything 2 races into the season. It's obviously a cool accomplishment. You get the great pit spot and you get some of the perks that come along with being a points leader, but none of it matters until we're in COTA and we're at the banquet and they're sitting there and then you're the points leader. That's when it matters. So there was a lot of racing left to go, and that's what we're working towards, is to get to that goal of COTA and celebrating the ultimate celebration. Leading the points at any point in your career feels amazing. I mean, no one doesn't want to be the points leader. That's that's what we're striving to be. We've been consistent. You know, it's again only 2 races in, but the change from our past to now would be consistency and having a good start. Honestly, in my entire Trans Am career, I've never left Sebring with a decent finish when going for a championship. I've had some great finishes at Sebring, but it was always like one-off races, and I was never going to go. I wasn't going for the championship that year. It seemed like every year I've gone for the championship, Sebring has put us behind the 8 ball right off the bat. And this year that wasn't the case. This year we were able to bring it home with a strong podium finish, and that has been really the game changer for us. When you start thinking about other teams and what they're going through, and you lose focus of what your own operation is doing. We're just heads down on what our own operation is. You have enough to deal with focusing on your own program than having to worry about anyone else's program, as nobody out there is worried about our program either. So it's the champions really put their heads down and focus on what they're doing and exit that outside noise. That outside noise doesn't mean anything. It's funny, and when everyone says I'd rather be chased than be the chaser, it's because they're not in that position, you know. So you always say because what we do here in our world of driving race cars is 90% psychological. So if you're somewhere wrong in that game that's going on between your ears, so you have to talk yourself up for that. For me, I just like to focus again on what we're doing, business as usual. We know what we have to do. We have to finish races first and foremost. And if we finish races with our pace and with the way that we perform, those finishes and those results should take care of themselves. After the California swing, we still have 2/3 of our races left. So you get into that last third of the races, then yes, maybe some of the mentality will change, but you got to be careful changing your mentality driving, because when you make those adjustments, it can create other errors because you're taking yourself out of your rhythm. You know, the rhythm of life and the rhythm of what you're doing, especially in our sport, is so important. So it's really a fine line, a fine balance that you have to be on at that point.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us, what are the different classes in SVRA? Because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Spridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-Type Jaguar, D-Type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially the really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7, and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 and SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Parnelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am.
You know, you see, we have TA1, then you have TA2, which is, you see a lot of young talent learning, either being a road racer and showing their skills to move to IMSA or NASCAR, or development drivers, Brent Cruz, for example, Connor Zillich, who's amazing, and Thomas Annunziata, a lot of young guys that have the talent to move up, and it's where they get their feet wet. I like to see TA1 kind of become the next step for them to feel more powerful cars and a little edgier cars. The TA2 cars, you can slide around a lot. The TA1 cars are much less forgiving, more on edge. So I can see TA1 kind of becoming what TA2 is now, as far as the young guys getting big car experience.
Well, cars are starting to make their way out behind the Ginetta safety car. You can see the full paddock area here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. A tremendous amount of cars, Ben, here this weekend in competition.
Yeah, I love coming out to the western side of vintage racing. The car prep, the categories of cars, the racing. It's so much fun to come out here. I kind of like the spirit of the West Coast vintage racing, and this B sedan group and Group 8 is so much fun to watch. We've got a pretty big grid. We've got 30 cars signed up, and I think we're almost full, even though the track it's no longer raining, it's no longer foggy. Trans Am was just on the track. I wouldn't say drying it off, but they've dispersed some of the water. There still isn't a dry line that we see.
They were all chasing Tommy Treacy. He was quick in the wet.
Yeah. So let's run through the grid here. This is Group 8, but there's also the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge inside this race. So starting up front in the number 38 is Troy Ermish, then Tim Probert in Penny, another Datsun 510 in second. John Murray in a BMW 2002 in third. Richard Stewart Milne in a Datsun 510. Ara Malkassian in a Datsun 510 in fifth. Anthony Delane, Tony Delane, BMW 2002. We saw him in a Formula Ford earlier today, so he knows the conditions. Josh Moriarty in that gold medallion 510 in seventh. Rob Bellevue is our first out of B sedan. He's in a Group 8 CP Datsun 240Z. Ryan Clark is in B sedan and a Datsun 510 in ninth. Kevin Kaufman, Datsun 510. Brian O'Shaughnessy's last year's 2.5 Challenge champion, BMW 2002 in 11th. Ross Merrill, Thomas Merrill's dad, in a 911S. Group 8 AP, David Graziano, Jim Frula, Daniel Wu, V. Daniel Wu, Jeff Mosing is 16th. Daniel Caggiano, also from Argentina, 17th. Dave Hartle, 18th. Wayne Baker, 19th. Patrick MG, 20th. Kevin Shaha, 21st. Ken Blasco, 22nd. Chuck Christensen, 23rd. Richard Grabowski, 24th. Paul Gaudio, 25th. Bill Skillman, 26th. Edmund Germain, 27th. Oliver Semet, 28th. 29th is Anthony Rodino and John Westberg. That's our 30 cars. Quite a group. We've got Porsche 914s, BMW 1600, Datsun 240s, a lot of 911s, and just a ton of B sedans.
And it looked like there was one 914 at the tail end of the field.
Look at these B sedans. So there's the
starting to form up into 2x2.
I love these slow starts like this. Second gear starts. Pack up the field. Get the loud pedal at the same time. Here they come, Ralph.
Yeah, the Ginetta safety car is off. Everybody's up onto the front straightaway just about now. We're watching our flag man. See when the starter's ready to throw the green. There it is. As soon as that last car made it onto the front straightaway, we were racing. Great start by the 38.
Troy Ermish.
Troy Ermish. He's got the lead as we head down to Mission Foods turn number 2.
But
he's got problems. Off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
Taking himself out of the race here. But Ara Malkassian around the outside of Tim Probert. Side by side here, Ralph.
Yeah, Penny's going to slot back into second. And then here comes a quick closing BMW.
Brian O'Shaughnessy, Richard Stewart Milne. You can see Jeff Mosing hanging it out there. Not sure what happened to Troy Ermish and Rob Fuller. If you're watching, where are you at, buddy? I miss you. Ara Malkassian on the inside, Ralph.
Oh, look at that slide going through 5.
Brian O'Shaughnessy hanging out the rear end. Great group of cars there. There's Patrick MG, Blasco. See him coming through 6 here.
I'm a little surprised that Mosing started so far back, but if he drives like he did at Sonoma, he won't be back there for long. Side by side for second going into the corkscrew, and that settles itself out with the Beamer slipping back to third.
Yeah, good race here. So Tim Probert.
Oh, is that Mosing sliding through Rainey?
Nope, nope. That's not Mosing. Mosing has a white and red hood, I think. That's the...
Let's see, who was that? Here he comes.
It's that BRE looking car. It's
56.
That might have been Mosing.
That's Mosing's number, right?
Yeah, that's Jeff Mosing. I thought he had white on his roof. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
though.
I think you're right, but maybe either painted the hood or driving a different car this
There
week.
he goes. So yeah, that is Mosing. Yeah, so there's the white. It's on the second part of the
roof.
The roof, yeah, we couldn't see that. So it is Tim Probert. Brian O'Shaughnessy has gotten around Ara Malcassi, and then Stuart Milne right behind them in that Rob Dyson 510. Then Tony Delane, that's our B sedan. Then Rob Bellevue in the 240 and Jeff Mosing in B sedan right behind Bellevue.
That's one of those moments, Ben, when you get a big power slide going like that in conditions like this, where your first reaction is, oh God, and then you save and you go, man, that was cool.
Yeah, yeah. But his door opened also, so that's going to bother him.
On Mosing's car?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, his door opened just slightly as they come up the hill as he tries to get around Bellevue in that 240. Then Frula right behind him in that beautiful Datsun 510. Brian O'Shaughnessy, look at this. Going into the corkscrew side by side.
He's going to
Ralph.
make it happen. New leader.
Some good racing. If you're joining us here on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us some comments. Tell us who you're rooting for, who you're watching from. But this is a great Group 8 race and Hoosier 2.5 Challenge.
See if Mosing gets through 10 a little bit smoother this time. Looks like it.
So that is last year's champion in this series, Brian O'Shaughnessy out front. Armin Gorbani and the Gorbani family, the championship before that. Armin was the champion before that. Unfortunately couldn't be here, but we miss you guys. Get well. Look at there, there's Mosing.
Yep. I like that white 240 sitting right there, the 79.
Yeah.
Bellevue.
See, they're both BRE kind of
Yes.
tribute cars. And then that's Tony Delane. We were talking about his family owns the 71 Tyrrell, which
Yeah.
is amazing. So I don't think Ross Merrill is on track, looking for him, but Bellevue holding strong with these B sedans. And the B sedan rules back then in Trans Am is it had to have a back seat, had to be categorized as a sedan. So that's why the 240s, the 911s don't quite fit. Even if they were a 2+2 category, that's not, doesn't count as a B sedan. Now the B sedans, you could race the 4-door, 510, you could race the 2-door. There's even the wagon that races in B sedan.
Yeah.
But right now it's BMW out front with Brian O'Shaughnessy.
That's your top 7 right there. And they have been glued together like that since this thing got started.
Jim Frula in 8th, who runs Racecraft, who between Troy Ermish and Frula, that's probably 80% of this Group 8 race we're seeing right here, of all the cars brought out. And then Blasco, I think he's got 3 with him. There's Daniel Wu, and just 2 days ago he was in Shanghai on an acting job. Big movie star, movie producer, director, stunt coordinator Daniel Wu, but so great to have him here. He didn't get to join us in Sonoma because he was on set, but there he is out there in that beautiful Datsun 510. Great to have him out here.
Yeah, he's running 10th overall, 9th in class.
Adam Carolla races in this group quite a bit. Wish he was out here. Miss him being out here in the 510s. But Daniel Wu, he's had some really good races here at Laguna Seca and kind of shaking it down. I've heard rumors that he might be building a new car for him, but I haven't confirmed that with him yet. There's the Optima cars in the background as Daniel comes through the Cube 3 section. Pretty smooth. It's not a wet track. It's not a drying track. It's just there's just a layer of moisture across it.
Yeah, it has definitely improved, and the sight lines have improved because the fog has definitely lifted, raised the ceiling pretty good now.
Not sure what happened to Troy Ermish there at the beginning, but there's Frula from Racecraft coming through.
Ben, are we getting into an era where we're starting to maybe run the risk of not finding good 510s to turn into race cars anymore?
Yeah, those were the mass-produced disposable cars
right.
of the day, but yeah, it is harder and harder, and these race cars now, these 510s, because they're such great race cars, they're so reliable. The 1800cc engine, the twin Mikuni carburetors, the value of them has just shot up.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Do you race it or do you turn it into a showpiece? And
yeah, the race cars are worth more than Concours winning show cars, just because they're so much fun to race, and there's so many of them out here to race with. So a really nice Datsun 510 might run you $50,000, $60,000 as a street car, but they're up to $100,000 as a race car. So here's our leaders: O'Shaughnessy out front, Probert and Penny second, Ara Malkassian third.
Yeah, I could see where a lot of guys would be thinking a really cool 510 would be a nice addition to the cart collection. Take out, have some fun with. So I'm sure the auction markets have seen quite a few of them rolling across the blocks lately.
Ara looking inside on Probert, but not quite there. Delane right behind Stuart Mill.
Shaughnessy started to open up a bit of a gap here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has found some grip.
He's already coming out of 9, and they're just entering 9.
So O'Shaughnessy, obviously a very good wet weather driver. You can see his hands, though.
Fight the wheel.
So Armin is saying, go Brian, you got this, buddy. Keon and I are rooting for you. So that's Armin, 2 years ago champion. This is last year's champion, Brian O'Shaughnessy, and Armin Keon rooting for Brian. Keon, we are all rooting for you. As Probert Penny goes around. That's such a difficult corner there, that Andretti corner.
Yes.
That's now Mission Foods turn 2. But this car, so Ryle Barnett, this was his car just a few years ago, and correct me if I'm wrong, comment section, but I know Ryle Barnett from this car. And that's what happens. These cars trade hands to different, and so you see them, different people behind the wheel of the same cars.
Yeah, they don't leave the paddock, they just change drivers.
But look at his hands, he's pretty smooth, looking good. And that car was made into a Hot Wheel. I'm a snob. I do prefer the roundies, the round taillights in the 2002s. I like all 2002s, but I do prefer the round taillights.
Got some traffic in front of him now.
I believe that's Grabowski.
Yeah, it got around Grabowski, and Germain should be next in another 2002. Gets into the inside of him.
Rick is asking, anybody know if Paul Newman's 510 is still being raced in the series? I believe Adam
Isn't
Carolla
that the one that
owns
Carolla
it.
has?
Yeah, I think so. Now,
which means it'll probably be here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion.
It should be. Our friend Ross ran an Escort from Paul Newman for a while in the B Sedan series. Oh, that's what it was. Not the door, the rear window had come out in the 5.6.
See that flopping around there.
That's going to bother him as a driver. And I don't know the 510s. Maybe Armin can tell us. Is that on a hinge? Like a Mini Cooper? Or is it is that coming off? I love that Armin and Keon have joined us here in the comment sections because they're experts. You know, we've got a champion in here on the comments. So thank you, Armin, for joining us. We love having you. Wish you were on track.
Yes.
So Tony Delane, Rob Bellevue really stands strong in that 240.
That's a good-looking car, too, man. I know
is.
I've said that. The silver one that's out there is great-looking as well, with the black wing on the back.
I think that's Hartel or Hartle. But Tony Delane holding his own. And Mosing bringing up the rear. Just can't get around Bellevue. Adrian Lorca looking for a shout out. So thanks for joining us in the comments. It hasn't dried. It's just a moist track. There's just moisture on the track, but there's
staying consistent.
Yeah. So the new Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, having a great time. They were running about 2 seconds a lap faster at Sonoma than they did the previous year. And we're seeing that again. Laguna Seca has gotten faster with, I don't know which improvements made it happen, but we saw a 2-second time difference yesterday in the TA2 races, or the TA2 laps.
Yeah. At one point, there was like top 7 were, I think, under the existing track record yesterday.
So here's Frula. This car here, second, Moriarty, that car, unbelievable up close. You need to go check that thing out. It's just, the paint job on it is amazing. The car second on screen right now, that's Moriarty. All of that is hand painted with a layer of clear on it.
Mm.
So Armin is saying that it's a snap type, probably didn't get snapped in all the way for the window of Mosing. And then Armin, how many of these cars have you painted? Armin owns a big body shop. And so I saw a few of the cars leave Sonoma and go to his shop for some repair. And so he takes care of a lot of them. But that car there, Moriarty's, that's a beautiful car up close.
Well, this has been a pretty smooth one so far this afternoon, so not good for Armin's business, but good racing.
Yeah. Boss Stingray saying first time watching SpeedTour, and he says, I think I'm in love. So thank you. We've got the legend Ralph Shaheen with us in the booth.
Well, that's a bit of a stretch, but thank you, Ben.
That's not a stretch at all.
Appreciate the thought.
Daniel Wu coming up the hill. Uh-oh.
Here's that window flapping.
Yeah, it looks like.
As small as that cockpit is, he could just about reach back there and pull it closed.
You can see the, so it's kind of like my Mini Coopers, where the front is on hinges, and then you've got a little button to snap, to snap it closed.
And we are on the white flag lap, Ben. This is it. Final lap for O'Shaughnessy, who's got a 4.7 second lead.
Bellevue around Delane. So now it's going to be these two in frame had a fantastic battle. Mosing and Delane last year at Thunder Hill, and they're back here.
And Bellevue is going to try to do something with Milne if he can. He's got a lap to get it done.
So Prober,
Bellevue running first in class too, right?
Yeah. Well, they're all Group 8, but he's 8 CP. Side by side, Ara Malkassian going around the outside, trying to get around Probert.
Here's Bellevue up the inside.
So it looks like some of the drivers are finding some grip or getting a little bit more confidence.
Oh, then he's going to lose it coming up to 6.
Or they saw that white flag and
got inspired.
Yeah, I think so.
Milne trying to fight off Bellevue and got back around him. That's that fight for 4th. Here comes the fight for 2nd. Probert going to hang on as they enter into the corkscrew. Occasion's going to have to slot back in as they go to Rainey. Final opportunity to pass coming up at 11.
Ara Malkassian is actually wearing Brian O'Shaughnessy's racing suit because he forgot his. So that's kind of the camaraderie here as they come to take the checker.
Move to the inside, looking. Nope, can't get it done. What about Bellevue? Can he make something happen just behind these two?
Drag race here, Ara.
Bellevue's got to sit behind Milne as they come out of 11. He's going to try to swing around him. They are side by side to the line, and it goes to Milne.
So Milne, Bellevue, Delane right behind him. 8.362, 8.391.
Milne was about a half a second quicker at the line than Bellevue, and that's the difference between 4th and 5th.
But last year's champion, Brian O'Shaughnessy, wins this race. So there are Hoosier 2-5 challenge points in this race, and then tomorrow there's double the points, I believe is how they break it down. So congratulations, Brian O'Shaughnessy in that Mattel Eibach BMW 2002. So which of the major B sedans, there's also a Lotus Cortina here this weekend. Which are your favorites? You like the BMW, you like the Alpha, the Datsun?
I like the 510. I do like the BMWs, but I think if I had to buy one out of this category, it'd be a BRE liveried 510.
Yeah, I like that as well. Well, Troy Ermish or Jim Frula, they can build you one.
Yeah,
Troy
just need your
Ermish
money.
is kind of, his license plate in his TA2 is the 510 King, and I think he is the 510 King now. Even John Morton says so.
Huh.
So here we go, taking the checker. So another poor condition race, no full course caution. So nice job.
Yeah, everybody's doing a good job
vintage
driving
racers.
today.
I really hope our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series drivers take a lesson from this.
Well, I'll tell you, with part of it too, Ben, is the fact that it's not perfect conditions, but they've stayed consistent now, so the drivers have a little bit better understanding of what to expect, right? Here's a look at it. O'Shaughnessy, Probert, Malkassian, Milne, and Bellevue, your top 5. So you work through Delane, Mosing, Frula, Moriarty, and Daniel Wu in the top 10. We've got more racing coming your way here from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. That is it for Group 8. And Ben, let's see
Group
what's
10 IGT is up next.
All right, we'll have that for you shortly from here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Exhibition that were with us just last weekend at Sonoma. Absolutely beautiful cars. We've got some Hyundais. A Hyundai TCR of Larry and Riley Pegram. We've got Aston Martin Vantage of Ted Giovannis and Paul Holton. We've got our Porsches, a BMW M4 GT4 of Drew Delmonico running an exhibition. A Ferrari 458 Challenge of Yusuf Nabi. So a little bit of everything out there. Nicholas Groombridge and a Porsche GT3 Cup, but not that many cars going out. So here's our grid. Beautiful red Ferrari. Here's that BMW. A Porsche. So this is going to be International GT and Group 10, but because of the weather conditions, we don't have a lot of cars. That's our Group 10 car. So Sean Berardi in that Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like he's going to be the only Group 10 car. So we have a Lamborghini, Ferrari, BMW, Porsche with International GT. There's Groombridge. Ferrari, number 16, is Rodin Yanesi. And we only have one Group 10 car joining us, which is Sean Berardi in a TA2 car. But not a bad group. When you're saying Lamborghini, Ferrari, BMW.
Oh, boy. It is still very treacherous out there, as you can see.
Okay. He's got Berardi coming up behind him. He's able to get it in reverse, but he will have to start back there, and there should be a second pace car coming up to him now. Hope the other pace car doesn't pass him, because there's Berardi, who joined us last year. Okay, so they're quite a bit behind him, so they're good. Was with us at Portland in that TA2 car. So if you're joining us here in the chats, thank you for joining us. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. And if we get anything wrong, please yell at us in all caps. So I really thought, Ralph, that we'd have a lot of the Lamborghinis that are here warming up for the Super Trofeo next week.
Yeah, I thought so too. I mean, they're here. There's about, what, 18 of them or so in the paddock area, but
I think they just don't want to risk bending them up before their race.
Yeah, and I understand that as well.
So
You see it's a little drier coming out of rainy now.
That's Tom Capici in that number 48 out front. The lights are not out. Looks like they're doing 2 laps. Man, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. That's a 480 Ferrari there in second, that red Ferrari. And then the next Ferrari is a 488 of Roden Yanesi. Drew Delmonico is in the BMW running exhibition, catching up to the field. I say we leave that Civic out there, see what it can do.
Yeah, he might have a shot.
I like that red Ferrari 480.
It's the color to have, right?
Yeah. Nicholas Groombridge in the number 33 Porsche Cup car with CHR Racing. He rented that car. He's always competing in the International GT National races. And came out here again last year as well. So Lamborghini, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, BMW. That's a pretty good group of cars here. Now International GT was supposed to have 22 cars, but because of the weather, a lot of them, I'm seeing some dry line here.
Yeah, there's a couple of spots.
Wheel, yeah. So again, tell us who you're rooting for. I'm seeing Canada, Vancouver, from Vicente. So thanks for joining us. Upstate New York. Slovenia is joining us. I'm only happy when it rains. A little, what is that, Garbage? Is that who sang that song? Scott Elkins. Watching from Austin, Texas. We'll see you guys back in COTA. We're at COTA the end of October, early November. Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas.
You know, Ben, I was going to tell you, you were saying 480 on that Ferrari. I think that's a
misprint?
Yeah, misprint.
Yeah, I'd never heard of a 480. It should be a 488.
Yeah.
It's the 458 to the 488. Good.
Right.
Every once in a while they come out with like a special.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it is a misprint. But here we go. We've got Ken Fangler about to join us, but they're coming in to take the green, and the BMW's
out. Headed to the pit lane.
So we lost 20% of the field there.
What a shame. Lamborghini leading them up onto the front straightaway. Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. Here we go. Green flag, and we're underway.
And just judging by the body language there, the drivers all purposely wanted to start away from each other. So, you know, that's fine. We applaud that. Just wanted to take it safe when there's only 4 out there. Ken Fangler joining us, the president of International GT. But Ken, you've got a Lamborghini, Ferrari, and a Porsche out front.
Yeah, I know everybody joining us here this morning. Good morning. But I just want to tell you, I moved from Connecticut 43 years ago to Florida to get away from weather like this. And, here we are in Northern California. But it's going to be a fantastic weekend here on the Speed Tour. International GT is out. This is our first points race. We have a great mix of cars, 22 cars on the grid. They're just not out there on track. 4 Ferraris, 11 Lamborghinis, only 2 Porsches, which is highly unusual. BMW, 2 Bentleys. And yesterday we ran qualifying and practice, and they're all out there. And we expect to see them this afternoon. We're going to, in the view of safety, we didn't force anybody to do this session, although this is our, the best time of this race. Normally qualifies you for the next race. We're going to go back to qualifying times just to be on the safe side.
So Lazaro in that 488, and then Groombridge, who usually does pretty well in this kind of weather. So watch for Groombridge to move up. Then Unesi. Then Sean Berardi is our first and only Group 10 car in that TA2 car.
Yeah, we had heard that there would be a big group of Group 10 cars, and they didn't show. Obviously, the word in the Lambeau paddock, other than one, was, hey, we're not going to chance it. They've got next weekend here for their series race. So they're just out there this weekend getting some time and really sorting things out.
Man, that's a pretty car.
Oh, yeah. I was bummed the 296 didn't show back up that we had at Sonoma. That was a great car and fast.
How about all that Mission Foods logos out there around the track? Wow, this is a Mission Foods event. Juan's, as I always say, Juan's footprint in motorsport is here in a large way. We were treated last night to our social over at Juan's Transporter. Had some tacos and chips, salsa. Tacos are the pre-Cinco de Mayo celebration, so it was good.
That's right. And remember, as Juan will tell you, everything folds into a taco. You have to think outside the tortilla and never lift.
Yeah.
Those are 3 mantras of his that are fantastic.
Yeah, good to have Mission Foods and Pirelli as our long-term marketing partners. Great to have them, along with our sponsors, Detroit Watch Company, Forge Line Wheels, official vendors, Speedcom Communications, Stand 21, Sunoco Race Fuels, all contributing to make International GT a success in year 12.
Mr. Gonzalez might be one of the best ambassadors for motorsports in the United States. I mean, he is involved in so many different things now with Mission Foods, and still comes out and competes with Series Canada. Does a great job when he's out there. And boy, he waves the flag hard, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Not just the mission flag, but the racing flag.
The race flag, no. He's in motorcycle flat track. He's in NHRA, IndyCar, obviously. And so across the board in motorsport, he's really ratcheted it up the past 5 years. It used to be we were us and one of the other vintage organizations he was involved with for a long time. I've been involved with him since 2008. And it's been a pleasure. He's a great gentleman. And besides which, we chatted a little bit last evening. I was talking to him about his involvement with the down the road at Peterson Museum. That was a fantastic exhibit. Juan has a number of cars. Another collection I didn't know he had. They said they're just ending a 1-year residency at the Peterson Museum of lowrider cars. I didn't know he had lowrider cars. I know he has Formula One. I know he has a lot of Porsches.
I'd like to see that.
Going, oh, that's very cool. So, Juan he's on the board there, has been for the past 10 years, a wonderful tribute to the history of the automobile, and especially the Southern California flavor. It's you have the chance to go to Peterson, don't miss it.
That lowrider culture, which is very prominent out here in California, is very unique, very cool, incredible what they do to the cars. As my daughter and I were leaving Sonoma last week and headed to Sacramento Sunday after the races, we're traveling down I-80 heading east into Sac, and there was a group of lowriders, a club, had been out enjoying a Sunday, touring around, and we caught up to them and rolled slowly past, checking out each and every one and giving some thumbs up. Just fantastic looking machine. The paint work on those cars.
Yeah, that's the thing to me. The detail, the layers of paint and detail is unbelievable.
I've been watching Capizzi here, and I'm guessing he must be on wet weather tires, going really fast, but he went way offline to come to the water
and still
as his
had
groom
grip.
bridge is doing, just to try to
keep them cool.
Yeah, and put some water through the tires. But Capizzi really getting some great practice out here. I'm sure he's here for the Super Trofeo next week, which is a fantastic series to watch.
And they could very easily have the same weather next weekend. Or 80 degrees and sunny.
Yeah, whatever.
This Mission Foods hairpin is kind of a double apex, but I've been noticing all the drivers are going late on the first apex and then hitting the second apex really well. And I don't know if that's because of the conditions or if these GT cars, that's the fastest way around.
Yeah, a lot of times when you have that double apex situation, you're trying to set up to get out of the corner quickly, just so that you can extend the straightaway, and that's the theory, so to speak. But when there is a double apex situation, you give away the first one and really try and gain the speed on the second one to exit out of the corner.
So we were talking about our experts in the comments section. Might as well go to last year's champion, Tommy Ballister, saying, IGT teams, wish I was there, but Sonoma engine problem got me sidelined. So Tommy, we miss you. You had one of the best races we've ever recorded with Juan Gonzalez last season, and just love having you in the paddock. So we miss you as well.
Yeah, sorry to see you. Greetings from Sonoma, and I'm Tommy's finally back at his home in Puerto Rico. He had a flight out on Saturday back home, so we look forward to seeing it the next race. We're only a week away, week and a half, 2 weeks away from our venue to Road America, and then the week after that we're at Lime Rock. So it's been a busy time for International GT and the SpeedTour group.
Charlie Hayes racing there. Nicholas Groombridge, Tommy Ballister, Nick Groombridge go wheel to wheel quite many times throughout the season. There's Sean Berardi, TA2 car. So Ralph, let's put you on the spot.
Lamborghini.
Oh, that's right.
I was going to say Lamborghini Ferrari.
This is Ralph's day. It's
Wow.
Lamborghini Day, National Lamborghini Day.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
No, I do love Ferraris. I love anything Italian, whether it's the cars, the motorcycles, certainly the food. Had some great Italian food last night, as a matter of fact. But yeah, even if it was going to the Ferrari, I would still go with cars that have the bigger wings and the vents and the slats and all of that. So I'm definitely a F40 guy and definitely a Lamborghini guy when it comes to the big wings and
So
all
the
of that.
Countach was a big impression to you as a kid.
Oh my Lord,
Yeah,
Ken.
yeah, you thought a spaceship landed.
I specifically remember coming to Laguna one year when I was probably a freshman in high school, coming down with my mom. We were coming to the races, and we were driving through San Jose. For some reason, we had gotten off the freeway in San Jose, maybe going to get something to eat or whatever it was. And I had never seen a Countach in person. And I'm just driving down the road looking for a place to pull into and go by a car dealership. And there's a white one sitting in the window. And I flipped out, spun the car around, went back, and spent half an hour just drooling over that car.
Yeah, quite amazing. I will say, of the time and era and of my teenage days, they did have the best posters. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Because
yeah.
I was
For a
always
variety
drawn
of
to what I
reasons.
was more attracted to.
Yeah.
The female model or the actual car. I don't know which.
Capizzi around Sean Berardi in that TA2 car. Two different classes, but you can see he is looking for water.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know that sounds counterintuitive, but
you
now
see
that
him
you
drive
see this
over on
dry
that
line,
line.
Yep.
he's probably doing some testing, seeing what kind of heat he can almost take out of these tires, because they do degrade much quicker if they stay on dry. So you'll see him looking for water out on track to drive through.
Well, and these Super Trofeo edition Lambos are just spectacular with a massive wing, the airbox. I mean, look at the headlights. I mean, it just has a menacing look to it.
There's so many single manufacturer series. I mean, everybody has one these days. And I was talking to, the Lamborghini guys have been through a number of renditions. A number of them have raced Ferrari Challenge. Some of them have raced Drivers' Cup in Porsche, and some have landed here in Lamborghini. And they're very happy with the series, and very happy with the car. That's the big issue. If the car, isn't suitable to your driving style or liking, you move on. So, it's been, I have to say, when you first saw one, I said, that's a big car, it seems, to be on a racetrack. But, we've seen them and in the series, and they're very, very competitive with the front-running Porsche Rs, which usually dominate our series.
Yeah. Who was it? Torino was his last name.
Yes, he won the championship.
Yeah, with Ernie Francis Jr.
With Ernie Francis Jr. And they're here. Their team is here, out of South Florida. They're up the road from me in Pompano Beach, and the team is here.
So you have a Maranello Cup.
Yes, we do.
Should we have a St. Agata Cup?
No, we're staying with Maranello.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to have one. Yes.
Maybe
Unless
split that up a little
now
bit.
he is amenable. If all of a sudden 22 Lamborghinis started coming running IGT, yeah.
But right now, really, Maserati, Lamborghini, and Ferrari all can compete points for the Maranello Cup, which is a championship, year-end championship, winning a Detroit watch chronometer. Very, very nice.
Yeah.
And the rest of the prize package, which is included Pirelli tires and a number of other things. So,
well, Ralph, this is just for you, buddy. We
White
got
flag.
Lamborghini on track, full lap.
Yep. Well,
they sound good too, don't they?
with this, as I said, we're going to wind back to qualifying times if we have dry racing this afternoon. And, you know, this was just a shakedown, a session to go out, get some laps in. Can't say we had exciting wheel-to-wheel racing in this session, but that's sometimes the way.
I wish Lamborghini could get their a full factory effort going, and not just a single make series, but you know, they tried F1 there for a little while. That just didn't take off. They've got the WEC and IMSA program going.
Right.
I'd like to see that car over here on a full-time basis.
Yep.
You know, just some of that I'd like to see a little bit more out of the
Yeah.
factory.
It's, you know, they're all under one corporate umbrella these days, and
Yeah.
that kind of somewhat dictates who's between Audi, Porsche, Lambo, who's
Yeah.
going to get the deal and
Which
who's going to
one's
get the best
getting
deal. Yeah. We saw for years out, you know, Porsche had been in the forefront for so long, and along comes Audi, and look at how they dominated for a good 10 years.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
I was seeing Tom Capizzi going really deep into 6. I think he's testing. I think he's really trying to push, see what the car will do under these conditions as the 2 Ferraris wind up the hill.
Good time for him, 135 in this track condition, you know, probably about 7 seconds off his dry time.
Checker flag awaits. Under the bridge, past the flag stand, and a win for Capizzi in the Lambo.
Yeah, 127 was his dry time, so 135 is pretty respectable, given these challenging track conditions that we have again from last weekend.
Got to see how the tires performed, get a good look at it, see if he was able to find enough moisture to keep them from falling off. Here comes Berardi, who's worked his way up to 4th overall.
Yeah.
Got around one of the Ferraris.
With Berardi mechanical, I like the Ferrari.
Well, that one looks spectacular. The 488 is a great looking car.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to slip away down to the podium. We're going to interview, see how the track conditions were from the driver's perspective.
Everybody gets a trophy.
Everybody's going to get one on this one. So I'm going to head down there. I'd like to thank you for inviting me up here in the booth. I'd like to thank our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli, Detroit Watch Company, Forge Line Wheels, our sponsors, and our official vendor, Speedcom Communications, Sunoco Race Fuels. Thank you very much, Stan 21. Thank you very much, and we'll see you this afternoon.
All right, Ken. Right, there's the
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Hi, I'm Mia Lovell. I'm 18 years old from Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm a race car driver in the TA2 Series. I would say aggressive, analytical. Honestly, the aggression kind of surprises me sometimes because I'm a pretty laid-back person, but I don't know what it is, but when I get in the car, I just have all this aggression. Yeah, so I was adopted when I was 7 months old from China, and I just think that it's given me a pretty unique perspective on life just because, you know, you think about how fortunate I think about how fortunate I am to be in America and have opportunities like this to be racing in the Trans Am Series. I mean, not a lot of kids, you know, have this opportunity, so I just try to make the most out of every opportunity given and just make the most out of everything. I was actually a pro skateboarder before turned race car driver. So I've won all the gold medals in the California State Games. I qualified for the Tampa Pro, which is the biggest pro competition in America. So when COVID happened, all the contests shut down, so that's kind of when I stepped back from competing and skateboarding and started filming more video parts for sponsors, so going out in the streets and finding our own obstacles to skate. And that's also the same time where I was first getting into a car, just doing track days. I just thought it was like super fun, you know, kind of in that vein of action sports that I was used to from skateboarding. But then I got into my first pro series, the Toyota GR Cup in 2023, and found that this could actually be a career. So I've loved it ever since. I love competing, and I'm always striving to be the best. But it's a little bit different in racing than it was in skating. You know, in skating we would have like a 45-second run to do the best tricks we could. Where here we get, you know, quite a bit more time. We have 75 minutes in the Trans Am races, and so a lot can happen. You know, you can pace yourself out. It's a long run game, a lot of strategy involved. The TA2 platform is great. There's no driver aids, so no ABS, no traction control, and that means like being fast all comes down to the driver. And so that's why this series is inviting so many up and coming drivers, like, you know, pretty much the next generation of NASCAR is coming through this series. And so, yeah, that being said, without driver aids, it definitely is a challenge to drive these cars. I mean, they are a handful, and you really have to wheel it 100% of the time. Yeah, so you know, the goal is to win the Western Championship, but I really like racing in the National Series because there are a lot of really good drivers to work with. I'm running with a really great team, Nitro Motorsports, and I mean, on a national weekend, we have 8 or 9 cars, and you know, we're all super fast. So getting to have really fast teammates to learn from, and you know, it's also nice to have kind of a, I don't know, I guess a familiar face on track. And so we just want what's best for the team too.
My name's Paul Menard. I've been around racing my whole life. I started when I was 8 years old in go-karts, Legends cars, late models. Got into the NASCAR National Series for quite a while, running trucks, mainly Xfinity and Cup cars. And a good friend of mine, Pancho Weaver, let me drive his Trans Am car a few years ago at Virginia International, and kind of got bit with the bug again. And Paul Gianlozzi called, and we started talking, and we put together a full year last year, and here we are again this year. The history, it's the oldest road racing series in America, started in the late 60s, and a who's who of drivers and champions have come through the series and either made it their home or found success other places. The cars, you know, keep coming back to the cars. I have not driven a car that's more fun on asphalt. There's some dirt cars, and I used to ice race back in the day. Those cars are really fun too, but on asphalt, these are by far the coolest cars I've ever driven. 900 horsepower, no gimmicks, no ABS, no traction control, just raw stock car with wings and, you know, some cool aero effects and good looking cars, and some cool tracks, some really historic tracks throughout the country that I've never run at before, that I get the opportunity to race at now and check it off the list. I feel like there's a couple different tiers in the TA class. You know, you have some guys that just want to come out and just drive really cool race cars in a competitive environment. And then the rest are hardcore racers, and Dyson and I and Andretti had a good battle last year. Dreesy was in the mix. Amy's always a threat for the podium. So there's some good racers, and this year it's just stepped up. We got the same crews last year with Dyson, with Andretti, with Tommy, with Amy. Brent Cruz, who is, you know, he's up and coming. I think he's 17 years old or something, but he's going to be somebody that you're going to be watching on Sundays for a long time when he gets old enough.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT, so we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The three GT classes that we have in the Trans Am Series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am Series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser-measured floor liners, no-drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lotus.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lotus.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
I love Trans Am because it's gritty, it's tough, you know, it's not flashy, and that's what I love about it. It's real racing, it's pure racing, it's the way racing was meant to be, and I think that's what anyone in this paddock would echo those sentiments. The people too make all the difference. The people in the paddock are some of the best I've ever raced. I've been blessed that I can go race in about any paddock out in the United States, and this is the one I always want to come back to because of the people. The people are like family. So yeah, it's a special place to race. We've seen a lot of amazing talent come through this series. I mean, talent that we watch in the Cup Series every weekend. We see Justin Haley, he came through the Trans Am Series. We see Connor Zilic now, and he came through the Trans Am Series. We're going to see Brent Cruz for many years down the road, Thomas Annunziata. So these names and the talent that's come through, Ernie Francis Jr., it's been amazing to watch. And it's been great for me because at this, you know, as I've had a great long career in Trans Am, as we've been over 10 years doing this in the same series, I've gotten to see those, and I've gotten to nurture some of those careers and watch them grow. And it's very rewarding from my point of view to continue to do that. My only desire in my career, beyond where I'm doing in Trans Am, because I love it here, is because I make a good living here and people treat me really, really well, is the Indianapolis 500. It's always been a goal. I grew up in Indianapolis. I grew up just outside of Indianapolis in Brownsburg. It was always something that was on my radar, and always something I've been, everything I've ever done in my career, it's been in hopes that I would get a shot there. And so, and this is no different. You know, I'm surrounded by people that in this series that financially, if it came about and they got a, you know, they got the seed planted and it wanted to grow a little bit, they could make something like that happen. So you never know what could happen in life. I know I'm not getting any younger, but I think as I get even older, being an Andretti, going to the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie, and you know, in your mid-40s, I think there's a heck of a story in there, and a heck of an inspiring story, because you know, I think something that's come to light here, especially here in the last 5 years, is men's mental health, and it really targets that age group, 40 to 50, where men are feeling lost. And if they can feel some inspiration from someone's story, and so, like, trust me, I would have loved to have been there at 18 years old. And that was my goal, was to be at Indy, long before now. But if I got there at 46, 47, 40, I don't care. I'll get there and I'll be competitive, because I've got the desire, I've got the drive, I got the talent to go do it. So, but that's the only thing I have on my radar screen. Other than Indy 500, I don't have nothing on my radar screen. First few things that come to mind to describe myself: passionate, fun, and giving.
Okay. How about as a driver? How would you describe yourself?
Aggressive, angry, fast.
Curious.
They give us a 1 minute to go. I click the visor down, and the world is shut out. My world that I live in, my reality that I live in, is shut off. I go into full attack mode, soldier mode. The cars are the most. That's what I don't understand. Like why we don't have 50 of them every week, because it's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that. And every driver that's ever sat behind the wheel of one will tell you the same thing. And I don't get how these people will spend 10 times the money to go run a GT3 car. I guess they don't want to drive a real race car, because you could throw a license plate on those things and they could drive them to the grocery store. Because in all reality, that to me is not pure. When you're sitting in a car that's raw and just feeds you energy all the time, and you don't turn a dial for an air conditioner switch, and you don't pound the brake pedal and feel ABS, and you don't pound the gas pedal and feel traction control, there's something amazing about that. I mean, that's why everyone in the world should have ever gotten to become a driver. That's why when you're growing up, you want to be a driver, is because you grew up watching people do that. And then all of a sudden, that seems to be disappearing. And I don't want that to disappear. I want it to gain that exposure. So I don't mean to pick on any GT3 people out there, but come on, come Trans Am racing. It's more fun.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
great racetracks, there's historic racetracks. And then there's WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Nestled in the hills of Northern California, there's no better proving ground for anyone aiming to validate their abilities in racecraft. And no worse place to not take speed seriously. The tight hairpins, the drastic elevation changes, the legendary corkscrew turn. It's a location on any race fan's list of places they've got to see. And for the drivers of the Trans Am Series, it's their next obstacle in their path towards racing immortality. Win here and you're a legend, but get blindsided by aspirations for even a second, and being passed is just the beginning of your troubles. Who's next to tame Laguna Seca? Stay here to find out as we come to you live from Monterey, California. It's the Trans Am Series, presented by Pirelli.
All right, we are pulling out.
WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, the Monterey Bay Peninsula, Central Coast of California. Getting ready for our Trans Am by Pirelli TA2 category, ready to hit the 2.2 mile racetrack that winds through the valley here. There's a good look down at Fisherman's Wharf over on the bay, and a spectacular part of the country to go racing. In WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, a very challenging, tight, technical, and very exciting racetrack for the drivers and the fans. We expect a great TA2 race here today. Hi everybody, Ralph Shaheen alongside my buddy Josh Hurley as we get set for this one. Josh, as we were saying, this is a racetrack that everybody dreams about coming to. Everybody's played it on a video game and looks forward to driving the corkscrew, but it's not as easy as it looks.
No, it's a really difficult track, really technical, especially the corner after the corkscrew. Really underrated, very fast, very edgy, and that's when it's perfectly dry. Today, we have a little bit mixed conditions. It is drying, but it's going to be really slick out there to start this race.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for sure. Here's a look at our pole sitter, Rafa Matos. First pole of the year for the multi-time champ.
Yeah, first pole of the year, should be right up front for the whole day. Really, really does well in these slick conditions. And we have a great story next to him, too, with someone who struggled last race with some problems with Mike Skeen. So that front row is really, really stout. Both these guys have won championships in this series, too. So big front runners, big heavy hitters right out front.
And yesterday, early on in the day, it was like top 7 were all under the track record. So fast field of TA2 cars here this weekend. Well, this racetrack, as we have talked about throughout the course of the weekend, has a long and storied history with Trans Am, going all the way back to the very early days of the series. This track opened in 1969, and Trans Am was here when the series began. The Trans Am Series first raced at Laguna Seca back in 1969. During the golden era of muscle cars and factory-backed race teams. Legendary drivers such as Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney competed in Trans Am events at Laguna Seca during the late 60s and early 70s, with the late great Mark Donohue winning that very first race here in a Penske Hilton Sunoco-backed Camaro. The early Trans Am races were run on Laguna Seca's original 1.9 mile configuration before the track was lengthened to 2.2 miles in 1988 so that the track could host the 500cc Grand Prix Motorcycle World Championship. After a hiatus, the Trans Am Series returned to Laguna Seca in 1983, coinciding with a resurgence of interest in the series. Laguna Seca has hosted modern Trans Am races including Trans Am, TA2, and GT classes as part of the West Coast Championship. In the 2010s, Laguna Seca became a staple of Trans Am's push to expand its presence on the West Coast, drawing local and national drivers. The track has also often hosted the historic Trans Am Exhibition Series during events like the famed Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, showcasing original cars that raced in the series during the 1960s and 70s. The most famous corner at Laguna Seca is the legendary corkscrew. Turns 8 and 8A at the highest point on the racetrack, coming up to a blind left-hand corner. The track suddenly almost makes a 90-degree turn to the left and then drops 4 stories down an elevator shaft to the bottom right-hander called Turn 8A. You then shoot across a short straightaway to the famed rainy curve at Turn 9. And we're getting close to Cinco de Mayo, Josh, and celebrating a little bit here at Laguna Seca as we get ready. And while they entertain the crowd along the grid, we're going to take a quick break so we can show you all the green flag racing when we return to Laguna Seca here on Speed Sport 1.
Yes! Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
There's a good look at the grid that's forming up on the pit lane. They'll be clearing the grid of all the fans and officials here momentarily, and the cars will be rolling off on the track behind the Ginetta safety car, and we'll get this race underway shortly. So while the activities continue down on the grid, let's go down there with our Ben Sissel.
Thank you so much. I'm here with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Fan Walk, and there are a ton of fans out here. It's a little bit cold, but we've got my friend here, Tim Lynn. I call him the Lintimidator, kind of the intimidator of the Western Series. But walk us through your new car. You've got a little tribute car here, don't you, Tim?
Yeah, this is kind of a Ken Block tribute car. I found a design company out of Germany called 811 Design that did it on a Ford GTD car, and they're kind enough to let me purchase the design from them. So, so that's basically what it is. You know, I want to do something patriotic as well, so the whole theme just kind of worked for me. And on the rear quarter panel there, we have a little Ken Block Forever kind of tribute. So, you know, it's a Mustang, so that goes with Ken Block's, you know, Hoonicorn kind of stuff. I call this the Hoona Stang. So I don't know if that's good or bad. I just kind of came up with it, and that's it. So I think it turned out really good, and I hope we run good. It's a new Howe chassis as well. It's a new car, new livery. We're ready to go. Second race of the year.
I love it. And you've got the roof options in kind of the monster font. And then you got to get a shot of this, too, the red, white, and blue, but with the Hoona Stang. I love that. So, Tim Lynn, have fun out there. Good luck. So we'll walk up through. We're kind of midway through the grid, but we've got a lot going on. Jared Odrick over here with his black underwear, number 10. But Seamus here with Nitro. Been wanting to talk to you. Have you had a good time here out west in California, and what do you think of Laguna Seca so far?
I've had a great time. Sonoma, it was pretty crazy because of all the cautions, all the green flag running, or all the yellow flag running. But Laguna Seca is probably my favorite track I've been at so far. I haven't been to a lot of tracks in this car. I'm like brand new, so it's been a lot of fun.
Nice, I love it. And something I should point out, you notice here he's running the yellow on the windshield. That means he's running Western. So he's running for the Western Series here. Then we come over here, Boris said Jr., who's running the National. He's got the blue, and the Pro-Am is a little bit more of like a kind of like a greenish. But Boris said at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, how's it feel?
It's my first time here, so it's an interesting track. I like it so far. And yeah, I do wish we got a little bit more practice, but I think the race will be good.
Nice. Are you getting some good advice from your dad? Because your dad's had a lot of laps here.
Yeah, I know. He's helped me out a lot. On Thursday, we came and did some laps around the track, and that helped quite a bit.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, good luck out there. HendrickCars.com, Boris said Jr. Then we're going to come up through here. He's in a Camry, Boris said Jr. is. We've got Tim Carroll over here with CRD Manufacturing in the orange, running in the Western. Caleb Schrader here with Dig Motorsports. So you were here last year doing really well in the race, and then you were kind of assisted off the track. And so a little bit of redemption here this year.
Yeah, so last year an axle flew out when I was running third, which sucks because obviously it was my first race ever doing this. And then now I'm starting 16th overall, 7th in West, but we'll just keep moving forward, and hopefully I can fight these power steering bugs.
Nice. A little bit of power steering bugs. That's good to know. Did you guys hear that up in the booth? So watch for Schrader in the 66 to move up through. Kyle Kelly, also one of our fast Western racers. We spoke to him a little bit at Sonoma. Michael LaPaglia also running in Western here with the Pepini's Garage Fast Auto Racing. Brand new Howe chassis for this car. Even though it looks like last year's championship car, brand new chassis. Mia Lovell doing what she does best, signing autographs. And I love this graphic here because she is a professional skateboarder, Mia Lovell, but she's a professional race car driver. If you don't mind, I'll come in here. How is Laguna Seca to Mia Lovell?
Man, this track is so much fun. I mean, it's got really like some of the best rhythm in America. I think the corners are so fun. You really got to carry your momentum and speed, and God, just driving through the corkscrew is such a dream. You know, it's so much fun here.
And it's crazy. We try to say that TV simulators, they don't do the corkscrew justice. You just have to do it.
Oh yeah, no, the corkscrew is no joke. I mean, you're completely blind, and you're looking at the trees and, you know, hoping that you make it through right. So it's really fun. Such a thrill.
Good luck out there, Mia Lovell, signing autographs as she should. But then we're going to get some insight. Thomas Merrill, he can hear the track from his house. This is like his home track. Grew up racing here. You're at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. I've seen you start from worse here and win the race, but how happy are you right now with this position?
Not great. I think we should have been in the top 5 yesterday. I made a little boo-boo in qualifying, but the Cope crew did a great job of putting the HP Tuners car back together. Like you said, we've started from worse here and been okay, so theoretically we can get the job done, but there's a lot more competitive drivers in the field today, so it should be a good race either way.
Nice. I love it. Well, hold on. I like getting awkward. We're going to get awkward with the Merrills here. Ross is trying to hide already. Who took Thomas out the first time in a race car?
I did.
It was a Porsche, and he was kind of hanging on for dear life. Was that here at Laguna Seca?
It was here at Laguna.
Nice.
Yeah.
So truly a family legacy in racing. You've been racing with us in SVRA this weekend, and Laguna Seca making so many great improvements. Thank you guys so much for all of your hard work.
Well, thank you for showing up and bringing the National Series here. It's a rare treat to watch Thomas race at home. Yeah, so thank you for that.
Nice. Well, I love it. So the Merrills out here, thanks for joining us again. But Thomas Merrill, look for him to move up. Adrian Lostowski here with Fast Auto Racing doing really, really well. CMIProducts.com. Then we've got Julian DaCosta. Look, I see him by his car. So Julian, welcome to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. How is it out there so far?
It's a fun track. It's probably one of the coolest in America. All the elevation and obviously the famous corkscrew. It's great. We didn't qualify exactly where we wanted to. We're dealing with some issues, but we think we got it sorted, and I'm really excited. I think it should be a really good race, and I'm looking forward to heading up that way.
I love it. I love it. Well, Julian DaCosta, get ready to go. Now, you can see he's got some real estate here for some sponsorships. So if you want to have some fun, look up Julian DaCosta. Sam Corey's kind of in the same situation. Brody Goebel, 2 years ago, was our Western champion. And he is starting up front, the farthest in the Western Series. But also right next to him in the Western Series, Barry Bowes running Pro-Am and Western. So watch out for him. And then we're going to move up to the front. We've got just a few minutes. Brent Cruz. I was giving Brent Cruz a hard time last night at dinner because he doesn't drive down the corkscrew. His car more kind of falls down the corkscrew. And he kind of admitted he's not quite sure what he's doing out there on the corkscrew, which should be really fun. Then again, Sam Corey. Look at all this real estate, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Corey's looking for some help to continue on in the season, but doing really well. How's it going so far?
So far, so good. We start P5 today, so decent run in qualifying. So now we got to go do some work out there today and try and get to the front and get a win.
Nice. I love it that he's wearing the Stilo here on the hood, getting ready to go out there. Then we're going to try to make our way to the front. We've got Tristan McKee here running with the Chevrolet Gainbridge car, running 128 this weekend. Then across me, we see Thomas Annunziata, who's doing very, very well in the points. He did have a little bit of an off at turn 5 yesterday into the tire wall. They were able to get him out, but you can see here the Nitro team has worked really hard to tape that up. So we'll look for that car. Then we come over here. I know I speak so much about all of the young guns and everything, but we've got 2 veterans, the most winning driver in TA2 ever, and many championships under him is Rafa Matos there in pole, and then Mike Skeen right behind him. Let's come over, talk to the Concord American flagpole driver of Rafa, who's had some very good finishes here. He's won, he's gotten a second behind Mike Skeen. We keep talking about these young guns, but we can't forget about these veterans out here fighting every race. How's it going, Rafa?
All good, all good. A great qualifying yesterday. Super proud of the Concord American flagpole silver hair race car. Looking forward to have a great race today, collect some good points. You know, we're definitely alive in the hunt for the championship, so hopefully we'll grab that win that we're looking for and, you know, go back to the East Coast happy.
I love it. Well, let's get a shot of this, the Cube 3 Architecture Pole Award. Nice job, Rafa. I'm going to send it back to you gentlemen up in the booth.
All right, Ben, great. Thanks for the killer grid walk, and it's great to see these drivers up close, Josh, and meet them, see the helmets off, the visors up, get a look into their eyes and see who these guys are. Really interesting group of young, very fast, talented racers, and 2 veterans at the front of the field that are going to show these young bucks the way around.
That's what makes this series so much fun, both in the cars and on the other side of the wall back here watching, is the mix of drivers. The young guys, really aggressive, learning their craft, are very fast, prone to a few more mistakes sometimes. And then the veterans, not very prone to mistakes, but maybe don't necessarily want it quite as much as you do when you're 16 and trying to work your way up. So it makes for an interesting blend. You get to see some racecraft that's really smart versus some racecraft that maybe is a little over aggressive, and it makes it so much fun to watch, especially with these cars on these little tires sliding around.
Well, that's why Ben does the grid walk to introduce you to the competition, but he also put together a little piece to take you a little bit deeper into the field of drivers.
The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series is absolutely loaded with talent. We keep adding drivers to the talent pool year after year. We've got the young guns, the up-and-comers, but also the seasoned veterans, and then there's all kinds of drivers in between. Thomas Annunziata, absolutely fast, debuted that Toyota Camry at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and has just been taking off with Nitro Motorsports in that Toyota Camry. Then you've got 14-year-old Tristan McKee with Spire Gainbridge running the SLR M1 Chevrolet Camaro in the Chevy Development Program, one of my favorites to win the Young Guns this year. The most winning driver in TA2 history is Rafa Matos, and he is coming with all kinds of experience. He's been with Three Dimensional Services Group team. He's been with Nitro Motorsports, who he won the championship with last year, but he's back with Silverhair. Silverhair doesn't have a championship yet, but Rafa Matos wants to win one more championship for Silverhair. Julian DaCosta, really great driver, comes from the MX-5 Cup Series, but he drives one of these TA2 cars like a momentum car of the MX-5, and he is very fast, very talented. Look for him to have many more podiums this season. Then we got to talk about the 2021 champion,
Mike Skeen, one of the smoothest TA2 drivers in history. So look for him to be back on top. But also, Mia Lovell is here to break a lot of hearts. She is very fast. She is a professional athlete as a professional skateboarder, and she is going to go very far in race car. Like I said, a ton of talent in the TA2 series. I can't wait to see how the young guns fare out in their careers. We know that we're going to be bragging about knowing some of these drivers, but also the seasoned veterans.
Well, you can see it is a good look and feel of the drivers. Very fast, very competitive, wily old veterans, young aggressive racers. It's going to make for a good shootout here this afternoon on the twisting, turning Laguna Seca circuit. Well, we're just about ready to go, so let's wrap up our pre-race activities down on the grid. Here's Ben once again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're joined maybe for the third year in a row, Reverend Blaine Bowers, to deliver the invocation. If you'll bow your heads and remove your hats, please. Blaine, take it away.
Thank you. Let's have reverence before the Lord. Heavenly Father, at this time, I would like to thank you for this race and for this beautiful day that you've given us. Any day that we wake up and we have life and we have breath in our lungs is a beautiful day. Every problem that we have, we can lay it before you and know that it will be in your hands. I pray this day for safety for all of our drivers and that we would have a wonderful time, but mostly that your peace would rest upon every heart that is here. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Blaine, thank you so much. If we can get a shot here of the Defense Foreign Language Institute, Presidio of Monterey, our color guard this afternoon, and Angela Hughes to come in here. You'll have to take this mic as well, Angela. Thank you, to deliver the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Nicely done. And we are just about ready to go racing here at Laguna Seca. So how do you drive the 2.2-mile circuit? Our Andy Lally, the president of Trans Am, took us for a lap.
All right, we are pulling out of pit lane onto the world-famous WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. You actually exit pit lane exiting turn 2. You skip the inside of turn 1 and 2 as you come through, and you are immediately right onto the race line as you enter 3. This is one of the coolest looking tracks visually on the planet with some really exciting moments. You know, people talk about how amazing the corkscrew is, but in reality, it's the corner after it that's one of the most thrilling corners out here. Getting ready to start a lap at Laguna Seca here. It's a bit of an uphill climb out of the last corner to the start-finish line, and there is a slight kink around the corner that these Trans Am cars are going to be going well over 150 miles an hour as they crest the hill, get light right here. We can see we're parallel with the pit lane exit here. We're coming into turn 1 here. We're approaching our Mission Foods turn 2. We're just going to apex the inside here, but get it to the outside and straighten up as much as we can. There's huge load on the right front tire as you're coming in here, and very easy to lock up that inside left front tire. This is a double apex turn 2, where we're going to bring it down, release that brake, let it rotate, pause, patience, patience, patience. Let the nose point so we can get the power one time, uninterrupted throttle. We tag that second apex, get on the power, and come out of the corner as quick as we can here. Hustle it back hard to the left side for turn 3. Just get the platform straight, light brake, turn it in early again, finding the backside of this curb. This is one of those corners where you get in early and then you try to hold the bottom for that extra car and a half. As we approach turn 4, it's very, very similar to 3, but just 20 miles an hour faster. We've got a quick approach, early turn in, hold the apex for a car and a half, let it all the way out. Treacherous exit here if you get it wrong. Really easy to snap hook it back to the inside and try to stay off that tire wall. Exit, straighten up, grab a gear, and we're heading up to turn 6. Probably one of the most challenging corners on this track. We've got some pretty basic markers here. My reference is usually the bridge in almost anything we're in. You up the hill, dip, compress, get back on that power, and fly out of what is probably just under a 90-degree corner. Again, you're swinging it back over to the left side as we prepare for the corkscrew. We want to straddle these curbs and straighten out our brake zone as much as possible. We're in the middle of our downshifts in the brakes. We're cresting a hill. The inside left front's going to get tight, and we turn in a huge amount of steering. Quick left, pause, quick right, drop 2-3 stories down the hill. Exiting, we get a lot of grip under compression as we exit the corkscrew, bring it back to the right, and now here's the most challenging corner on the course. Turn 9 at Laguna Seca. Early in, pick up some compression and some camber, get to power, bring it out. Again, hustle it back to the left. Your wheel's barely ever straight here. Just for a millisecond, you get the platform sorted out, and you turn into a downhill entry, turn 10. Bring it back over to the right again. Hard on the brakes just before the 3 marker. We're straightening it out. We know we've got a little dip and a little bit too much bump at the apex of 11, so we're gonna wait, compress, get on that power, and use all this extra run out here to finish this lap and come up to our start-finish line again. And that's a lap at the amazing Laguna Seca Raceway.
Such a cool track, such a great venue, and it's time to go racing. So let's crank up the engines, Ben.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. How about this? The Folklorio dancers here. So great. They put on such a great show. Then my friend Juan Gonzalez with Mission Foods. But Juan, first, before we get to the start command, you have one of your friends joining us with Make-A-Wish with Robert Accardo Jr. So tell us about your friend here.
Well, this is my new friend, and I call him my cara amigo, okay? And his name is Ezequiel. He's from Watsonville, California.
That's amazing. And so great to have Make-A-Wish here. We absolutely love it. We will continue doing this. Ezequiel, I hope you have such a great day. Thank you so much for joining us. But Juan Gonzalez racing here with us this weekend, doing so well with Mission Foods. Everybody on our paddocks absolutely loves the Mission Foods chips. So thank you so much for joining us out here with that. Too fast, too tasty. Tell us how we can get these things.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here, and I wish luck to all the drivers today and tomorrow.
All right, well, we got about 40 seconds.
Okay,
so where
well,
can we get some Mission Foods and chips?
Well, great again. It's great to be partners of Laguna Seca and SVRA, and be one more time, supporting the Trans Am Group, Formula 4, and SVRA, and all the IGT guys. So I get to race with IGT, so I just hope for a better weather.
I love it, yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for a little bit better weather, but how about these folklorio dancers that were with us, too? Unbelievable, wasn't it?
Well, they look beautiful. I'm sure they work very hard, and I forgot to bring my sombrero so I can dance with you, girls. So next time I'll bring it.
I love it. I love it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a real treat. Juan Gonzalez, CEO of Mission Foods, to deliver us our start command. Juan, take it away.
Drivers, eat more Mission tacos. There you go.
When we come back on Speed Sport 1, we will be live and ready to go racing here in Laguna Seca.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
And Speed Sport 1 back live here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. The drone following the field of our Cube 3 architecture TA2 cars as they go from turn 4 over to turn 5. where you make the left and then begin the climb up the hill. And Josh, as you can see, there's still some wet spots out there.
There is. It's going to be really difficult to pass in these opening laps because those wet spots are all offline, but a definite dry line for you to start your race. Going to make that 2x2 start really interesting when they get to that Mission Foods hairpin.
This will be round 4 of the championship for 2025. Let's take you back to round 1, show you how we got here. Sebring kicking things off. There goes Rafa Matos as he got together with Skeen, wasn't it?
It was with Skeen, and those two are your front row again, so we might see some fireworks out of those two today.
And it was a great day for Thomas Annunziata as he ended up taking the win. And we went on to Road Atlanta for round number 2. This one got underway at the front of the field. Great competition, hard fight day. Annunziata once again at the front of the field, and you dip a wheel there, kick out that Georgia red clay into your buddy's face.
Yeah, you always do that there. That turn, it's blind. And then you have your last turn, very scary, very fast. Always a heart and throat moment when someone makes a mistake in front of you there.
Tristan McKee getting off the line there, did a great job of saving it. Big, scary moment right there, too.
Exactly, but it was the brand new Toyota bodies taking the win with Annunziata grabbing a first win of the season for him, or second win, pardon me.
First two races in a row going to Thomas, as well as the points lead, and then it was on to a wet Sonoma Raceway just a weekend ago.
once again, you see Annunziata featuring right at the front, this time with Brent Cruz in front of him.
Pretty good sized crash right on the front straightaway, headed over to turn number 1. Taking a couple of cars out. These three guys here really fought hard. Cruz, Annunziata, and Tristan McKee. All young, all very fast, all looking to be champion. And Thomas Annunziata had problems. He went out, thought he was going to be able to get back in the car and maybe get a few points, but then the rain came and that pretty much, pardon the pun, washed out the finish of the race, and Thomas got nothing else out of it.
But it made a great points day for Rafa Matos and Tristan McKee, who are, again, both starting up front today.
And Brent Cruz at the top. Finally, it's been a bit of a frustrating start to the season for him. He's been very fast, just hasn't been able to put it all together till last weekend in TA2. All right, let's take a look at our track map here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We went for the ride with Andy Lally earlier. There's a look at that kink at turn 1. Then it's down to Mission Foods, turn number 2, the Andretti hairpin here.
This is where you're going to see people muscle out each other out of the way for those passes.
Got to get through 3 and 4. Good passing opportunities. You get to 5 at the Cube 3 Architecture, turn 5, up to 6, and that never-ending climb all the way up to the top of the hill here. Mission Foods turns 8 and 8A, the world-famous corkscrew. Drop 4 stories down to the bottom at 8A, and then set yourself up for rainy here at 9, which is very tricky.
Very tricky, off camber, bumpy, and very fast. And then your last passing opportunity right here in Summit Racing Equipment, turn 11, for the run down to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it's a really cool track, very different, really not like anything else in the country. I mean, if there's anywhere that's even remotely similar, it'd be maybe Lime Rock.
Exactly, except here, nowhere has a view like here. You can see from the fans, if you've never been here, not only is the corkscrew a famous corner, it is one of the best views in all of motorsport. You can see most of the track. On a clear day, you can even see the ocean. Just an absolutely beautiful venue to go racing in.
Yeah, it really is a lot of fun. It has a great vibe to it. Fans get super stoked for it. The racers get just as pumped. It is a wonderful place to experience. And a little bit of fog making its way back up to the top of the hill at the corkscrew. As you take a look at our starting lineup for our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race, Rafa Matos and Mike Skeen on that front row. Then it's Tristan McKee and Thomas Annunziata behind them. Sam Corey and last week's winner, Brent Cruz in 6. Brody Goebel, Barry Bowes, Julian DaCosta, and Adrian Vostovsky rounding out the top 10. Mia Lovell's been quick all weekend. She's going to start in 11th with Thomas Merrill alongside her. Michael LaPaglia, who used to be a Supercross motocross racer, called a bunch of his Supercross races.
Well, hopefully the car stays on the ground a little more than in those.
Yeah, if there's a whoop section, he's got it figured out. Don't worry about him. Taking a look back through the field, you see Boris Said Jr. back there in 18th, Jared Odrick back in 19th, and Tim Lynn in 20th. It's an impressive field as we take a look all the way back here to 30th place and J.C. Maynett. Here we go. Rafa Matos leading the field down to Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11, about to get this one underway. Cube 3 Architecture, TA2, live on Speed Sport 1, waiting for the green flag. Watching the starter. There we go. Green flag. We're racing at Laguna.
And really watch for Thomas Merrill on the start.
3 wide, headed to turn number 1. They finally get themselves spaced out 2 by 2.
Watch Merrill go around the outside. He did this before in 2019. He started last and won the race by passing a ton of cars on the outside.
Oh, he
went around.
He was 3 wide going through Mission Foods turn number 2. 3 wide again. You see McKee in there. Skeen gets shuffled back 4 spots or so. Matos is out front, then it's McKee, then it's Annunziata, and the battle is now headed over to turn number 5.
And we saw this before with Mike Skeen at Sebring. This Guthrie's car seems to take a few laps to build tire temperature. They seem to struggle with heating more than some of the others, so he has to struggle for these first couple laps before he comes on strong a little bit later.
I looked like there might have been a damaged hood on Mia Lovell's car. thought I saw a glimpse of her go by just to the right there.
And 3 wide again down the back straightaway.
Headed up the Rahal straightaway. See if we get a look at, oh, we're not going to see Mia's car there. Oh, and the 28 is around.
That's JC Maynard, I believe.
Yep, sure is, out of Woodland Hills, California, and he's sitting on the way up to turn number 6. And if he doesn't get that thing moving pretty soon, that's going to bring out a safety car in a yellow.
He did get started, so I think he'll get it moving in time. Rafa really jumping out to a lead for Matos there.
Here comes Mia's car. Just can't get a good look at it.
And now we can see Skeen beginning to apply some pressure to Nunziata. Now that those tires have come up to temp.
I did get a look at Mia's car. She went by us here in our broadcast position, and yeah, there is damage to the hood of her car, number 40. And I'm not sure who she got together with, the driver out of Phoenix, Arizona, and the Nitro Motorsports Toyota Camry. And that crew has done an amazing job of getting the cars together for Mia. I thought he was struggling to get that car rolling. He fired it up, as you mentioned, Josh, but he just couldn't seem to get it in gear to roll.
That's a shame, but that means we get to pack this field up once again. We saw that start was pretty spicy here. Though probably not what Mike Skeen wanted to see. It looked like his car had just come up to temp and started running. He just started pressuring Nunziata right when we went to yellow.
See what happened to the 28. Oh, there it is.
Oh, does he get the bridge too? Yes,
oh, yeah, he did. That's an odd spot. Oh, yeah, a spinner up the top of 6, too. That's an odd spot for contact in an incident like that, but they were so tight, and everybody's fighting to get down to the bottom to get into 6.
Yeah, you're trying to get in line there because that kink in 6 is so one line that you really try to be single file there, and that's just what happens when you don't quite get in single file and get that wrong. Something else we do want to see right now, if you pay attention, the top 3 are also 3 different chassis. You have a Howe, a Mike Cope chassis, and then an SLR.
Scott Legacy Racing, the SLR chassis. All right, we will be right back. After they get the 28 out of the way, we'll be back to green here on Speed Sport 1 from Laguna Seca.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
good is this? Look at this view from Lotus.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Field is rolling behind our Janetta safety car here at Laguna Seca as we are still clearing up the incident at the entrance to turn number 6. A couple of cars have visited pit lane. We're getting a report that Mia Lovell has taken the 40 back to the paddock. That hood getting pushed up on her car. Not sure where the contact came on that opening lap. That's a shame because that was a brand new race car. The Nitro guys have worked very hard to get that car prepared and ready to go. In fact, they got it to Sonoma just in time to get it on the racetrack. They had one guy loaded up in a trailer. The first day he drove 36 hours to get it out as far as he could to Colorado, I guess, and then he made the rest of the drive the next day and delivered the car on time. And she kept that car good and clean through Sonoma. The team was very happy coming to Laguna that they didn't have any body work to do or any damage repair to fix, which unfortunately for some of our other TA2 and TA competitors, there was a lot of work to be done. But Mia's car was in great shape, and then something happened here, maybe over there in Mission Foods Turn 2 in that opening melee down there.
Yeah, there was a lot of people trying to make some time, and while a lot of people think that's over-aggressive, this track is a little difficult to pass. This field is very close. Those starts and restarts are the time to make something happen, so you can't blame people for pushing. That's when you have to make it happen.
Sometimes you're not the problem. You're just in the wrong place at the wrong time, right? I mean, there was a lot going on down there, and sometimes it has nothing to do with you. It's just you're in bad position. There you can see the damage to the nose of that Nitro Racing number 40. I mean, it looks like she's still sitting in the car, or is that just her helmet sitting there?
That looks like she's still in there. I'm trying to see if maybe they're trying to see how damaged the radiator is.
She's still there.
That's usually what stops you from going back out. The front is usually pretty sturdy as far as the chassis goes, but it punches the hole in that radiator. And yeah, until you fix that, you're not going anywhere because you don't want to overheat and hurt one of these engines.
It's like she took the steering wheel off now and is loosening the belts up a little bit. That's a shame. The young lady racer out of Phoenix, Arizona, 18 years of age. Yeah, it got center punched pretty good in the nose there, didn't it?
Yeah, that's a good sign of the whole field stacking up in front of you and just nowhere to go. Happens pretty often. You actually, some really important thing to learn that you can learn in this series is judging how aggressive to be on the start, because it's weirdly, you are more likely for that to happen if you're laying back and trying to be safe, because then the cars can build up more velocity. If you're right against that person in front of you, if they just slow down, you're already touching them. It doesn't tend to hit hard enough to punch through the rad. So learning that balance of how close to be and how aggressive you have to be to actually defend yourself is really important to learn. And she is a rookie in this series, and that's one of the things you see.
I mean,
as you can see, they're still working to get JC's car up on the hook there. Hitting that bridge is definitely not very fun, so probably doesn't roll too well. That's why you see him getting up on that rollback. And I think he's had the worst West Coast swing, poor guy. He got caught up in a melee as well at the straightaway at Sonoma.
Well, while they continue to get JC's car up on the rollback, we're going to take care of some more business, knock these commercial breaks out, and we will be right back to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. You're watching it all live on Speed Sport 1.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we're back here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca. We're going to throw it down to Ben Sissel, who's in the garage with Mia Lovell, to see what happened with her incident.
Spoke just a couple of minutes ago, and it's now a totally different situation. I saw you come down the corkscrew pretty bent up. What happened out there?
Yeah, on the initial start, I was up on the wheel ready to go, and when the green flag dropped, I was on the hammer, but the car in front of me didn't get a good launch, or maybe wasn't ready, and just ran into the back of them. So it pushed our radiator in, and we're done for the day.
Done for the day. That stinks me. I'm so sorry about that. You can see here Joe and the team, they're trying to make everything work, but you can see the air cleaner out here and the radiator's pushed in, so nothing they can do. They're basically just packing it up, getting it ready to go back on the truck. I see that they're coming down to you guys. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth right now.
Yeah, and that's a shame too, Ben, because they're scheduled to go test at Portland this week. So they were headed straight there from here, and now it looks like they're going to go get a little work done before they get up to the Pacific Northwest.
The nice thing is the radiators in these are pretty quick to swap out, so they should have that ready to go testing and get some laps done for her to prepare for the next West Coast round.
Yeah. Might have spun the tires up a little bit, the car in front of her.
Or another thing happens a lot too. Remember, not many racing cars have age patterns anymore. Misshift really can cause that really quickly.
Yeah. Easy to do.
It's very easy to do, despite the fact that these gearboxes are absolutely incredible. They're amazing. But new drivers coming to the start, sometimes their first time or first time out here, really easy to miss that shift, make a mistake, and that's what happens. Someone gets into the back of you and pushes your radiator in. It looks like I saw JC Maynard's car being towed in here out of our window, so hopefully we should be going green the next lap or so.
Spotted some damage on the HendrickCars.com entry of Boris said Jr. on the right front, so he must have had some body contact somewhere. I did want to ask you, Josh, we heard Ben talking to some of the drivers before the start of the race, and Thomas Annunziata had mentioned to him how he actually kind of floats down through the corkscrew. I'm trying to remember the exact term that he used. Slides down, if you will. It's a little bit of a different line. Is that one you would encourage?
See, I really like to get it pretty parked there and aimed, and then you can't even see it. I jump down the corkscrew. You kind of come over the little hump, and then when it lands, you get all this grip from the force of gravity, the car being pushed into that track, and you can really get on the power. It's kind of a more brutal corner than what people think. People imagine that plunge feels like you're falling off the building, but it really doesn't. You just kind of get it aimed straight. LaPaglia probably will feel really good in it. It's kind of like a motocross corner.
Yeah.
You come up over the hump, and then when it lands, you have all that grip to get on the pipe, and then you have to hustle it over to really get it set up for a rainy.
Well, I've been around it on a Ducati World Superbike weekend here, and I can tell you on a motorcycle, when you tilt it into the left, just as you're about to go back to the right is right where you're cresting over the hill, and you feel your stomach definitely go as you go from the left to the right, trying to get to the bottom at 8A.
Yeah, for us, you get that little break of straight hands for a beat,
Yeah.
and that's when it lands.
Ain't nothing straight on there on a motorcycle, I can promise you that. All right, here comes Rafa leading them down into turn 11. The Summit Racing Equipment, turn 11. The Ginetta safety car is off course. We are ready to go back to green. keeping an eye on a starter across from us here in our broadcast position. And we're back to green here on Speed Sport 1.
And it already looks like Skeen is taking a peek under Annunziata. Can
See
he
if
get
anybody
there?
tries to make a bold move down here in turn number 2. Mission Foods turn 2. A little too wide racing, a little deeper in the fields that Cruz. Trying to make something happen on the outside in a fight for 4th.
That's Cruz to the inside of Corey. Great view from Witowski right here of that front battle. You can see him up ahead, a few cars side by side.
See Tristan McKee just ahead.
And it looks like Corey got pushed off to the left. So may give Witowski a run. Corey losing 2 or 3 spots from that.
Sam Corey is in that black number 70 just in front here as we are on board with Adrian Vostovsky.
Really got to fight to put the power down because you're driving uphill, so any acceleration you can get helps. It is a steep hill. Try biking up it.
Yeah, and here's where everybody tries to get to the bottom at 6. Oh, somebody dipping a wheel off here on the far right as they head up Rahal. Oh, and it gets narrow up there in a hurry, and that's the 20.
That does look like the 20.
That would be Seamus McKendry.
And he's back running and rejoining, so he should be able to stay green.
So McKendry will tag the tail end of the field.
Battle for second. Skeen going around the outside of Annunziata, trying to cross over and get a better run out of the corner. It looks like he gets there. Annunziata kind of chopping the nose there.
Yeah, boy, Thomas used up all the racetrack on the far right. Skeen now comes to the outside as we head to 2.
And you can definitely make a pass around the outside of 2 because you can hold them way inside and it sets you up for 3. Not quite able to do it this time, but he's putting a lot of pressure on him.
He sure is.
And
now he's going to dive inside, headed to 3. They're side by side right at the apex of the corner. Looked like a little contact there, and Skeen's going to come out with a position. Then Tristan McKee is going to slide by as well and slot Annunziata back 2 positions just in front of the 10, which is Cruz.
And that's what's going to happen when you race with these veterans. If you chop one of their nose off, which Thomas kind of did a little bit as a really aggressive defense, you're going to make that guy behind you not happy. He's not going to be afraid to push you wide in the corner.
Now back up the Rahal straight. On board with Barry Bowes here.
Barry Bowes, your current, I believe your current Pro-Am leader. Really challenging out here with against all these professionals. Works really hard at his craft.
On board, headed to the corkscrew. You can see how blind it is, and there goes the world falling away as you drop downhill 4 stories to the bottom and then sweep through Rainey.
Rainey cars on a delicate edge. There he goes full power. In this corner, a lot of compression too. Very physical corner. A lot of G from that compression.
Yeah, turn 10, very much so. Now you get hard on the brakes down here. Summon Race Equipment, turn number 11. Get ready for the little dip right there at the center at the apex.
And
let
that corner,
baby eat all the way to the outside, and you're hard on that throttle.
And that corner takes so much patience. It's so much slower than it looks, and it already looks very slow. You just have to go even slower than that. Really have to park the car to get that good exit. Down to
Here's that double apexer at Mission Foods, turn number 2, the Andretti hairpin.
Maybe a touch patient on exit, and maybe next time we'll get a little bit better of a run. There you go, floated nice speed through there.
So easy to get that corner wrong and get on the gas too soon.
Exactly. It's both of these really easy to come off that inside curve too soon. You really have to wrap both of them around.
And as we heard from Andy Lally when he gave the lap around in the pace car, when you get offline there at 4 coming to the outside, you can dip a wheel off there very easily on the outside at 4, and that can cause all kinds of problems. Just the same thing here at 6.
Yeah, everyone this weekend is really thankful for the extra curbing. I remember when we first raced here, the road ended where the curb was. You have a lot more room to play in that turn 6 and even turn 5 than you used to.
As you can see, there's really nowhere where you're straight on this racetrack. You're always fighting to get back to the other side to get ready for the next corner in the opposite direction.
Exactly. It makes it really, really physical. And we can see here Annunziata trying to make his little comeback charge on Tristan McKee.
Watching McKee in the 128, the Gamebridge car. Tristan McKee out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, that Spire Gamebridge. Scott Lagasse Racing M1 Chevrolet Camaro.
And if I recall, he's working really hard with Chevrolet. I think part of that whole Josh Wise, Scott Speed program to bring up these young Chevy drivers. Doing a good job in the Cars Tour late models and Pro late models, too. Really getting that rounded stock car experience. You'll probably be seeing him doing battle on Sunday in the Cup Series one of these days.
Well, if you want to be the fountain of racing greatness as far as drinking out of it, being in Kannapolis, North Carolina, is a pretty good spot to be from, right?
Yeah, I think there's a pretty good driver there who drove a black car at number 3 right from Kannapolis, just like him. Though he is coming under some pressure from Annunziata right now. Wow, Brent Cruz looks like he might be struggling a little bit with the rear tires on his car. He's come really wide out of Rainey, out of the corner of their screen. And Annunziata, his goal has got to be to get power down so we can get behind and get to this fender of Tristan McKee.
Thomas Annunziata right there in the 90, right behind McKee. Thomas a couple of years older than Tristan, and then you got Brent Cruz right behind them in the 10. And you talk about McKee being racing on Sundays. These might be the two guys he has to battle with to get on the podium on Sundays.
I think so, as long as, and as well as Trans Am alumni Connor Zilic. I think this young crop is one you're really going to be seeing in those stock cars for a long time. Brent Cruz having a heck of a time running not only here, but in ARCA. And here we go, on board with Witowski again, kind of having some clear air, which is a nice moment here. Get a moment to kind of save your tire while keep up the lap time, maybe hope for a yellow to pack you back up. Everyone's doing their fastest lap right now, so we're kind of getting to that time where the cars feel at their best.
Yeah, my tires should be good for sure by now. I should have burned off a little bit of fuel, and I found my rhythm as a driver, right?
Exactly. Plus, field's strung out a little bit. Some of you have more clear air. You're in your rhythm. You're hitting your marks. Kind of saving a little bit of tire from case if you have that clear air and you're not in an imminent battle, trying to be really efficient with those lap times.
Saw Kelly go through there in the number 80. That car is currently running in 12th. Kyle Kelly out of Huntington Beach, California, the UPR.com PKK Motorsports Ford Mustang. There's a good look at the 27 of Bose.
And a 17 around in the corkscrew.
Yep. That's Tim Lynn out of Kentfield, California. That Roof Options Ford Mustang, painted up in a Ken Block style livery. John Schweitzer goes by out of Fife, Washington in the 00. Oh, he just lost it on his own. It's like he was on the gas a little too soon.
Yeah, either that or might see is that last downshift to first can sometimes get some wheel hop and get some of that action going.
Yeah, sure can. You're right about that. Under the new Tire Rack sponsored bridge here at Laguna Seca, that announcement being made earlier this week. First pictures popping up on the internet of that new bridge. There goes the 27. Again, that's Bose out of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Your first Pro-Am car, and Brody Goebel right now is also your first Western car. He had a great run at Sonoma, kind of flew under the radar. He started dead last and finished 9th. And for those of you tuned in, we didn't get many green flag laps, so to pass that many people on starts and restarts is a really good run.
Yeah, he's out of Surrey, BC, Canada, in that Brown Brothers Ford Lincoln Ford Mustang.
It looks like LaPaglia. I saw the corner of my eye in a pretty pitched battle with Carroll there.
Oh, on the pit lane is the 98 machine. Stein Frederick out of Norway having some issues in his Team Trisel.com Chevy Camaro. It's like something amiss in the engine.
And in case
here's those young 3 drivers again as we jump on board with Vostovsky for a minute. And Adrian's running in about 7th. I wanted you to talk to us a little bit about these top 3 young guys that we're watching, McKee and Annunziata and Brent Cruz. What do you like about each one of them, talent-wise, that you've seen as a driver coach that really makes you think that's why this kid stands out?
So Brent Cruz I can go to immediately because I got to race a lot door-to-door with him in one long race last year in this series. And you can see his dirt car experience come out. he and I were the only ones as we're looking around for alternative lines as the track changed and the track degraded, and he's very good at that. He even has a golden driller from the Tulsa shootout, so really not playing there. That skill really serves him well. Also incredibly mature for his young age. Tristan, what I see a lot of out of him is his oval ability and starting to come, his road course ability starting to come. You see Tristan in those Pro late model Cars Tour cars and the full Cars Tour series really running well, especially at the age of 14. Something that if you look at NASCAR racing analytics, what they found is that the younger you are when you start establishing your results, the better, the higher end your total ability is. So he power is.
Great move by there. Tom talking as we have another one off into the dirt here.
And there must be something wrong. That looks like a broken axle,
Yeah.
maybe one-wheel drive.
Yeah, that's the 20 having issues there. That's McKendry again. And that might bring out a safety car where he's positioned, but we saw Sheehan earlier spinning over there at the corkscrew. Now, is that the Guthrie car now having problems?
That is, yes, that is the
39, sure is.
39 having some problems.
That's a cardio out of Livermore, California, over in the Bay Area. Anyway, I was going to say he stayed off the brake and let that car roll down and out of the way. He just steered it so it went off-track drivers left and kept the lane open for everybody coming into the corner, which is huge because it's so blind there they wouldn't have seen it.
Exactly, and it lets him have a great eye on the corner worker, so when the corner worker says he's good to go, he's good to go. And here we can see Seamus looks like losing it a little bit under braking for the kink. Got it sideways.
And off into the dirt at 6.
Just getting the photographer a little dirty out there. It looks like he's got it underway.
And on up the Rahal Straight.
But it looks like we still went under full course. There might be something else out there.
Well, it might just be the fact that there was 3 incidents all pretty quick. They want to check track, make sure the surface is all right. We don't have any fluids laying around anywhere.
But that's great for us. That's going to pack this field back up, make this show a little bit more of a fight down to that Andretti hairpin, that Mission Foods hairpin. Oh, and we see all the gravel pulling out. So here's something we have to teach new drivers when they come to the series. You want to make sure to give that car a shake before we get all that gravel on the course.
Well, while they pull out the full course caution, we're going to go ahead and take care of some more business and take a break here. But Speed Sport 1 will be right back to Laguna. You won't miss a lap of green flag racing here on Speed Sport 1.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
The drone is flying high above here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, and down on the track surface on the pit lane is our Ben Sissel.
Yeah, I'm with Laura Hull, owner of Silver Hair Racing. But this weekend with the Kentucky Derby, I want to brag on my friend Laura Hull, who is a world champion, quarter horse shows. You compete with horses all over the place, and when you find time, you come out to the racetrack. But how is Rafa doing out there?
I'm telling you right now, if Rafa was running the Kentucky Derby, I'd be betting on him today. Can't be more proud of the whole entire Silver Hair Racing team. Thanks to American Concord Flag Pole Company for helping us support Rafa. We're just going to hope for the best, as we always do, and hopefully we'll get that checkered this time.
Nice. Well, obviously, Laura Hull, Maurice Hull, they know how to win, so nice job out there. She's out here watching this. So that's really cool. We've got TRB here, but I'm going to try to come down and talk to the LaPaglias because they're out there with Michael from LaPaglia Racing, last year's champion. They're watching him go up the hill. I'll wait till it gets a little bit quiet, but what's Michael saying on the radio? How's it going out there?
Everything's going good. Up and down a couple spots, but yeah, he's happy. He's a little soft on the brakes, but he thinks we just overheated the tires a little bit, so this will help cool things down.
Love it. We're getting some good information down here. I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
You know, it's funny, they were talking about the Kentucky Derby, which is later on this afternoon in Churchill Downs. They said this year, for the first time ever, every horse competing in this year's Kentucky Derby is a descendant of Secretariat.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? That's crazy.
Did not know that, though. I'm feeling underdressed now, like I should have had a derby.
But you didn't have your big hat on or a mint julep.
So we're going to start seeing some tire warming because we should be getting ready to come back to green. Should renew this fight up front, especially. We saw some fireworks last time Skeen and Montos started next to each other. Maybe we'll see some fireworks again.
Watching Adrian Vostovsky at work, you can see inside the cockpit on the left side of the screen. And you can see all the data just in front of you.
There we go. So getting some tire warming now. Trying to clean those tires off, get all that stuff off. Because we did see out of the 20 cars, so some of that gravel being scattered around the track. If you pick that up, it does degrade the grip of these tires. So you're going to see some extra scrubbing because of that.
Yeah, and it can wreak havoc for those behind you as you scatter it all around circuit, right?
Exactly. Now, once we do come down for this restart, really pay attention to Rafa, because remember, there's a restart zone here. You can see the cones on the wall. They define the restart zone. Rafa gets to jump anywhere inside those cones, and that's what causes the green flag to come out. So he's going to be looking in his mirror and trying to subtly play with the speed to give himself an advantage.
Let's see what he does here. There he goes. Green is waving, and we are underway, and he got about a car length, maybe half a car length of the gap.
Yep, that means he did his job. That's all you need. That's enough to defend yourself in the turn two.
And you can see the nice entry he takes into Mission Foods turn number 2, and look at the battle between Annunziata and Cruz right below our drone. Thomas is going to fight off Brent for now as they close up on the backside of Tristan.
And you can see Brent's pulling him out of position just a little bit. Got him to even defend into 3. If you can start pulling the guy in front of you out of position, you can slowly make that thing work. Though I do think Cruz has been struggling with balance this weekend.
Yeah, he's dropped back away from Thomas pretty quickly, but I will tell you our drone pilot got maybe the best start of them all. He was right on him.
That thing really responds. Those electric motors sometimes come off a little quick.
Yeah, he got up to speed in a hurry. There goes Skeen out of Charlotte, North Carolina. That Guthrie's Garage Chevy Camaro up the hill.
It looks like we may have a look around 6th. I saw 2 people poking side by side. Here we
go.
go. Is it
That's
Vostovsky?
Vostovsky on the inside. Top of the corkscrew, and he's still to the outside as he gets to the inside now, going to Rainey, and he's going to have to fall back behind.
Really tough place to pull off a pass without pulling off of Zanardi and skipping the whole corkscrew.
Skeen, McKendry, Annunziata, Cruz, all chasing Rafa right now.
Here we go again, on board with Barry Bowes, our Pro-Am leader. Right in front of him, Sam Corey is also struggling since he was shuffled off earlier. See, really trying to put that power down. Sam Corey seems to be struggling with that power down, seeing the sides of his car a lot more than one would want to see.
Yeah. The 90 has made its way back out. Or I guess it wasn't the 90, the 98, I should say. Steinacre.
So while riding on board too, I've lost it. While you're riding on board next time, make sure you really pay attention to the shifter. Really neat. These aren't your street car H patterns. You have to be really forceful with it. Next time you go on board, we'll point that out.
You're going to be working through that gearbox right here, down through the gears, getting ready for the turn in, then quickly back up through them as you head into one of the faster sections of the track here.
And now you can see Annunziata's gotten far enough away from Cruz that he's able to shake him off and focus fully on putting pressure on the Tristan McKee. And we knew he was suffering in the dirty air at Sonoma, and this track isn't much better for that. Lots of fast corners together. Makes it really difficult to follow in these cars sometimes. Looks like Annunziata did get a decent exit, though, so should be fairly close to McKee when we get down to that Mission Foods turn 2.
And McKee in that 128 Tristan, that's one of those Scott Legacy Racing entries. You know, quite a few current NASCAR drivers have raced for Team SLR over the years. Sam Mayer, who's in Xfinity, Connor Mosak in the trucks, Carson Quapple in Xfinity, William Sawalich, who's in Xfinity, Sammy Smith in Xfinity, and Jack Wood in trucks all came through the SLR organization.
Exactly. You see a lot of these guys, that's where they start. They come out here, they learn how to turn right here in TA2. Really fascinating. I do think Annunziata's got a little more pace than McKee right now. Just really hard to find enough clear air to build that run. Remember, all these cars, it is a spec engine, so no one has a big horsepower advantage than each other. There's a few little differences. There's a couple engine suppliers, so you can play with a couple of little things. Believe it or not, like alternators are a big game, but motors should make about the same amount of power. Here we are on board Barry again.
A little over 500 horsepower.
Yeah, a little over 500 horsepower. That's where those engine suppliers make their little bit of differences. Is really cutting drag, finding lighter pulleys, making the alternator work more efficient, stuff like that, that the engine suppliers are allowed to play with a little bit. Makes it a competition amongst them too. And Annunziata's really got him under pressure, but just needs Tristan to make a mistake. Looks like maybe McKee has a touch more understeer. And Annunziata only seems to be getting issues when he's in that dirty air. When he falls back a little bit, he can get right to the back of McKee, but he can't quite stay there, especially through the fast stuff.
So Tristan in one of the Scott Legacy Racing machines, and then Annunziata in one of the many Nitro Motorsports Toyota Camrys to enter the competition this weekend. They bring an arsenal with them, don't they?
They do. They bring a lot of cars. They can really share a lot of data, go on a lot of different setup paths, which is really important when you have limited practice. And right there, I see one little difference in that Annunziata is willing to use a little more road, especially in 6 and coming up down into the corkscrew, using a little more road course experience coming from MX-5 and karts, where McKee comes from more of a traditional oval background.
He's certainly filling up the mirrors. Just hasn't been able to find a way around. Camaro in front of the Camry.
And it's so hard to do. Oh, okay, both lit up the tires there. Another thing you can see too is you can see the nose of the Nitro car is a little higher going down the straightaway than the Chevy of Tristan McKee. And that nose being a little higher, it's a setup choice. It makes the car put power down better, but it costs you straight speed. And you can see, even if he gets a little better run out of the last corner, McKee's just scooching away. It's not horsepower, it's how sealed they have that nose to the ground. It's a big drag.
If they have a drag race to the checker, that's going to be advantage to Tristan.
Exactly, and it's a setup choice you can make to make these cars be able to pass. Now we're on board with Tom Sheehan. Did a great job there when he had his little spin and corkscrew, but great job rolling out of the way and keeping us green. Fighting for his recovery drive here. In fact, that was a guy who was probably really happy to get that yellow because he just had that spin. Now he's back in the fight again.
I'm hoping Tom Sheehan doesn't follow the track map at the top of the screen there that comes with the onboard service there, but that was Sonoma Raceway, not Laguna. There's a few more corners over there than here.
It's NorCal. Figured out it's the same deal, right? We're all in Northern California. Everyone plunging down through that corkscrew.
Lone challenger in the series this weekend, Victor Zapla out of Agora Hills, California, the Cool Box Dodge Challenger right there.
It is a cool body looking.
Oh, yeah.
Got to give it that. Cool car for the cool box.
Makes for a great looking race car. Mission Foods, turn 2. Good look from the drone of the different lines through the corner, the double apex.
Everyone's fighting to put that power down.
Including Tim Lynn right there in the number 17.
And Sheehan's working his way on that car. Ooh, big moment there. A little aggressive with the throttle, kick that rear end out. He's trying to stay close, get close enough to make a move under braking with that car in front of him. As you can see, our drone's fast, but not quite TA2 fast.
No, that's pretty quick to be a TA2 level.
That's Clay Covery right in front of Sheehan, coming under a little bit of pressure. Sheehan using all that road, really trying to fill up those mirrors.
Yeah, you talk about this racetrack and the design. It wasn't planned out. It was pretty much they came out here with a bulldozer and just started moving things out of the way. And when they got to the top of the hill, they had run out of room. And it's like, well, where do we go now? And somebody said, well, let's just turn left here and go down the hill. And that's what they did, and that's how they came up with the corkscrew. Went down the hill to the left, to the right, and continued on their way. And it wasn't until after the track was actually done, when they drew up the plans finally, that's when they finally had the track actually drawn out. But it was already laid out by then.
All the best tracks are like that. VIR is like that too, from what I'm told. You can see Sheehan really putting putting pressure here on Clay.
He has really stepped up the attack, hasn't he?
Really working on it. Let's see if he can make a run at it here. Plays a little offline, so there's a chance. Get a little bit of a toe. Don't pull out of it yet. Try to stay in there. Don't pull out yet. Now you can pop out.
There
you go.
Great, and timed that perfectly, didn't he?
Exactly. You need every second that toe to get close enough. Great job waiting until he popped the brake. Pop out, take the position, focus, and let's go get that next car.
That's veteran experience right there. And you can see him working that shift like you're talking about. You know, you really got to pull it and push it, don't you?
You really have to yank it. And what the veteran guys do is you preload it. So if you're going to go from third to fourth, you'll reach over for a second or so early, put some pressure against it, pulling back as if you're going to fourth, and then when you crack the throttle just a tiny little bit, only like 10% or so, it'll fall back into fourth super fast.
Here's a look at that pass again. Watch how he waited, and then he went for it, and the door was open. The air helped him out, and away he went.
And exactly what you need to do. Park it on that apex because the guy can't drive through you. You're there, so then you get a nice, good exit, and then you put your head down and run away and get the next car. And I think out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone off in two. Just barely rejoined. It's right in front of this battle. It looks like
see it.
It looks like Sheehan is charging on the only charger we have out here.
Tom Sheehan out of Bow, New Hampshire, that Vixen Cycle Company LTK Cope Ford Mustang. The Mike Cope Racing Stables. I guess the Mustang should be out of a stable, right?
Exactly, and they run right next to Cope. They're kind of like a little satellite team. I know Cope's driver coach is Thomas Merrill. He goes over there. Oh, and Sheehan dips some wheels off to the outside of 6. That's a really scary thing to do.
Lynn getting around Sheehan there.
Yeah, Sheehan gave himself a good scare at 6, and that's what happens when you have to lift to try to keep it on the road. Really can sacrifice a spot real easy.
And that's too bad because Sheehan had worked so hard to get that position, and then one little mistake, you give it up.
Yeah, one mistake in a crucial spot. Really easy to do. Turn 6 seems so easy, especially on a track map. But there's a big elevation change right at the apex that really upsets the car, and it can make you run out of room really quick.
You know, turn 6, it's funny, you come to this racetrack, everybody loves the corkscrew. Even if you can't figure out how to drive it right, and I don't know if you ever do, everybody loves the challenge of the corkscrew. But you will find many drivers who absolutely detest turn 6.
See, I love it. I actually don't like that we added pavement. I liked it when it was even narrower. I want it to be scary. Yeah. Make it mean, make it scary.
It's very, very intimidating because you are going very fast up the hill, and of course that inside apex is blind, and you just got to turn it in and hope you're in the right spot and then run it out there, and boy, if you go too far out, hello Salinas, here you come.
And what's even hairier, in traffic, not only is there aero turbulence because you're behind somebody, you can't see that corner at all when you're behind somebody. You're kind of driving by braille and hoping that they brake at about the right spot because you can't see that corner at all when you're behind someone.
I remember when the 500cc Grand Prix World Championship was coming here for a few years in a row. In the late 80s, Wayne Gardner, the great Australian champion, just hated that corner. Could never get comfortable there.
It's scary in a car. Can't imagine on a 500cc two-stroke bike. And here we go. Grobel is falling a little bit into the clutches of DaCosta. So Brody Grobel kind of competing for the West Coast, not competing for the national championship, so he has some room to play. Oh.
Lynn off through the dirt, taking the Alex Zanardi line.
Exactly. Not quite what you want to do with these cars. Doesn't treat the underfry too well. Back on board with our Pro-Am leader, Barry Bowes. Another one of those guys out of that SLR stable. Let's see, let's ride him with turn 6. So we're talking about it, using all that road and no more. Good job getting it back over to the left like you need to. Straddling those curves for the braking zone. Down through the gears.
And all those spots where you see that green paint, that's where they've kind of added, as you were talking about, little extra pavement out there to give you a little bit more to play with.
Yeah, it's been a trend in racetracks. Each time we repave a place, we seem to not only add more curbing, but we add an extra 2 or 3 feet on the outside of the curbing, which us as racing drivers is just more racetrack. It's not curbing for us. We're going to use every bit of it you give us.
Yeah, and there's a lot of it right there at 11. Oh, is that big problem?
It's right here in front of us.
Just before the entrance to 1 there.
It looks like Sam Corey. We can see him out of the booth right here. And he's pulled over in a bit of a precarious spot.
Yep, that's the 70. We got a yellow out.
He is
Sam
fully...
Corey out of Cornelius, North Carolina, one of those Nitro Motorsports Camrys.
He is fully offline, but I don't think there's a good place to get him out of that car. So
no, I don't think so either.
If I'm anyone else, I'm extra pushing for a couple laps because we probably have a yellow coming.
Yeah.
So
looks like the Challenger's got some bodywork damage.
Yeah, when that 17 came by him in the corkscrew, it just barely clipped that front bodywork with that pass through. Well, I would say pass through the grass, the Zanardi one, but no more grass, just pavement up there. There we go.
There's Corey.
Get better angle, you can see. I'm not sure if they can get to him from that end of the wall and pull him forward. They may be able to stay green. I hope so. There's about 15 laps remaining here.
We haven't seen Matos. Oh, is that McKee?
That's what I was thinking. That
sure looked like it. Tristan McKee slowing. Yeah.
Yep.
He's dropping.
Definitely McKee.
What a shame. Youngster's been doing a great job all day today. In podium position.
And an extra shame because he was here. This is his full season focus. He skipped a Cars Tour late model race to be here to grab some points today, and not going to pay off.
Let's see what happened to. Oh, he got with the Nunziata at the corkscrew. They got together. Nunziata and Cruz go by. And boy, everybody, that's what we were talking about, where Sheehan allowed the car to roll back.
Yeah, Sheehan did that veteran move, line the car roll back. It looks like McKee's back on track.
He's rolling here, heading toward pit out.
Points to maybe a puncture when he and Annunziata got together. I wish we had a different view. I don't want to cast blame on either of them from that view. But this is what happens when you have some hard chargers battling for podium positions. Sometimes you make some contact. Though this full course yellow will help some of the bleeding. And Barry Bowes.
Barry Bowes, yeah.
Never good when they're pulling the hood up on these things.
Axio Data, Scott Legacy Racing M1 Chevrolet Camaro.
I would expect this to be a quick yellow because I think they're just there to pick up that 70. So who does that promote to the Pro-Am leader with Barry Bowes? Does that put Audric to the lead? I think it does for a Pro-Am. And that also makes the Pro-Am a great battle because now the new 1 and 2 for Pro-Am, Jared Audric and Victor Sapla, are next to each other on track. So we should have a good little battle for the Pro-Am win too now. The other question, and we will see in a moment as they get ready to come by our booth, I want to see the right front corner of Annunziata's car. If it damaged Tristan McKee's car, there's a good chance he has damage himself.
Yeah, and he's in a podium position. And he was looking to make up points from last week.
Exactly, so until we see it, there we go, good view of him. Actually, it looks reasonably good condition, maybe just a few scratches.
Of course, the Nunziata, as we showed you earlier, won the first 2 races of the season, left round 2 at Road Atlanta, headed to the West Coast with a good points lead, and then he gets to Sonoma, and it turns upside down on him as he suffers a mechanical issue there and had a rough points day.
And I have it officially here that Barry Bowes is retired, a suspension problem it looks like. So that's a shame for who was our Pro-Am leader, now going to make that Pro-Am series a fight. So here we go, a little reprieve in the action here. Everyone's going to reset, and we're going to get a bit of a sprint for the finish.
Well, this is the closest they've gotten to Matos since this thing went to the initial green, because he has just checked out on the field, hasn't he?
He really has. Silver Hair guys definitely showed up with a great setup for Laguna, kind of taking revenge on their Sonoma. And they had a championship weekend in Sonoma. And what I mean by that is they definitely didn't have the fastest car. They weren't the fastest, but they maximized their bad day, and their bad day was still a podium. So it's really hard to overcome that debt if you have a bad day that's a last or something that Annunziata had where you have a mechanical failure. So this is shaping up to be a big championship West Coast swing for Matos.
Yeah, the biggest hiccup he's had this year was round 1, where he got put into the tires at Sunset after getting together with Skeen early on in the race. Let's go check in with Ben. What's going on down on pit road, Ben?
But tell us what happened out there.
Yeah, so I got notified that there was an incident on the far side of the carousel. As I was coming up, then they told me it was clear, so I went for it. And I guess maybe a little more happened right over crest of the top. Unfortunately, my teammate's car was sideways right in front of me, and I went for the gravel to go around the front of him. He went for the gravel to try and get out of the way of the other cars, and we found each other. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is. My throttle got stuck wide open, and so I shut it down, and I was able to get the throttle going again and get it off the track and get out of the way, so we didn't have to have a full course caution for me, but it ends my day.
That stinks. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, he was just sideways at your blind spot of the corkscrew, and you don't know it until you've gone over it that there's about a 2-second gap where you can't see in front of you.
Exactly, yeah. I saw Tristan about half a second before I hit him, and like I said, there was enough room for me to go through the gravel. Unfortunately, he wanted to get out of the way of cars like me, also went for the gravel at the same time, and yeah, that was it.
I'm sorry, man. Well, the Osseo Data car coming in looking sad, and 2 teammates, Tristan McKee and Barry Bowes, but Barry had nowhere to go. That's just that's how it ends up sometimes in road racing. Back up to you, gentlemen.
Oh, that's a shame. This is what he's talking about here.
Oh.
And that's where he got him.
Yep, a little bit of a learning moment there for Tristan. You really want to keep that car frozen and still until you have it running and going. Again, kind of new to road racing for him. Big oval background where when it's a yellow, everything's frozen. So a little bit of a learning moment. Really fast driver. Keep developing and learning. Unfortunately, that'll hurt his points day and hurt his teammate too.
Well, I mean, it's a natural reaction, right? You know it's blind. You know they're all coming. You're trying to get out of the way. And sometimes it's better to just, like you said, stay there instead of rolling into the way.
But here we go. We'll see if Rafa can make another restart.
Had a great restart the last time. Got him by a car length and a half as they got to the flag stand. Let's see what he can do this time. He's on the gas a little bit earlier this time. Green is out. And he's got another good start.
He did, though. I think Skeen held on a tiny bit better this time. We'll see if it's enough.
Skeen is right there.
Skeen gets to him. Skeen gave him the
Annunziata
bumper.
on the inside gets into Skeen. Skeen actually closes up on Matos. They touch.
They're giving
again as they get to 3, more contact.
And I think we're going to see more bumpers. We get into 4. Skeen gets under him.
Matos tries to take the line away. Matos holding that inside, but Skeen's going to have a good run to the outside of 4 here, and the drag race is on to 5.
And who's Annunziata going to push? Or is he going to try to take it 3
himself.
wide?
3 wide.
Oh, that's going to end bad.
Into Skeen and takes Matos with him. Into the gravel goes Skeen. Big belch of flame as that one tries to fire back up. And guess what? Brent Cruz, new leader here at Laguna. And is that Annunziata going off? Yep. Thomas off into the gravel at the top of 6. Boy, that went from bad to worse in a hurry.
It did. Thomas, I mean, we did see his little, you saw his little preview at the race last time. He said he's a bit of a kamikaze, a bit aggressive, and we saw maybe a little too much of that come out. If I were him, I probably would have pushed Skeen by Matos and then tried to attack him later. Easy to say on this side of the wall, though, because sometimes you only have that one chance. These cars are hard to drive in dirty air.
Well, and if you're feeling like you got all the momentum and that door cracks open, right?
Yep. Sometimes you just got to set your foot in it. Really hard to judge it from this side, but definitely didn't pay off. 3 wide's really hard to do with these TA2 cars.
Especially at turn 5. There's just not that much room there. Here's a look at it again. Watch this. As you come out of 4, you see Skeen closing right up on Matos, and Thomas sees the door crack open, and then he knew all of a sudden, nope, not going to make it, and then it was too late.
Yeah, he knew just a beat too late, and that's just a little bit of experience, a little bit of youthful exuberance, because you have to remember, Skeen and Matos, they're no slouches. They're braking at the last second to try to pass each other. You're not going to be able to throw it in from that far back on them.
And the caution is out because Mike is planted literally right at the exit of the line at turn 5.
And
he's not driving out of there.
And that's unfortunately ending his terrible West Coast trip. This time, both times through no fault of his own, but especially today and while battling for the lead today. Sorry, Mike. You did a great job today, buddy.
He really was driving well. Had a good run going.
And again, believe it or not, sometimes Matos is amazing like this. Even though he got knocked off a bunch of spots, nobody in front of him's in the points. And we're going to go down to Ben Sissel with some more words from Annunziata here.
Now just remember, in Trans Am, you don't want to have to be changing tires, but they came in, I think with some contact, you can see down here in the bottom right front, with a puncture on these Pirelli P0s, and they're trying to check out the car, make sure that he's okay, because Thomas Annunziata, one of our points leaders, and you can see he came in obviously with a flat tire. They're talking to the drivers right now, and they're not sure if they can get him going. They're going to try to push start him. So he's going to try to do a bump start. And Josh Hurley, you can explain to everybody how we do this as I send it back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, they got it going, Josh. And we'll make sure he gets a new Speed Sport 1 sticker on there. Don't worry about that, Josh. I know you were concerned about that. We'll get that handled. We're coming back for more what has been an exciting race with the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Josh, did you get a chance to get out and around the Monterey Bay Peninsula while you were here?
Sadly, not this time, though. Usually I do. There's some amazing food places, beautiful area. If you haven't been to the aquarium, you got to check it out. Fisherman's Wharf. It's an incredible part of the country.
Yeah, I've had my beautiful daughter Olivia out here with me all week, and we came into town early and had a lot of fun getting around the area. Checked out the aquarium and 17-mile drive and all the different hot spots, Mission Ranch. A lot of good eats around here, too.
There's some incredible food, some incredible coffee. Had some this morning. One of my favorite coffee shops on my way in. Just an incredible place.
Well, I think we're going to have another lap or so because as we were halfway joking, Skeen really buried that thing. It's planted over there like one of the giant cypress trees on 17-mile drive. The roots in that car are deep in the soil right now.
Really unfortunate, and again, somehow this plays into Matos' hands. Maybe not for the race today, but the people closest to him in the points are now even further back from him than they were.
Well, Rafa's what, 5th?
Yeah, so this plays into his hands, and this actually also really helps our 4th and 5th place standers in the running. We have Costa, who's 4th in the points, and Lastowski's 5th in points, are now in podium position. So great day for them. Probably not as much of a threat towards Matos' championship, though. So great day for those three, but bad day for Annunziata.
And how about Cruz? Cruz struggled in the TA championship at the beginning of the year, going 0 for 2 there. Now in Q3 Architecture TA2, he might be a back-to-back winner. on the West Coast.
I think the key word there is might. We still have some racing to do, and we've noticed that Cruz is struggling for balance for some reason here this weekend.
Is Cruz's car maybe set up better for a longer run than a shorter run, do you think?
I don't even think that. He's just, every time I've looked at the car, it's coming out of the corners awkwardly. I haven't gotten a good chance to tell if it's understeery or oversteery, but all the corner exits have been awkward. He's been doing a great job adjusting it. I just feel like they missed the setup for him a little bit. And now, DaCosta, another young gun who has a chance to win today, we may see some fireworks just like we saw out of Annunziata. So Cruz is going to have a worrying restart.
When you say it comes out looking awkward, what exactly are you seeing? Is it the angle of the car? What is it?
Exactly. It's been a few times where the nose hasn't been pointed in the right direction. He's also having to use more track than you want to. If you watch, especially in rainy curve, you'll see he's using more road than anyone else. He's farther over the curb and still not pointed down the next straightaway. You even see it out of turn 2, though he's been having really good restarts. So I think the car's okay on cool tires, but the balance isn't quite there once everything comes up to normal temperature. You also tend to know if Brent Cruz isn't the fastest 3 drivers, that car's probably not right in this series.
Ben, you've been pretty busy down there on pit lane today. What's going on now?
Yeah, I'm down here with Mike Skeen's team, with Jim Guthrie, the Guthrie's Garage team, and we saw Mike Skeen come in. He was running second, but then I hear that he might have gotten bumped. What's happening out there?
Well, we were going too wide into a corner, getting ready to pass Rafa, and then the 90 car decided to join in the mix and use the driver's doors as the brakes on our car, and that took out not only us, but it knocked Rafa back in the field as well.
So Rafa and Skeen are 2 veterans, 2 former champions, Rafa and Mike Skeen. That's unfortunate, but there might still be enough time to make up some places and get up through there, because Mike Skeen is pretty unstoppable in a TA2 car. Back to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, we got a good look at that, Ben, as it unfolded. I'm sure Mike's going to be a little frustrated about that. Maybe want to have a word with Thomas after.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that's just a learning experience from Thomas of just getting a little greedy when you saw the chance was there. I totally understand. He's here to make a name for himself, and that's part of being young, is learning and making those mistakes.
Well, and there was a door cracked open there. You can see why Thomas might have thought, I can make that happen. You know, what was it the great Ayrton Senna said to Jackie Stewart that one time? Stewart, as you know, when a driver sees the door open and he doesn't go for it no more, you're no longer a racer, right? Thomas was trying to be a racer.
Exactly. I understand why he made it. I won't call it a stupid move, just maybe a little optimistic, because 3 wide into there, it's not going to work out unless you have a little more momentum. If that straightaway was another 100 yards,
he'd have had it.
He'd had it.
Well, and to your point from earlier, in this category, you've got to pounce anytime there's a crack like that, because it is so difficult to make a pass stick in this series.
Exactly. And it's not that there was nothing he could have done. I think he could have pushed Skeen through and still come +1 and then go for the fight on Skeen. But we're going to see more of a fight coming to a restart with 3 minutes remaining.
Well, we're not done swapping paint yet. You get that feeling, don't you?
Exactly, especially only 3 minutes and Cruz's first restart lead.
Should be good for about 2 to 3 laps. Here's the green, we're racing, Cruz out front.
And DaCosta is there.
DaCosta right after him as they head up over the hill. Julian DaCosta out of Mayaca City, Florida. Right on the tail of Cruz as they head down into Mission Foods, turn number 2. And through the double apex.
And it looks like Matos may get one of those spots back.
Yeah, he's trying the outside. He'll have the inside going to 3. He dives in deep, and he's going to force that issue there, and he's going to come out with the position. Great move by Boca Raton, Florida's Rafa Matos.
And he's going to be setting sail. He's going to try to get to Latsowski. He wants to be on this podium.
Adrian Vostovsky in that pretty white and red number 3 right there, just in front of Rafa Matos.
And he has a run. Unfortunately, not much you can do with it in the 6. He was all over the back of DaCosta. He's still all over him.
Look at Adrian. Man, he ran it deep up into 6.
And Matos all over both of them.
Yeah.
Here goes
Here
Adrian.
goes Adrian to the inside. That's going to be real deep. He's going to get Cruz around. And we are still wrecking cars as we see DaCosta come to the inside of Matos, who had come past him. and cruises all the way up against the tires. Look at how far back shuffled went the 30 car of DaCosta. He lost 4 or 5 positions, and Matos all the way back up to second. And if somehow we stay green, he might have a shot at the win here on Adrian before this is done. LaPaglia gets hit, and he almost hits the wall. White flag is out. 1 lap to go.
And Adrian,
cinch those belts tight, folks. This is going to be a wild last lap.
And Adrian smoking the right front, so both Adrian and Matos with some damage here.
Matos, you can see the hood pushed up on the 57 Silverhair Racing entry. You can see the right front corner damage to the 3 of Vostovsky, and they're on their final lap through the infield. Here we go, coming over to turn number 4. Where will Rafa make his attempted pass? Will he just try to close in and do it at 11? Summit Racing Equipment turn 11, you think?
I mean, I think right now it's going to be who has the least damage. If any of them, one of them has a puncture or something like that, but if Rafa's going to make a move, it's going to be top of corkscrews, my bet, because I think Witowski's car isn't going to turn left very well with that damage.
All right, let's see what happens. Good run up through Rahal is going to be important for Rafa. He's closing. Here he comes. Adrian Vostovsky's mirrors are full. Rafa looking to the inside, going to the corkscrew. He's right alongside and easily passes him and leads him down through 8A.
Yep, that was bound to happen with that damage. So Matos got that spot back, and we're going to see Grobel, our Western leader, on the overall podium. Brody Grobel trying to get second from Lutzowski. That you might see into turn 11.
Here we go, coming down Summit Race Equipment, turn 11. Vostovsky in second, can't make anything happen there. Rafa Matos, who dominated this race, leads him off of the final corner to the checkered flag and wins it here at Laguna in our Cube 3 architecture TA2 race. An outstanding show. Oh, the 47 around, and we got another one to the inside over here. We're still wrecking cars up here.
I mean, that is one of the great things with these cars. You can bump and rub, and, you know, this is stock cars turning on road courses, too. So there's some contact a little bit here and there. And there's Carroll, unfortunately, crashing
Tim
right
Carroll with some damage to the CRD back 46.
Right before start finish. And while we're here, let's make sure we also give a call out to Brody Grobel on the overall podium, winning the Western class. Jared Odrick winning our Pro-Am class as well, having a great points day, closing some gap to Barry Bowes.
Congratulations to Silverhair Racing. Laura Maurice had a great day today, getting Rafa to the checkers.
They did. What a crazy day for Matos. Dominated most of the day.
I mean, he absolutely dominated the first 2/3 of this race.
And then got into the fights on the restarts, which is what happens with stock car racing. Skeen making a great move
But no doing
with
on
him.
his own. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Exactly, for all of it. And then managed to come back with a damaged car after getting hit, kept his cool, and was able to retake the win on the track with a great move into the corkscrew.
Well, that was an outstanding TA2 race. It had all kinds of plot twists to it, didn't it?
It is. So I sure wish I was in the area in Parc Fermé where all these cars are going to pull, because I think there's going to be some interesting words said to each other after that last couple restarts.
Yeah, there probably is.
And then Matos getting a little bit of that championship luck. Needed to win every championship. A lot of nose damage. I don't see any water. Probably didn't get the radiator. So
yeah. And you know what? Credit to Adrian Vostovsky, too. He drove a good race. He was in the thick of this thing all day long, right in or just outside the top 5 the entire race. And then he took advantage of opportunities late, and he's got himself solidly up on the podium here today.
Yeah, always great to see him get a podium. Great driver. Works really hard at developing his craft. Had a great little run, maybe a little bit of aggressive in that at corkscrew, but again, that's what you see with these cars. They brake so well now, you have to be a bit aggressive to make a pass.
You got to know it's coming, right?
Exactly. And actually, that's where I want to highlight Mike Skeen. You saw Mike Skeen and Rafa Matos being aggressive, but not hitting each other. And I think we're going to send it down to Ben Sissel down near Victory Lane.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an unbelievable winner's circle because the seasoned veteran Rafa Matos, the most winning driver in TA2, came back from what should have been an 8th place finish to finish first. Adrian Lostowski just got his first ever podium in TA2. So this should be good. You're taped shut, Rafa. Nick Middleton from Cube 3 is helping Rafa get out of the car. You're rolling backwards a little bit. So let's make sure we don't damage any more cars. Big celebration for Rafa. Unbelievable. You can see Maurice Hull coming over here. Laura Hull coming over here. That was unbelievable. You can see the emotion, ladies and gentlemen. That's what this is all about. The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. They're so excited. Jeff Holly's pulling up. Rafa, take off your helmet. We want to talk to you. But unbelievable. Then we've got Brody Goebel getting out of the car over here. Look at that big hug from Holly. Make sure, hey, that car is rolling backwards. So Rafa Matos, the class of the field for most of that race. Then he got pushed off, no fault of his own, fell back to 5th. And honestly, Rafa, I thought, well, you're going to, you might be pretty happy with a 5th place finish after that. And then you just slowly, methodically work your way through. Unbelievable. That has to feel good.
Well, hats off to the silver hair boys giving me a car that it was a dominating car today. I was pretty confident after I pulled away in both restarts, but the last one I got moved out of the way and we were going side by side to 5, and I guess Annunziata decided to do 3 wide, and that obviously didn't work. Yeah, I just got tired of getting hit by other people, and I decided to take care of myself. And, hats off to the silver hair boys, Concord American Flag Pole Company. We're looking for this win for some time, and just a tough day. The TA2 class is definitely the most competitive series in the States, and just a dream come true to win for my guy, Chris Dyson. He's about to win his race here also. I'm just super happy, super pumped.
Nice job, Rafa Matos, silver hair, Concord American Flagpole Company. Unbelievable. Where is Brody Goebel? Because what a race from Brody. Here we come over here. Brody, first place, Western. But, man, you were mixing it up there up front. And your car comes in, that hurts a little bit. But compared to the other cars, this looks pretty good. How was your race?
Yeah, it was awesome. We're battling up there with the national guys. I finished 3rd overall, which was kind of our race. We were trying to be there for the end. Definitely didn't have the long run pace. Tires were starting to go off a little bit, so I was just trying to cool down as much as I could and all the cautions. Had a really good battle. It was awesome to see my West Coast kind of guys up there with us. I think we finished 3, 4, 5. Yeah, they see and I got into it with my good buddy Michael LaPaglia. That's a little bit of our damage on the car. Waskowski got into me down into turn 2. And on one of the other restarts, but it was pretty hectic out there. But it was an awesome race, so stoked to be holding down for the privateers and the national guys and West Coast guys and having us out here. It's awesome.
Nice. Well, Brody, nice job. But honestly, I hate to play favorites, but I've been saying this all year, that Adrian Lostowski was going to get on the podium this year. His first time ever. He had the lead for about a lap. Unbelievable. But, man, here he comes getting out. I think he got lost on the way here. Adrian, I've been saying it all year, dude. I'm so proud of you. That was unbelievable. Your team was so excited. This is the first time to be on the podium in TA2. I said it's going to happen this season. It happens early in the season. I know you wanted that win, but man, not only a great podium finish for you, but a 1-2 for Howe as well. That's got to feel good. Tell me about your race.
Yeah, it was a little bit crazy. We had a little bit of contact with 70 earlier, Brent Cruz with the 10. Just unfortunate. We're really strong in all the brake zones, so tried getting around the second place car there and had contact with the 70, with the 10. And don't feel good about that, but, we're so happy. The team did really well. How Racing, CMI. CMI is just a company that does everything perfect, try to make their equipment perfect, their syncs perfect, and I think they give us a perfect car this weekend to do well.
Nice. Well, Adrian, I think you owe a lot of high fives to the team here, Fast Auto Racing. So excited to have Adrian here on the podium. I'm going to send it back up to you guys because we have a huge celebration to do here with the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series.
Yeah, I saw Adam Andretti over there to congratulate Adrian as well. A lot of folks handing out hugs and high fives here to a variety of drivers. It was a wild last lap. Look at this. Last couple laps here, it just went nuts. Cruz getting spun off at the corkscrew. And then Adrian sees Rafa come pushing his way past take the lead away just a couple of corners from the finish. And then as we were coming to the flag, they were still crashing, coming out of 11, 2 more cars involved. And they finally put an end to the misery, if you will, as they crossed the line with Rafa taking the win. Wow, that was a wild one. We're going to have a lot more for you from here at Laguna Seca. Stay with us on Speed Sport 1 as we unravel all the craziness that was Cube 3 architecture TA2.
How good is this? Look at this view from Lotus.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
There's Forrest said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Breath yet?
You know, I'm actually a little jealous of being in that one. That race looked fun to be in.
Oh, yeah.
If you're on the right sides of things. That was either fun or frustrating.
There's going to be
depending
some
on who you
hurt
are.
feelings after this one, isn't there?
That's some good old stock car racing here at Laguna Seca.
It might be good that we got a week or two off to let everybody calm the nerves down before we crawl back behind the wheel again, right?
Exactly. But that's always what you want to see, is some beat-up stock cars battling it out to the checkered flag. That's what we're here for. That's what the fans want to see. That's some racing.
Well, checkered flag is waved in front of Rafa. That means it's time for the podium. Ben Sissel, take it away.
One thing I ask, though, don't stand in front of my board because then I'll go blind. All right, come on now. Mission Foods, Laguna Seca SpeedTour. Let's hear it. How about that? The Cube 3 architecture TA2 Series. That was a ton of fun out there. We've had some firsts that we're going to celebrate here. We're going to start out actually in the Cube 3 architecture TA2 Series National. In third place, third generation racer, first time on the TA2 podium. I'm looking at his dad right there, a TA2 champion. Let's hear it. Gian Buffamonte. From Chicago, Illinois, ladies and gentlemen, first of many professional podiums for Gian Buffamonte. Man, nice job. I'm proud of you. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, he's been in the Trans Am Series for about 5-6 years. He was runner-up in SGT. He's come into TA2. I told him beginning of the season he's going to get on the podium this season. I said it live on TV, and he has done it. Ladies and gentlemen, second place, Fast Auto. Let's hear it. Adrian Lostovsky. So we've got Chicago. We've got New York right here. Nick Middleton, CEO, owner of Cube 3, to give out the trophies. How about that? And then, ladies and gentlemen, the most winning racer in TA2, driving with silver hair. The Concord American Flagpole Company was first, got knocked back to 5th, made it back to 1st. Let's hear it for Rafa Matos. Last year's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series champion. Man, unbelievable. Well, Gian Buffamonte up here on the podium. You've got the most winning driver in TA2 history with you. Your dad's a TA2 champ. I feel like that's in your future. How was your race out there?
Race was awesome. I mean, we just got through everything, and it was just awesome. Got through all the cautions, made our way through, and ended up 3rd somehow. So thank you so much to the Race Nitro crew. They did a phenomenal job. Really, really great car at the end, and thank you.
Nice. How about that? Come on now, get loud. Gian Buffamonte from the Chicago area, then coming over here, New York, Adrian Lostowski. Buddy, I am so proud of you. I know this has been a long time coming. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
We had a pretty solid race up to the end there. Had a little contact there with the number 10 car at the end. Sorry, I feel bad for them. The Howe chassis did a really good job. Howe Racing, they built great cars. The car handled great. My team, CMI, Billy, and the team, they did a great job. Thank you so much. Really did a really great car. Made a really fast car for this weekend. Thank you guys so much.
How about that? Adrian Lostowski. And to another Howe chassis, Rafa Matos with silver hair, Concord American Flagpole Company. You got to tell us about this pin right here too, Rafa. Tell us about your race.
Well, a great day, obviously, for the silver hair team. I think we've done a fantastic job making sure the car was really quick in qualifying in the race. Unfortunately, I was looking forward to have a clean race, but I got moved out of the way in that last restart and fall back to 5th place. And had to work really hard to regain those positions. It kind of fell on our lap at the end. I had to pass a few cars, but the car was so strong that, enabled me to do that. And just super proud of the Concord American Flagpole car, silver hair boys prepping this car, making sure the car was in a very, very, very fast state. And they should put us in a good position for the championship. And hopefully we'll keep plugging away, and this will be our year. Thank you.
Nice. How about that, Rafa Matos? All right, hold up those trophies. Let's hear it. Gian Buffamonte, Adrian Lostowski, Rafa Matos. Who wants a Cube 3 stress cube? Come on now, be loud. Dan Fitz, come on now, you want one. Here we go. LaPaglia, maybe. Oh, it's going to die on me. Oh, but you hit the team. There we go. Let me get out of the way. So this is the cool box. We have $500 to the winner, $250 to Adrian. Gian Buffamonte, $150 to Cool Box. Iceless cooling driver systems. Now we have the Cube 3 hats. Kevin, sorry. Yeah, and then feel free. Wait, don't throw it yet, Rafa. We got to get you to hold it first. How about a big round of applause for Cube 3, for Nick Middleton, his whole team, for sponsoring this series. Unbelievable. Let's hear it. Gian Buffamonte, Adrian Lostowski, Rafa Matos. All right, now you can throw them. And you can throw the hats if you want. There we go. Oh, Paula, watch out. There we go. Oh, nice. Oh, and look at that. Very nice. Love it. All right, come on. Mission Foods, Laguna Seca SpeedTour. Let's get loud. Gian Buffamonte, first podium. Adrian Lostowski, first podium. And our most winning driver ever, Rafa Matos. Three different teams up here. Come on up, Michelle. Gian is not old enough for real champagne, so Gian just brought a knife to a gunfight. Come on now, let's get loud, Laguna Seca. Let's see what they do here. Gian Buffamonte, Adrian Lostowski, Rafa Matos. Awesome. All right, but keep it up, crowd. Keep up the energy. Nice job. Tony Buffamante, proud of you guys. Nice job, man. All right, we're going to go to Western. Excuse me. Whoa, somebody got injured. There we go. All right, I need you to move over just a little bit if you don't mind. In third place, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Western. He was last year's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Western Series champion. Let's hear it from Michael LaPaglia, Papini's Garage. Hey, and a good day for Hal Racing down here, too. How about that? In second place in the Western, let's hear it. The number 80 in that plain white number 80. Let's hear it for Kyle Kelly. Where's Kyle? Kyle Kelly back on the podium with us. And what I think might be the best sounding TA2 car. It looks a little plain, team, but it sounds great. And I'm getting heckled over here. In first place, Western, our champion just 2 years ago. Let's hear it for Brody Goebel, ladies and gentlemen. Brody Goebel with Brown Brothers Racing, all the way from the Vancouver, Canada area with Nick Middleton. So, Nick, you joined us a few times last year with the Western. You're always with us with the National, but thank you so much for your partnership and sponsorship. And how was the race for you?
Well, the race was one of the best races I've seen in a long time. Very exciting. But first of all, thank you for all the fans coming out here today to the Laguna in a cold day, and all the crews and all the drivers, and congratulations to everybody that made this happen today. So we'll see you in the next one. Appreciate it.
Nice. How about that? Nick Middleton. All right, LaPaglia back up on the podium. The Western Championship, how was your race?
It was wild. I mean, everyone saw the carnage out there and the good racing, too. We had a lot of green flag laps, which I was super happy with. But I just tried to mind my own business and just try to keep a clean nose out there.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Our drone is flying high over the paddock, and what a Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race we had. Tons of contact and rooting and gouging out on the racetrack from beginning to end as this one unfolded. Rafa Matos had the lead early and held onto it for the first 2/3 of the race. But right here where Annunziata made the dive bomb attempt, Skeen and Matos both get shuffled back, and then Cruz gets turned around by Vostovsky as they were racing into the corkscrew. And then Rafa comes back through the field, gets around Adrian Vostovsky, and goes on to win the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race here at Laguna Seca. Well, for Ben Sissel and Josh Hurley, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Laguna Seca. The Trans Am Series first raced at Laguna Seca back in 1969, during the golden era of muscle cars and factory-back race teams. Legendary drivers such as Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney competed in Trans Am events at Laguna Seca during the late 60s and early 70s, with the late great Mark Donohue winning that very first race here in a Penske Hilton Sunoco-backed Camaro. The early Trans Am races were run on Laguna Seca's original 1.9-mile configuration before the track was lengthened to 2.2 miles in 1988 so that the track could host the 500cc Grand Prix Motorcycle World Championship. After a hiatus, the Trans Am Series returned to Laguna Seca in 1983, coinciding with a resurgence of interest in the series. Laguna Seca has hosted modern Trans Am races including Trans Am, TA2, and GT classes as part of the West Coast Championship. In the 2010s, Laguna Seca became a staple of Trans Am's push to expand its presence on the West Coast, drawing local and national drivers. The track has also often hosted the historic Trans Am Exhibition Series during events like the famed Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion, showcasing original cars that raced in the series during the 1960s and 70s. The most famous corner at Laguna Seca is the legendary Corkscrew. Turns 8 and 8A at the highest point on the racetrack, coming up to a blind left-hand corner, the track suddenly almost makes a 90-degree turn to the left and then drops 4 stories down an elevator shaft to the bottom right-hander called Turn 8A. You then shoot across a short straightaway to the famed rainy curve at Turn 9. are back in Monterey, the Monterey Bay Peninsula, here in the central coast of Northern California. Taking a look at things down along Fisherman's Wharf. The old Fisherman's Grotto restaurant. And we are just about 15 minutes east of Fisherman's Wharf and Cannery Row and many of the famed tourist attractions here in Monterey. We are at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, just off of Highway 68 between Monterey and Salinas, California. We have had a thrilling day of racing so far, highlighted by our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category, which was fantastic racing, full of contact, a lot of hurt feelings, but some great racing in the process. Now it's time to get back to our Sports Car Vintage Racing Association action as we continue on through this Saturday afternoon here at Laguna. It's time for Group 2. Should be a split grid. This is their first sprint race of the weekend. The Janetta safety car is out on course. Ralph Shaheen with you right now. Ben Sissel should be on his way up to the booth after he completed his post-race activities, hosting the podium and all of that for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category. It's a bit of a walk. The victory lane area is on the inside of the racetrack. Our broadcast position on the outside, so you got to make your way over the new bridge here that was recently built. And here he comes, huffing and puffing a little bit as he makes his way over the bridge and into the booth as we get ready for Group 2, Ben, Group 2. Well, you don't look beaten or battered, so I'm guessing you didn't get caught up in any kind of a tussle or a fight or anything. There had to be some hurt feelings after that last race.
Yeah, I think so. And I think we're going to be dealing with that this afternoon. But that's Trans Am. This is SVRA. This is SVRA Group 2. And our Formula Bs have joined us. So Stephen Temple, Travis Engen, Mark Giroux, Daryl LeBlanc, and Mark Rincone.
Well, we got a nice dry racetrack, so everybody came out to play now, right?
Yes. Look at those Bs. Then they're followed by Formula Fords, and then they're followed by Formula Vs. So here they come to take the green, Ralph.
Looking for the flag. There it is, and we are racing once again. And the second wave gets underway. Oh, smoking them up a little bit, getting down into Mission Food. Turn 2, the Andretti hairpin. Not only smoking them up, but spinning them around goes Stephen Temple.
Yeah, his left front kept locking up on him. Didn't seem like a bias problem, just seemed like the calipers were locking up the front left, but the Formula Fords follow right there. So Todd Strong right behind the Fords. Trying to make a pass. That's Todd Strong in the blue car. So now Travis Engen in that Chevron, followed by his friend Giroux in the Brabham BT29. And then there is a Legrand out there, a beautiful Formula B, a 1969 Legrand Mark 6B of Mark Rincone. That is the number 7A. Hadn't seen that car before, but absolutely beautiful. As we've got the two Formula Ford leaders, Strong and Crow, going side by side, coming up to the Mission Foods corkscrew as they fall down the corkscrew, and Crow getting the best of Strong.
By far the most popular place to complete a pass. So many opportunities open up there. Somebody goes a little too deep, somebody doesn't go deep enough. Beautiful look at the 7A.
That's
what a
Legrand.
great looking race car there.
That's the Legrand.
Mark Rincone.
Yeah, I love that car.
1969 Legrand Mark 6B.
So we've got Todd Strong side by side with Harlan Crow, Stuart Crow right behind them in the Formula Ford. So these are our leaders in Formula Ford. 3 different classes of the Fords as well.
Nice move on the inside. Makes it stick. And the 16 of Todd Strong, that Titan Mark 6 1971 edition, moves through to take the position. I put him up 5th overall.
Yep. Yeah, but there's 3 classes in this. Then there's 3 classes in the Fords. But this is 3-class racing: Formula B, Formula Ford, and Formula V. Todd Strong, you know, I'm thinking that that national championship helmet must be his wet helmet, because he wore that this morning earlier, and now he's in his black helmet.
Up to turn 6. There goes Kim.
Darrell LeBlanc right ahead of Todd Strong and Crow. So we've got some Formula Bs because of the spin, mixing it up with the Fords.
I saw Kim Madrid go through. There she is. Right now, where is she running, Ben? Let's see on the list over here. Oh, she's in 10th overall.
So there's Mark Giroux in the B, then there's LeGrand, Rincon, and Todd Strong, Harlan Crow. Then we've got a B, the number 3 of Darrell LeBlanc. And then Grant Perryman.
It's really mixed up right now, isn't it? We got them all.
And Jake Wadman and
clumped together.
Crossley. Yeah, we do. Because of the spin there with Temple, it's kind of mixed it up. But Temple's back up and running. He's going to work his way through, a very fast Formula B driver. And it looks like whatever happened there at that front left lockup at the Mission Foods turn 2, it didn't happen that time. So he's figured that out. There's Kim Madrid.
Temple in that very pretty 1972 Brabham BT3510.
I'm getting Erica Strong is saying that one helmet has a sun visor and the other one doesn't. See, we're getting some good information here from our comment section on YouTube.
I'm guessing the sun visor's not on the gold one.
Yes. So coming up this long hill, and in these Fords, that's got to feel like a very long hill.
Oh, yeah.
And it does flatten out there at the top for about 100 yards,
yeah.
And then it's just a long, long drop. There's the drop. And you can tell, especially here with the open suspension, how the cars just go 0 gravity, and really they do.
Oh, nice move, nice move, taking that position.
And then I hope, Stuart Crow, that you know that Temple is behind you in that Formula B. He's going to be faster.
Well, Temple was smart to play it safe, to wait to make sure he really has a clean way around. He'll do that on the front straightaway here. You know what's interesting, Ben, when they first designed this racetrack, there you see the pit lane to driver's left. It was on driver's right coming out of that last corner. That's where the pit lane was.
So there's Temple. Haven't seen Formula V. I'm hoping we see some of this Formula V race as well. As they come into the Cube 3 section, Stuart Crow behind Eric Inkrod. That's Eric Inkrod there, the number 9. Here's the V's. There's Simon in that black number 9. Looks like he's 4th right now in the Formula V's. That should be Elliott O in the 114. And Nash in the 55. Then Latucci should be there, mixing it up with the Formula V's and a Formula Junior. I'm sorry, there's 4 classes in this race. I can't forget my Formula Junior. So back in the 60s and 70s, if you wanted to make it to Formula One, it almost went Formula Junior or Formula V, whichever way you started, then to Formula Ford, then to Formula B, and then it was like F2, F1.
Yeah.
And this is, you're seeing the whole path right here, right in front of us. Oh, Elliott O off there.
White flag is out. We've got one more lap to go. And there was a lot of good reason for that too, Ben.
Elliott looks like he's having a mechanical.
Yes.
And being the SVRA instructor that he is, he pulled off at a good location that we shouldn't have to go full course yellow. So thank you, Elliott O'Barron, for that.
When you consider how much these are momentum race cars, you really needed to learn that early on in your career if you wanted to be successful in Formula One.
Yeah.
And of course, that was the era of no ground effects and no wings and all that.
Just mechanical grip. Travis Engen out in the lead. There's Mark Giroux, currently 9 seconds behind Engen, but Temple coming up right behind him. So Temple looking to make up for that mistake there at Mission Foods Turn 2. And this is our battle in Formula V. Never disappoints, does it, Ralph?
No, these guys will be coming to the white flag, I believe. That battle with Giroux and Temple is going to be a pair of Brabhams. Giroux, the 1969 Brabham BT29, and the BT3510 1972 edition, Stephen Temple.
So there is our leader, Travis Engen. Very good driver in that Red Bull helmet. So take us home, Ralph.
That's the chevron out front. Travis Engen, 1970 Chevron B17B to the checkered flag, taking the win overall and in the B category.
Nice job, Travis Engen.
Had the door open up for him in the first corner there.
But avoided the contact. That was a tough one. Yeah.
Did a great job of driving, holding his line to the bottom. Got through it and led every lap since.
So here's Kim Madrid, Bob Hatley. Bob Hatley has the best of her, crossing the line.
And Hatley will take 11th overall. And that will be 3rd in class for him.
I love that car there, the 71. Tom Winton, a Winkleman, WDF1, 1969. You need to, it's the white truck right in front of us. You need to go take a look at that paint job. It's unbelievable. Look at the eyes of the drivers. That's the number 10 of Roger Carnap. Some good close racing here in our SVRA 2 sprint race. Mission Foods, Laguna Seca SpeedTour. Here it comes. This is the finish in Formula V, Ralph.
Oh boy, the Barron's getting pretty aggressive.
That's Hunter Barron out front, Simon Hughes right behind, and then Burt Nash in the 55.
It's going to be the 58.
You can see Hunter looking in his right mirror.
Hunter Barron, that Lynx Formula V 69.
So Elliott O'Barron had to pull off from the lead with a mechanical, but was able to do so to where we could keep racing. So Ralph, bring us through here.
There you go. Travis Engen, Stephen Temple, Mark Giroux, Todd Strong, and Harlan Crow, followed by Mark Rincon, Eric Inkrot, Stuart Crow, Darrell LeBlanc, and Grant Perryman, finishing off our top 10 here as we look back through the rest of the results. Bob Hattel and Kim Madrid battling once again to 11th and 12th. Steve Yarborough, man from Reno, finishes 16th in this one. Roger Carnap in 18th, and Hunter Barron, 1st in class, 20th overall. And as we take a look back through the rest of the 30-car field here in group number 2, we will take a short break, and we'll be right back to the Monterey Bay Peninsula for more racing here at Laguna Seca Raceway.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
All right, cars are rolling down the pit lane behind the Ginetta safety car as we get ready for our next event on the schedule this afternoon. Group 6-12. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be good, Ben, because I already see more cars making it out for this event than we had this morning, including my now all-time favorite, which is about stay right there, cameraman, right behind the Pantera. That one.
The Greenwood.
Yes.
Yes.
That one right there. As they say, Ben, I'm not going to tell you if I win the lottery, but there are going to be signs, buddy. And that one's a neon sign right there.
American Thunder. But this is going to be crazy. This is Group 6 and 12, but we had a race this morning that was a qualifying race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The first 8 cars went out in the rain. So they finished, so they're going to be up front. But those 8 cars aren't necessarily the fastest in the group. A lot of the faster cars are behind them. And so we're going to see it mixing up here really, really early. That's just kind of how the chips fell. So this is Group 6 and 12. We've got Paul Stubber out front from
Perth, Australia in a 1966 Chevrolet Camaro. Robert Brown in a 1975 Ford Escort Group 12. Steve Van Meel in a Group 12 Chevrolet Camaro. Masato Yamamoto in a Group 6 1967 Camaro. Grant Wilson in a Camaro. That looks like the Donahue Penske Hilton Camaro. Then we've got Scott Shadle, Group 6 Camaro. Matt Latucci in a Group 6 Corvette. Stephen Lisa in a Group 6 1973 Pantera. John Anderson, Chevrolet Corvette 1969. Riley Pegram in that Hyundai Elantra. Group 12. J.P. Griffith in a Chevrolet Corvette. Pat Heptig in a Porsche 911. Cooper Dubois in a Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Steve Yarborough in that beautiful Chevrolet Corvette. Ted Giovannis in Aston Martin Vantage. Chris Springer in a Chevrolet Corvette. Joe Schubert, Porsche 911. Roger Eagle in a Porsche 930 Turbo. Tom Linton back out there in that Porsche IROC RSR. Craig Conley in a Ford Mustang Boss 302. Brett Gann, Ford Mustang. Tyler Hagan, beautiful Porsche 914. Robert Stockwell, Robert Stockwell, 1965 Ford Mustang. Sean Essex, this might be my favorite car of this group, a BMW 2800 CS, 1970. David Witkowski in a Porsche 911. John Wiggins, Chevrolet Corvette. Jay Peril in a Chevrolet Coupe. And then J.R. Smith, Nissan 350Z. And an Aston Martin behind that Nissan. So they're coming down the corkscrew under the WeatherTech Bridge. Going to come and take the green flag. Group 6 is 1972, 1973 or older. Group 12 is Big Bore production 1973 or newer. Somebody's coming into the pits already.
Yeah, that's that 1965 Corvette, car number 65, Chris Springer. And we are green and racing. And I will tell you that Stuber in that 19 Chevy Camaro, the bright yellow one, has been #1 on the track every time he's been out there, whether it was at Sonoma or here.
In any kind of weather.
Yes, but I think the fastest car on the track, and I'm not just saying it because I love it, is that 37
Green, yeah.
Corvette. And once he works past through here, I think he's going to be up there pressuring Paul for the win here in this one.
So far, I'm seeing some good vintage racing, some patient racers out there. Now, this is the fight for Group 12. Van Meel and Brown are both in Group 12 as they come around the Cube 3 section.
And this is the big problem for your guy Brown because it's a dry racetrack, doesn't help him at all.
Yep.
But I also noticed that Shadle looks like might be smoking a little bit out of the back.
Haven't seen that. Ooh, but the Penske Camaro went off there just a little bit. Haven't gotten a shot of Shadle. The Hyundai is looking good, but they're stubborn.
He might have dropped back because, like I said, he was. There he is.
There he is, yeah.
Looked like he was smoking coming out of 5. Yeah, a little bit of smoke there.
Latucci. Lisa coming down. There's the hippie Porsche. Love that car. The Interscope Porsche. But here comes the Essex BMW. Love that car too. So Stubber going into Summit Racing 11. We saw Shadle getting wide there. There comes your Greenwood.
Yeah. And the hippie Porsche diving to the inside. Riley Pegram right there in the Hyundai.
What a cool scene coming down the front straight.
There goes Yarborough and his number 76 Corvette. Whoa, he got all kinds of loose as he got off onto the return road there. And there's Riley Pegram in the number 72. So Riley and her dad Larry are racing this car together. Now Larry Pegram is the reason why it's number 72, and he's also the reason why there's a big worm on the roof of the car. So Larry's an old flat track racing buddy of mine, and he was national number 72. That's what they say in flat track racing. If you were a national level competitor, you're national number 72. He was national number 72, very successful flat track racer, won a bunch of races, contested for championships, has run and won everywhere and everything in the flat track world. Riley didn't want to go flat track racing. She wanted to go racing in general. Dad said, all right, let's go race some cars together. And that's what they're doing. His nickname is the Worm, hence the worm on the roof. So we're calling Riley Wormette.
Nice.
At the Worm and the Wormette. And she has also been, if you were talking about driving schools earlier today, she's one of the instructors at the Mid-Ohio Racing School now.
Yeah.
Under the tutelage of our good buddy Brian Till over there.
Yeah, that's a great school.
Yeah. So she's a go faster youngster herself, looking to make a career maybe as good, if not better, than the old man's.
The only four-door in the field.
Yes. It's great to see Larry here this weekend.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is how pretty it is up here on the Monterey Peninsula at Laguna Seca Raceway. So Shadle coming under pressure. Latucci making sure that Shadle knows that he's there. Latucci, longtime vintage racer, did the right thing. Wasn't quite sure. And why risk it? You know, live to fight another day. And here comes the Camaro and the two Corvettes, two different iterations of Corvettes behind him.
That's J.P. Griffith in the number 8. That's the red one. That's a 1968 Corvette.
Here comes your Greenwood.
Yeah, I told you he's going to come slicing up through the field. He's quick. And that was not actually a Greenwood designed and built Corvette, one of the famed, 10 or so that they did, I believe. That car was raced by the Greenwoods, so it is a Greenwood car, just not built by them.
I misspoke last time. I said Latucci was in a big block. He's an MG guy like I am, so we were both joking. He's in a Chevy 350, which is their small block, which sounds so crazy to me as a sports car guy that a 350 cubic inch is a small block, but in the Corvette world it is.
Okay, you wind down in the shadow of the trees through the corkscrew and through Rainey. You know, Wayne lives just the other side of Highway 68 from here. The 3-time world champion motorcycle road racer, Wayne Rainey. And his house is up on those hills to the far side over there.
So there's the Aston Martin with Ted Giovannis and Huber's 914 right behind that Mustang.
The Aston Martin getting into the mix there. Number 64. Ted Giovannis. It's a 2024 Aston Martin Vantage.
Yeah, he's running that in IMSA, so just out here getting track time. Then there's Robert Stockwell in that 65 Mustang. Ted Giovannis was an international GT champion just a few years ago, and then moved to Aston Martins with IMSA. So here we go. Riley in that Hyundai.
So Ben, you see the Interscope Porsche there, just sweeping through turn 5, right behind Yarborough. There it goes up the hill. And that's more of a tribute car to the Ted Field Interscope Racing Porsches. This car started life straight out of the factory as a 930 turbo. And over time, Roger Eggle, who owns this car, it's a 1986 930 turbo, has morphed it into a 934 and a half, if you will, iteration of the car, and went with the Ted Field Interscope Racing look. If it was a real Interscope car, it would either be 0 or 00. That's what Ted and Danny and Guy's numbers that they ran. Of course, Interscope, you being a big music guy, you know, is a huge record label.
Yeah. Tool.
That's how Ted made all his money.
Yeah,
great
Interscope,
looking car.
Huge in the 80s and 90s.
Yes.
All kinds of good stuff. So here we go. The Pantera behind. The white Pantera of Lisa with patent it. And then he just came out of the Winkleman Group 2 car and jumped into that car. So, and he was with us at Sonoma. That's a tribute right to the Donahue IROC.
Yep, the IROC Donahue look-alike. Tom Linton 1974 Porsche IROC RSR. Not a real one, but a tribute as well.
It is a real car. It's just a tribute. But, you know, like,
right.
Sometimes those tributes are made so painstakingly just like it that even the owners can't tell the difference.
Well, and this a little bit about Roger. He actually owned a true IROC Porsche and knows as much about IROC Porsches as anybody you'll find on the planet.
He needs to connect with our good friend Ray Evernham.
Yep.
Doing the IROC series, but that's the mid-engine Pantera, followed by the rear-engine air-cooled Porsche.
And we have a checker flag waving.
Oh. So Stubber took it. We didn't get
did.
to see it.
And our Corvette is going to fight. Anderson's going to get all the way to third. So he did a good job. Emil, once again, in that Smoky Unique livery, ends up bringing his Camaro home in second, right behind Paul. And those two continue to go 1-2 every time they're on the track.
Yeah.
This is Yamamoto.
Some really pretty cars in this group.
It's a stunning looking field today.
Come on, Interscope.
Really a great looking field of cars. Yamamoto across the line in 9th. Yarborough brings his Corvette home in 10th. The Interscope Porsche crosses in 12th. And again, for Paul, that's a rent-a-ride. And great job by those folks at Concierge in preparing and presenting that car. And he showed up with helmet and driver's suit. And here he is, top step of the podium again.
Yeah. Concierge, they know how to set up some American muscle cars. The Corvettes, the Camaros, unbelievable, but nice job, Stubber. And he's still got some more racing to do tomorrow. So we've got 2 Group 6 12 races in today, but we have another one tomorrow as they fall down that Mission Foods corkscrew.
Well, here's the challenge. He's got to get back to Perth, and he's winning all these trophies and stuff. He'd be running out of suitcase room. Paul Stubber, Steve Van Meel, John Anderson, Robert Brown, Matt Latucci, top 5 here today. J.P. Griffith, Pat Heptig, Scott Shadle, Masato Yamamoto, and Steve Yarborough's Corvette, rounding out the top 10 here in what was Group 6 and 12.
That was fun. Boy from New York just said in 1974 he passed on buying a Shelby, 66 Shelby GT350 for $2,000. That, you take the interest and the inflation of 2000 from then, and then you take the value. I think Boy from New York, he made a bad deal there, man.
Yeah, but who knew, right?
Yeah,
the wouldas,
exactly.
couldas, and shouldas.
Yeah, I wish I would have bought a bunch of E30
So I was going to say,
M3s.
what's the one you passed up on that you could have bought?
I don't really have one. I'm pretty conservative, but there was a time that 911s and 356s and E30s were cheap, and that's just not happening anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
As they snake down into the paddock.
And we will take a quick break while they do so, and we'll be right back. Group 8 is starting to gather up back in the paddock, and we'll have them out on the racetrack when we return to Laguna Seca after these words.
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
First few things that come to mind to describe myself: passionate, fun, and giving.
Okay. How about as a driver, how would you describe yourself?
Aggressive, angry, fast.
Curious.
They give us a 1 minute to go. I click the visor down and the world is shut out. My world that I live in, my reality that I live in, is shut off. I go into full attack mode, soldier mode. The cars are the most. That's what I don't understand. Like why we don't have 50 of them every week, because it's the most exciting race car to drive. If you love driving a race car, you are missing out by not driving a Trans Am car. It's as plain as that. And every driver that's ever sat behind the wheel of one will tell you the same thing. And I don't get how these people will spend 10 times the money to go run a GT3 car. I guess they don't want to drive a real race car, because you could throw a license plate on those things and they could drive them to the grocery store. Because in all reality, that to me is not pure. When you're sitting in a car that's raw and just feeds you energy all the time, and you don't turn a dial for an air conditioner switch, and you don't pound the brake pedal and feel ABS, and you don't pound the gas pedal and feel traction control. There's something amazing about that. I mean, that's why everyone in the world should have ever gotten to become a driver. That's why when you're growing up, you want to be a driver, is because you grew up watching people do that. And then all of a sudden, that seems to be disappearing. And I don't want that to disappear. I want it to gain that exposure. So I don't mean to pick on any GT3 people out there, but come on. Come Trans Am racing. It's more fun.
With Trans Am qualifying, and there's Adam Andretti right there getting around at Summit Racing Turn 11, Ralph.
Yeah, he's in that new for this week Dyson Racing entry, and there goes Chris Pye wondering what happened to his new teammate. Of course, Adam's car got absolutely destroyed last week at Sonoma Raceway near the end of that one, when he ended up with Paterick on his roof.
Here you go.
And here's a look at what happened. He gets onto it, just got a little hard on the throttle and around to win, huh?
Yep, I think just cold tires. Now, Brent Cruz behind him, I believe, in the Pancho Weaver car, or was that Paterick?
I think that's Paterick. I think Cruz is in the 10, right?
Okay. So Paterick and Adam almost got into it again here, which would have been catastrophic. They're two really close friends, great guys. But Adam Andretti, so Masood, thank you so much for letting Adam Andretti. And then this just speaks to the camaraderie in the Trans Am paddock, that people were coming over from Dyson before the Burton team could even see the car at Sonoma, saying, we're going to help you out however we can. And that's just kind of the feeling here as we ride on board with Dreesy.
Now, Tommy has been incredibly fast here this weekend in that car in the rain this morning.
So Paul Menard just did a 134. Brent Cruz just did a 125.
Cruz is the challenger
Yep. Well, yes. Brent Cruz a 125, Paul Menard a 130, Tommy Dreese a 133. So that is Brent Cruz there with the Weaver Racing.
Okay.
So Pinteric must be in the Riley. Yeah, okay. And Pinteric was in a Riley at Sonoma. The Ave Riley, I gotta be specific. So Brent Cruz now about 4 seconds ahead in time of Paul Menard and Chris Dyson. Now Brent Cruz just did 100 miles out there in the TA2 car, so he kind of knows the feel of the track right now. Paul Menard, this should be his flyer. About 2 laps to get the tires under you, and then you want the next 2 laps, one of them wants to be the flyer.
He ran down through the course. This is Paul's first time here.
That is a pretty car.
It's beautiful. Pittsburgh Paints and Stains number 3. Looks good on TV, looks even better in person, doesn't it?
This looks like it's his flyer based on the aggressive lines. So a 126.2.
Hers looks like he's closing up a little bit.
He did a 123.2. So yeah, so that should have been his flyer. They should be coming in now. Dyson with Pinteric. Pinteric in the what I call the 74 Ranch car of Gar Robinson.
Dyson diving inside. Oh, has to get hard on the brakes. And Chris pretty much backs out of it there.
Yep. And
Kills
now he's
any
like,
lap he
so
had.
that was going to be Chris's flyer, and I think because of that, he's going to back out, try to do another one. Now he's going to try to make some space between he and Dan. I have to brag on Paul Menard's mom, though. Being a music person, she was telling me at the banquet she wrote and performed the Menard's jingle for the first time. Yeah. She is a musician.
I did not know that.
So as a Midwest kid, that's a big deal for me.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's a famous song.
Tarek walked it up there in turn 5 for a second.
He did, yeah. The highest elevation track, right? Entrance to the corkscrew. There's Dyson, and then Andretti. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to give each other some space so that everybody can do their flyer, so that what happened there at Mission Foods Turn 2 between Dyson and Panteric doesn't happen every lap. And now, if everything works out, Andretti should be able to kind of almost get a tow from Dyson down this front straight, and they'll stay away from each other. They're not teammates, even though their cars look identical. Andretti is renting that car from the Dyson Jim Weed team, but he'll take that tow. Andretti around the Andretti hairpin. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, named after his famous uncle. Mario has had great success here in Indy cars.
You can say that
And
almost in
anywhere,
any track
yeah.
globally. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Brent Cruz of the 122.3. Tommy Dreese right now currently in second with a 124.6. Now this isn't a race, this is qualifying.
No, but I'm telling you, Tommy's going to be a force tomorrow. He has been quick here all weekend. Next to Chris Dyson, I would bet you that Tommy has the next most laps here, because Tommy has done a ton of historic TA racing here as well.
Yeah. And Adam going long into the Mission Foods corkscrew, so he'll probably abandon that lap as Tommy Dreese comes in pretty happy
Yeah,
with where
bringing
he's
the
at.
Trent Shoring number 8 to pit lane.
So Brent Cruz at the top with a 122.3. 123.2 is Paul Menard. Tommy Dreese, 124.6.
And Cruz is on pit lane as well.
Chris Dyson moved to second, a 122.5.
Speaking of Mario Andretti, one year we were here for the 500cc Grand Prix Motorcycle World Championship, and Mario, being a huge motorcycle fan, came out and
got on one of the Kenny Roberts 500 Grand Prix bikes in his IndyCar suit and helmet, and he put that, he ran laps quick enough to be about the middle of the field.
Wow, that's crazy. It's Amy Ruman, that beautiful McNichols Valley Automotive Group, two-time champion Amy Ruman.
Love the C7 look on the car. It's a great body design.
Coming down Mission Foods, corkscrew. That is a pretty car, but Brent Cruz and Chris Dyson back on track, as is Adam Andretti. But that 23 red Corvette McNichols Chevrolet, that's a beautiful car.
Really is.
When I started with Trans Am, it was mostly Corvettes, and now it's almost she's the last.
Well, it's a challenge with Corvette moving to the mid-engine design, which does not fit into the concept of the Trans Am category.
So this is, I haven't seen this before. Everybody went out there and did a flyer. They came in, they're allowed to make a few adjustments, and then they went back out to look like they're doing another flyer. So either they're seeing something in the tires and the pavement that the tire wear is going to be fine, or nobody's happy with their flyer.
Well, the sun is actually poking through a little bit too. Maybe they're just looking for as much data as they can possibly get, because this might be closer to the conditions tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, you know what? That's smart, Ralph, because we basically took a practice session away from them just due to time and just so they're trying to get as much information as they can. But Chris Dyson now at the top with a 122.2, just a tenth of a second ahead of Brent Cruz.
And Menard is on pit lane. And Paterick is on pit lane.
Chris Dyson did not improve that lap.
Here comes Menard again. He's got that Pittsburgh Paints and Stains #3 rolling.
Yeah, I haven't seen this before. I haven't seen them, this many cars come in, make an adjustment, and go back out after their flyer.
It's been basically everybody.
Yeah.
Just about everybody has done that.
Tommy Dreese just did a 123.3. So we are the top four within a second of each other. Brent Cruz did not improve on his 122.3. I'm trying to look at the body language of Chris Dyson's car to figure out if he's trying to do a flyer. Doesn't look like he's running the aggressive line, so I think he's just coming in.
Yeah, he didn't really come aggressively out of the bottom of the corkscrew there.
So he's, that's him kind of coasting in.
Yep.
Let's see if he comes into pit lane or if he's going to try to get another flyer. He's behind his somewhat teammate.
He's moved on to the pit lane.
Okay. So Chris Dyson right now, our preliminary pole winner. That's such a dangerous entrance of pit lane. He almost high centered there. You can see his crew bringing him in. Look at that smile on Chris Dyson.
The Jim Weed Mustang.
And I always try to look at the body language. They're like, well, we need something, but it's not in the set. Oh, he wants to look at tire pressures, tire temperatures. They're not in a hurry. They're feeling pretty good about the car, and I don't think we're going to see Chris back out. I think they're pretty happy with the 122.2. See what Andretti does now. Andretti's body language is showing a flyer.
Yeah, he's working pretty hard at it.
Brent Cruz back to the top, Ralph.
Yep.
Now we'll see if Dyson's really happy about that, because it's a 121.8.
Man,
he is stole it.
That's a smoking lap, isn't it? 121.8.
Yes. The Weaver race cars. Pancho Weaver from your area.
Yeah.
Unbelievable builder. I hope you get a chance, if you're here, go look at the interior of that car. Pancho forgets that he's building a race car because the interior, the welds, everything is so perfect on that car.
Pancho will build you a good hot rod, won't he?
Yes. Brent Cruz, fantastic racer, was leading today's Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series and is out there going to be running TA as well. Right now at the top of the leaderboard. His body language shows he's coming in. But Paul Menard and Tommy Dreese back out there. Looks like they're going to try to get one more in. So Brent Cruz showing he's coming in. Let's try to find Paul Menard and Tommy Dreese at about turn 3 right now.
Yeah, maybe they pull each other around here.
Yeah. If Dreese's smart, he's going to try to stay behind him. Pinteric. What hustle, though, for Pinteric and Adam Andretti to still be out here after what we saw. Pinteric, I don't want to glorify this in any way, but he got higher in a TA car than I've ever seen. So just to have him here with us is awesome. And then to be back out. And that's just the no quit of Kreider Racing and David Pinteric, Ave Riley, to put him back in this car. Yeah. Currently running 6th. Just one of the nicest people on our paddock is David Pinteric. And I heard, I don't know if they want me to say this, but I think it's a neat story. I heard from Adam that after the wreck happened last weekend, he could hear David, Adam, are you okay? Adam, please answer me. Are you okay? Because they're good friends. Yeah. And Adam finally, you know, is shutting everything down. He's like, yeah, I'm fine, David. And then David could finally like breathe a sigh of relief, you know.
It was a scary moment for everybody.
It was, yeah. And that's just kind of the family camaraderie atmosphere that we have here. Ooh, smoking them going into Mission Foods.
Sure did. But you know what? It's also a tribute to how well built these cars are and the safety features that are incorporated into the modern Trans Am car, that they could take such a wild ride, and both of those drivers walked away. Amy Ruman is on pit lane.
Now what Pinteric is doing is smart. Same with Ruman. These Pirelli P0s, they really don't go away. And sometimes our fastest laps are the last lap of the race. So he's out there just getting seat time. He's going to just take this, be happy with where he is, but he's not used to running out here on the West Coast. He hasn't been to these tracks very often, so he's just going to get seat time. It's a new car to him. So I applaud what the team is doing. And who wouldn't want a few
extra
empty laps at Laguna Seca? Yeah.
I'd be all up for that.
So it's Brent Cruz, P1, Chris Dyson. This is preliminary. Chris Dyson, P2, Paul Menard, P3, Tommy Dreese, P4, Amy Ruman and David Pinteric and Adam Andretti. Not in that order. My race monitor just went out. I think it goes Adam Andretti, Amy Ruman, David Pinteric. 900 laps are not remaining. Oh, man, my mission markers. They took 2 of them out.
That could have been just about any point in time today.
Yeah. Dave and I were out here this morning at 6 a.m. putting those up, and we were both like, they're not going to make it to the end of the day, so we're coming back tomorrow morning to put them back up.
That's the top of the hill there, the corkscrew. Looking off to the east, the southeast actually. And a look down the Ray Hall straight to the right, back down the hill towards turn 6. All right, we're going to step away just for a minute. We got more racing coming up. In fact, one of Ben's favorite races. Group 8 getting ready to go out here at Laguna Seca. Stay with us and come on back to the Monterey Peninsula after this.
Yes! Hon, the WeatherTech's here. WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, Ralph, we're back. TA Cup, XGT, SGT, and GT. But I'm hearing from the comments. Anthony Jones, thanks for keeping us honest. Yes, a new track record. Stephanie was able to help me out. She's sitting over here next to us in timing and scoring. She says he scored a 121.810. So a new track record, a 121 for Brent Cruz. Now we've got our TA Cup cars. We're seeing all kinds of new things here this weekend, Ralph.
It's been a great weekend for cool new things and aggressive racing. And that track record in TA, boy, they've been knocking that down all weekend long, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. Yeah. So we've got Ken Sutherland out there, Cowboy John Moore, Ken Twaits, Jim Guthrie, Thorne, and Moore are in TA Cup. You can see the orange scoring. I like the orange and the different colors. Then Chris Coffey, the blue, is in GT in his Maserati. Josh Carlson is in SGT, Super GT. And then that light blue is Xuan Xin, who we saw with us at Sonoma in that Lamborghini. And he'll be out with IGT as well. And then Koos is in the Super GT of the Porsche. Colin Cohen in a Maserati GT class. Found out at Sonoma that Josh Carlson there in the blue car is actually a DoorDasher. So I'm like, we got to get you in touch with DoorDash. I think they'd like to know that one of their dashers is a professional race car driver. They should be on the side of his car, and I bet you he can deliver food faster than anybody.
I bet you're right.
So Ken Sutherland from Sherwood, Oregon, very fast driver, TA2 driver, always kind of right there with us. TA2 Western the last couple years, runner-up, right there at the top. Right now, none of these are the flyers yet, but he's a 140.6. So what do you think we're going to see, Ralph? Think we're going to be into the 136s, 135s with these TA Cups?
I'll tell you what, I think it's possible the way the times have been dropping all day long here in this weekend. I think that is very, very possible.
Right now, Chris Coffey in the GT Maserati with a 138.8. But the Maserati is going to come to itself quicker than these Cup cars that we're seeing here. But there's Jim Guthrie, who raced, I believe he started 3 Indy 500s. He won the IndyCar race at Phoenix So he has a lot of racing under his belt, and he won the race with us at Sonoma in TA Cup. So right now he's the one to beat. Now I will say Ken Sutherland thought the two cars were a lap behind, and as a gentleman he let them by, and they weren't a lap behind, and they did a pass through to go to the back, and so Ken Sutherland actually got punished for doing what he thought was the right thing. I hate that, but he won't do that again, I promise you. Ken Sutherland on top with a 131. So yes, they definitely are going to beat that. A 131.098. There's John Moore in the number 27. Cole Moore now on the top with a 129.5. That is John's son, who also raced in TA2 with us. This TA Cup, it's Chris Evans came to us maybe 4 or 5 years ago with this crazy idea. Tooth frame chassis, big NASCAR motor that's a little bit restricted, unlike the TA cars. TA2 body, so it's kind of an amalgam. Took kind of the best things of TA2, the best things of TA, and combined them. And this class is rapidly growing. There's probably your favorite car out there, right? The Lamborghini?
Oh, yeah. No doubt.
You know, I have to give a shout out. We had some spectators there. Spectators today woke up to absolutely terrible weather. So for the spectators and the amount of spectators that have come out here to the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour, we applaud you. Hardcore racing fans, because the weather has not been ideal.
No, it has. It's not bad out there right now. Light breeze, not a heavy breeze, but a light one. And the sun has fought a little bit to try to warm things up a tad out there as well.
Ken Thwaites, Franklin Road Apparel now third. So does Ken Sutherland with a 127. Man, I was off by 10 seconds. A 127.358. There's Ken Sutherland in that Mopar. Kahlberg Racing.
Of course, you go another hour or two from now, then and that fog will be rolling back in off the Pacific. We'll start all over again.
Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Ken Sutherland, beautiful car, beautiful mustache. He's got it all hooked up right now. And that car, it truly does just fall down the corkscrew. You just have to just sit there and wait. You can't see over the hood for a second. You watch the front end drop, you feel the grip, and you can get back on it.
There's a big hood to look out over on those Challengers too, isn't there?
Great shots here. Our camera operators, Live Race Media. So Ken Sutherland. Now, Race Monitor is showing a 126.7. Is that right? Okay. Yeah. Just making sure. We try to be correct. There's Jim Guthrie. The big three are with us in TA Cup. We've got Ford, Chevy, and Dodge. And I've heard rumors of a Toyota joining us later in the season in TA Cup. Chris Evans and Jefferson Racing are the only manufacturers of the TA Cup cars. Guthrie currently second. There's Michelle Nagai. Michelle Nagai was really fast.
You see that sun really lightening things up out there. Getting brighter for sure.
So we've got a 126 with Ken Sutherland, followed by Jim Guthrie, a 127.6. Ken Twait's right behind him with a 127.9. Cole Moore, a 127.913. So 0.05 of a second behind Twait's. Derek Thorne, a 128.474. And then Schwing Shin in the XGT Lamborghini. The Oralink, a hi-fi, very high-end hi-fi stereo audio equipment. There it is. And that team has, I don't think they've slept since the second day we were at Sonoma, getting that thing back up and running. So some good hustle from that team. There's the builder of the TA Cup cars along with Jefferson Racing. Central Welding Supply of Chris Evans. Have you gotten to speak to him yet?
No, I have not.
He's a great guy. You'll enjoy speaking to him. He's from Portland, but you're going to think you're talking to one of the guys from the NASCAR days of when they were maybe peddling illegal things.
Ah.
Just kind of seems like he comes from that era. I'm not saying he's that old. Just seems like he's just kind of one of those guys. Has that kind of Junior Johnson personality about him.
Okay.
Chris Coffey and the Maserati, followed by a Lamborghini. And it looks like Schwinn is trying to put some heat into the tires going up the hill.
He was back and forth there a little bit, wasn't he?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that Maserati does not go 185. Chill Out Traffic Graphics. That is our GT class winner from last season. All the way from the Dallas, Texas area with Harvard Auto Italia. I do love that Maserati Trident badge. Don't you like that?
It is a good look. Is that your favorite?
In this group, I don't know. I like that Porsche Cup car of Coos.
I mean, of the badges.
Of the badges. I don't know. I like the 80s and 90s Jaguars when it was a Jaguar. And then what do they call the
Flying Lady?
Yes, I like that one.
Yeah, that's going to be beautiful.
So there's Coos. This is his third weekend with us in the series. Running SGT. So we have 3 SGTs, but he and Revac are Western, and Revac doesn't look like, I haven't seen his car out there yet. Oh, we have a new leader. Cole Moore, a 125.233. Ken Sutherland about 2.5 of a second behind Cole Moore. It's heating up, and I don't remember drivers putting this many laps on their tires for qualifying, but I think it just might be the temperatures are low enough that they feel like it's not going to degrade that much.
Yeah.
So we're kind of winding down the Trans Am TA Cup, XGT, SGT, and GT. Up next, we have SVRA Group 8, which will be a lot of fun. And we have a guest expert joining us in that group. But man, Laguna Seca, it's looking good, Ralph.
Yeah, there's that sun popping out now, Ben. Front straightaway is looking pretty sharp. Cars looking great in that bright sunlight.
We're winding down. The checkered flag is going to come out in about 10 seconds, and everybody has to finish their lap. Colin Cohen, the other Maserati. Colin Cohen, always one of my favorite people in the paddock. Always has a smile on his face, just has a fun time.
Well, if you're racing a Maserati, you'd be smiling too,
Yeah.
right? Checker flag is out. That's the end of the session.
I've seen him in a Ferrari, and I've seen him in a Maserati. So he likes the Italian cars. So it's Cole Moore, unofficially with a 125.233, followed by Ken Sutherland, just 2.5 tenths of a second behind him. Then Derek Thorne with a 125.8. Jim Guthrie, a 126.5. And then our XGT, Xuan Shen, in a 126.6. So the Lamborghini mixing it up with the Cup cars. Then Ken Twaits, Michelle Nagai, Josh Carlson, Chris Coffey, Chris Evans, JD Coos, John Moore, Colin Cohen, and then Rudy Revac, who did not come out for qualifying. Look at this. Is prime American real estate you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen, and we put a racetrack right in the middle of it.
There's a look at the results. Ben has just read them off to you. We were down in Carmel last night walking around Bend, and you have all the little real estate shops off of Ocean Ave, and you have the pictures of the houses and the windows with the prices. About 1,800 square feet for $3.5 million.
But when that's your fourth home, and you know it's justifiable, I guess.
Yeah, right. I guess house number 4.
Yeah.
All right. Group 8 now getting ready. Ben's getting excited. You got Datsun 510s right around the corner. You're not gonna want to miss any of this. So stay with us here.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
We turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, Lagarde, Miller, Lagarde.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
All right, well, the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. This is our Group 8. I have a special guest that we're going to introduce here, a guest expert on this race, the
There's
president.
somebody that actually knows more about this category than you.
Yeah, she knows way more. Ashley Ermish, the president of the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge. Her husband is out there racing in the 38, just about to go under the tire rack bridge. But I'm going to run through the grid, and then we'll introduce. So I have the legend Ralph Shaheen to my right, Ashley Ermish to my left. But out front, Brian O'Shaughnessy really showed us something in earlier today's group, 1969 BMW 2002. Tim Probert is in Penny, the Datsun 510. Ara Malkassian in the 72 510. Richard Stewart Milne in a 1970 510 that was Rob Dyson's. Rob Bellevue is out there in the 8CP Datsun 240Z. Tony Delane, 2002. Jeff Mosing in a Datsun 510. Jim Frula, Datsun 510. Josh Moriarty in a beautiful Datsun 510. Daniel Wu, the legend himself, a 1970 Datsun 510. Ryan Clark, 71 510. Dave Hartle in a 240Z. Patrick MG in a Datsun 510. Daniel Caggiano, all the way from Argentina, Datsun 510, with my favorite numbers. Bill Skillman, Porsche 911. Ken Blasco, 2002. Kevin Chaha, Datsun 510. Doug Warnicki in a Porsche 914. Richard Grabowski in a Porsche 911. Edmund Germain in a 2002. Oliver Sermet in a 240Z. Troy Ermish, 510. John Murray, 2002. Kevin Kaufman in a 510. Ross Merrill, Thomas Merrill's father, 911S. David Graziano, 510. Wayne Baker, Chuck Christensen, Paul Gaudio, Anthony Rodino, and John Westberg. I had to speed it up there, Ralph, because they're about to come in and take the checker flag. And just like we like to see it, BMW and Datsun up front. Some beautiful cars.
Coming through the final corner at Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11, up onto the front straightaway, looking for the green flag here, and this one's going to be underway. There's the green flag. We are racing towards Mission Foods, turn number 2.
Oh, we're already getting spicy.
Look at this. Oh, big group going into Mission Foods turn 2. Tim Probert on the outside. Ara in that bright green car. But O'Shaughnessy getting away pretty clean. And Mosing right behind Probert. And Tony Delane right behind Mosing with Moriarty in that number 7 car. Rob Bellevue in that first outside of the B Sedan Challenge.
Well, they got pretty aggressive down there in the Andretti hairpin, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
So Ashley is the president of the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, one of the best racing championships in vintage racing. A lot of your drivers up front. What are you seeing, Ashley?
Well, we've got a lot going on. We have Tim, we've got Ara, we've got Jeff Mosing. Can't definitely discount any of the BMW drivers. We got Tony Delane. So it's going to be pretty interesting once we get to the end of this race.
Yeah, these drivers, you're very good friends. It's all about the social. I've been to some of your raffles.
Yeah.
You guys have so much fun, and these are very close friends, but very tough competitors.
Yeah, a lot of competitiveness, and I think, too, it's really nice because it's not just about the podium in this series. It's about having that camaraderie off the track and getting together and also being able to walk away with, you know, the cool raffle prizes. It just makes everybody feel involved.
So Ara right behind O'Shaughnessy. But the story that I'm seeing was Daniel Wu, Troy Ermish, and Frula. So Troy Ermish and Frula, two of the biggest preparers in this class, are head-to-head right now. And O'Shaughnessy coming to take it with Ara Malkassian right behind. You guys prepare that car, is that
Yes.
correct? Yeah. But just like any group, Group 8, there are 31 cars took the green flag, and there's all kinds of different groups out there running. It is pack racing, so we're kind of seeing the mid-pack, some beautiful cars out there. Wayne Baker in that blue and orange 911S, absolutely stunning.
It's like watching artwork go around the track.
Yeah. Ross Merrill in that 33 orange 911. The 54 orange 911 is Chuck Christensen. That's kind of a yellowish. Troy Ermish making a pass at Cube 3 here. Ermish
don't count him out, Ralph. He is a fantastic driver. Started from mid to backpack and moving his way through.
I don't think you can ever count him out in this category, can you?
No. There's my favorite, Ashley. I'm just going to tell you right now. Ross, no, the number 33
That's
there.
Kevin Kaufman.
Kevin Kaufman. That's my favorite car out there.
I love
So
that
beautiful.
paint job.
I do too.
It's just so different. We see a lot of the BRE livery, but it's really neat when we have a different paint job.
I fall squarely in the BRE category.
Yeah.
Of
We see it a
liveries.
lot, so it's nice when you see something a little different. And I love the two-tone green. It's really pretty.
Yeah, if you would have told me that, if you'd have called me and said, here's how we're going to paint your car, I'd said, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then seeing it, you're like, well, wow,
Yeah.
great choice.
I mean, I got to admit, it does look really good. And it stands out because it is so different.
Yeah, I love Josh's car, too.
And he is one of the mechanics at Racecraft.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is.
So he prepares a lot of these cars and then now races them as well. So they come through the Mission Bridge. Shaha there in that number 85. So this series, the Hoosier Tire 2.5 Challenge, I've been following it now for a while. When I met you the first time at COTA, when Troy won the national championship, Matt Rose, who now works with us, handed you guys a check from the B Sedan Challenge back in the day, and then you guys kind of adopted it and took it over.
Yeah, we took it over, and we kind of had the idea that we wanted to have a race group that was fun and give these guys an opportunity to maybe race for points. And when we had Toyo, who originally came on board, whoa, there goes Josh. They kind of helped pave the way to revive the series, and then now we have Hoosier.
Looks like Caggiano's off there to driver's right.
On the Rahal straightaway there.
But not in a place that I don't think they're going to have to go full course yellow to go get him. So thank you for that. But look at this. This is heating up here, Ashley and Ralph.
These three.
And don't count out.
No, Jeff Mosing, he's fast.
Yeah.
And Probert.
Oh,
here comes
Troy.
Troy.
Right in the middle of it.
So Ara in the number 11. I'm hearing the safety car to pull out, so I think they are going to go rescue. So don't make any pass here, Probert.
Yeah. No. Safety car has just entered the racetrack. They will woe him down and get right behind the Ginetta.
Ladies and gentlemen, this puts Troy Ermish up near the front. So
game on.
I'm seeing Ashley's body language tense up a little bit over
I
here.
get so excited when these guys race. I'm sure my face is beet red. I get so much adrenaline, and I'm not even on the track.
Now, Ralph, you got to meet Holly on TV because I think she gave the best driver command at Sonoma for the Trans Am race, and you and Andy were bragging on her, and Ashley actually posted your clip to her social media.
Yes.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I got a lot of views. She definitely is the new PR representative.
She's outstanding. She might be the best ambassador to the series, period.
Yeah.
She loves her job.
And everybody, she gets to pull some of the raffle tickets out of the fishbowl, but everybody has in this series has kind of adopted her.
Oh, yeah.
And with that personality, it's hard not to.
I can see why.
So Rob Bellevue, the first Group 8 not in the B Sedan class in that 240.
I do like that one.
That's a beautiful car. So the rules has to be B Sedan has to be back seat. What are some of the other things that take B Sedan
we kind of go and follow under the SVRA B Sedan rule package. So as long as
which would have been the Trans Am rule package back in the day.
Yes.
But look at all of these. And you know, Ralph, we don't see this east of the Mississippi. This is kind of just a specific out here. They just, for some reason, they just love their B sedans out here. And because of this group, and it's been going so long, and to be honest with what I know from SVRA is this is the group you want to pick if you like to have fun, camaraderie, but very hard racing.
And I think that's why it's so fun to watch, is because the racing is good and it's competitive, and we're all friends off of the track, and it just makes for an all-around good racing.
You know, I think, Ben, too, that California car culture has always been a little bit more eccentric, if you will, to the rest of the car culture across the country and around the world, going all the way back to think of the surfing Woodies. You know,
Yeah.
things were always a little bit different. The Volkswagen Bug explosion,
Yeah.
the van movement,
Then the JDMs.
all that different stuff, right, was all very different than what was happening anywhere else in the country. And I think the B sedan market fits right into the middle of all that.
It's funny you mentioned Volkswagens because that's what Troy started out with. He
Really?
would,
I
like,
could see a
restore
lot
the
of guys
buses.
transitioning from that to this.
Yeah.
Now, Daniel Wu, just a couple days ago, was in Shanghai
Yes.
filming. You know, he's a famous actor, producer, all this stuff, but he loves this. So talk about Daniel Wu and how you guys got connected with him. I know that Adam Carolla sometimes is running the series with us.
Yeah, Daniel came to us because he wanted to build a street car, the Tonto. And we started with that. We took it to SEMA and did that build, and then he was interested in wanting to go racing. And
Here he is, right?
yeah, right
This
there. That
red
sparkle,
74, yeah.
sparkle silver glitter on the top of the car is really pretty. So we just built him a car. We did all the suspension and everything, and then he just came out and he loves it. He does a lot of also other racing also.
And I think he said he's done some stunt driving
Yeah,
in his
some stunt
profession.
driving.
Yeah. But just a great guy. Super busy, so we're
He's
honored
very
to have him
busy.
here. Yeah.
Is that a student driver on board sticker basically in the back of the car that he has
Him
there?
and Sung Kang have a kind of an automotive culture, kind of like a clothing line. And so that is something that they kind of, that's their student driver logo. So you can, they have like an Instagram and stuff. It's pretty
That's
neat.
awesome. So Brian O'Shaughnessy out front, last year's champion. It came down to the last race at Button Willow, which is how you won it as a
Yes.
series. And then Armin Gorbani the year before that. So you've had a Datsun 510 and a BMW. So it's really fun to see. Now, no alphas here. Where are the alphas?
Well, Parker was out with us last weekend, so I think they're going to meet us in Portland for the next event. But it's nice when you have the Datsuns, the Alphas, the BMWs, because it separates from just having so many 510s on the track, which I don't mind. But
Yeah, exactly. And I was looking, there was a Cortina in the paddock, but he's not out there.
yeah, I don't know what happened with that.
So not only does she stay busy as the president of the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge, they build probably 30% of these race cars that are out there. She runs a show bunny ranch.
Yes,
See,
Irmish
she-
Ranch.
I always talk about it because that's a new one for me.
As in
Irmish
bunny
Ranch.
It's show
rabbits?
bunnies, yeah,
Bunny rabbits.
show rabbits. I breed Holland Lops, and Holly and I show them.
You
So
know,
So how do we contact you for that?
you would go to irmishranch.com or Instagram Irmish Ranch.
Nice.
hey, you might know
Yeah,
a
if you need
drag
a bunny.
racing buddy of mine, Brett Kepner, does big bunnies.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But Ralph, the lights are off.
Here we go.
Yes,
They're
they
about
are.
to take the green, and
Here we
so
go.
four of Ashley's cars are right behind the leader. Oh, what
Oh,
happened,
great
Brian?
start by Ara. Was the green
Wow.
out in time? Was that a good start?
I don't know.
Was O'Shaughnessy sleeping that bad? Oh, he's dropping like a rock. I wonder if something's wrong with the BMW.
Stay in it, but Troy Ermish went from 5th to 2nd in that number 38, and Ara, that's the last thing he wants to see in his career is that number 38. Brian O'Shaughnessy 3rd, Tim Probert, and Jeff Mosing.
He had fallen all the way back to about 4th, Ben, and now he's fought his way to 3rd at least. But it sure looked like something went wrong there at the start for
that's
him.
not like Brian, so he must have either missed a shift or he's thinking that he got jumped, but that'll all work out. But here he is, Troy Ermish, taking it now.
Got him.
Wow. You see
And here comes O'Shaughnessy up the inside, headed to 6. And he might find himself back in 2nd.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see Ara running the Tracy license plate as Probert comes around Ara now.
And here comes Penny up the inside, going to the corkscrew, and we got to change for 3rd. Boy, we've had a lot of movement in this first lap here.
We have. And Ashley, have you ever gotten to call your husband in the lead of a race?
No, I have not.
Well, tell us who's in the lead.
We got Troy Irma. Whoa. Getting
Wow,
a little
did you see that
sideways, doing what he
slide?
does best. And there goes Ara.
Unbelievable. Doing what he does best. Yeah, Troy can run a car sideways.
He's
Usually
good
not
at that.
the fastest, but it's fun to watch.
Here
So
we go,
Ara
coming
trying
around.
to come in on Probert. Probert keeping it behind O'Shaughnessy. And now Mosing and Ara side by side. Ralph, we're seeing a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, this has been a good one. Really enjoyed this. Mosing now up to third as he gets around Ara. And we'll see what Mosing can do with this. He was quick earlier today, Ben.
So white flag, I think, next time by on the leader 3-8, Troy Armish. So it's Brian O'Shaughnessy, Tim Probert, Jeff Mosing, Ara Malkassian, then Josh Moriarty, and Tony Delane.
Boy, Ara got a great run through turn 3, and he is right onto the backside of Mosing as they head through 4, which if he can stay close there, sets him up for a passing opportunity at turn 5 coming up. It doesn't look like he's going to be there. Nope.
Tony Delane right behind Moriarty.
I really like this car here too,
Yeah.
Ben. That silver 240, I think that's a pretty looking race car.
I do too. Ara hanging it out just a little bit there as they come up Rahal Straight to just fall down Mission Foods Corkscrew.
I'm really looking forward to seeing these guys in action again when we get to Portland.
Yes. They have some really great races at Portland. Tony Delane, I saw him lock up his right front.
Yeah.
Coming into the Mission Foods Corkscrew. Patrick MG, who sang our national anthem and then got in and raced the car.
Pat's incredible. He's my best friend.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Here comes Troy.
Coming out of Summit Racing Equipment, turn number 11 on the front straightaway. White flag, 1 to go.
ErmishRacing.com, that's where you go to get 510s, and then there's the 510 parts outlet that they run. Not too far from here, out of Central California. I believe Tracy.
Yeah, Tracy, California.
Oh, you guys are in Tracy.
That's why the license plate was Tracy 1. Yeah.
And yeah.
I drove through there on my way to Sonoma.
You should stop by next time and say hi.
I need to.
Come check the shop out.
Kevin Shaha, 85. But man, O'Shaughnessy really looking good out there in that roundy taillights BMW 2002. Ara falling back a little bit off of Mosing and getting in there with Tony and Josh Moriarty.
Yeah, he might lose another spot or two.
And we were talking about the camaraderie. I believe Ara is wearing Brian O'Shaughnessy's driver suit.
Oh my gosh, these guys. Like, the one thing you don't forget to bring to the track is your driver suit. Although Pat did forget his steering wheel weekend before last.
That's a problem.
He's like, stop by the house, get my steering wheel. I'm like, oh, that's kind of important.
The things that you deal with running a series like this.
It's crazy. It's so fun, though.
It is fun, and it should be fun. But the way, oh, I love the BMW there. The Olympia BMW does a great shot. But here we come, Ralph, to take the. Actually, let's let Ashley call your husband coming to the checkers.
Troy coming out of turn 11 onto the straight to take the checker flag for Group 8.
And the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge.
The Hoosier 2.5 Challenge. You have Brian O'Shaughnessy, Tim Probert, Jeff Mosing, Ara Malaksan. Oh, who was that? I couldn't see who took the line there. Was that Moriarty or Tony?
Yeah, and then we had another one too.
Oh, so close.
But Ashley, thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me.
Because you've got to go do a podium celebration, right?
I do.
All right, and that's a long walk. But Ashley
It is a
Irvish,
long
thank
walk.
you so much for joining us. We've got some great cars out there. But the Hoosier 2.5 Challenge, and they'll be back on track tomorrow.
Yes, thank you guys.
Look at this, though. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got
more racing to the flag. The 911 just beating the 914.
Whew. Might need to start a 911 championship with how closely those cars were going with the 914.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Ashley Irmish, for joining us. Troy Irmish winning the race. It's not often that the spouse of the winner gets to call him into the checker flag, so that's cool.
No, it's not. That's fantastic.
So Troy Irmish, Brian O'Shaughnessy, Tim Probert, Jeff Mosing, Ara Malkassian, Tony Delane, Josh Moriarty, that's the top 7 in B sedan. Then Rob Bellevue in Group 8. Then Ryan Clark and Jim Frula. So nice job. Ooh, we got some highlights, Ralph.
Yeah. Well, when you have a good race like that, our poor replay editor's been at it pretty hard today. This is how it got started. They didn't lean on each other, but they sure got aggressive in their passes, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think that just comes with knowing and trusting the people you're racing with. So when you've raced in a series like this for so long, you can do things like that because you know what the other driver's going to do. As Troy Armish takes the checkered flag. That was a great race. And cool to have an expert up here like Ashley with us.
All right, with Troy Armish taking the win, that means that our next group, which is going to be IGT, right?
IGT and Group 10.
IGT and Group 10 getting loaded up. And we'll have that action for you when we come back to the Monterey Bay Peninsula.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBOX HD2 system.
There's a good look at Juan Gonzalez in his Porsche, getting ready for our International GT competition.
At the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour.
Yes.
So it's great to have Juan Gonzalez here, but this is our International GT and Group 10. We're going to have a split start, but we've got Seth Henry in a Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Sam Beswick, Darius Trinka, Conrad Grease, B. Jovic, Tom Capizzi, Xuan Shen, Peter Baljet, Dean Noyce, Ted Giovannis, and an Aston Martin. We've got Bentleys, Lamborghinis, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Porsche, a Hyundai, a BMW, all in International GT.
Chevy Camaro.
Well, that's Group 10. So the down
you're right.
to position 22 is International GT. So we have some Ferrari 488s, an Aston Martin Vantage, Porsche GT3 Cup cars. And then Group 10, we have Sean Berardi, Rich Marziel,
Jim Guthrie, Ken Sutherland, John Moore, David Hodge, Cole Moore, Ken Twait, Manuel Gil de Real, Bruce Leeson, Stephen Vajda, Ranson Webster in that beautiful 935, Walt Brown in the Pink Panther. You will see that car because it is a big pink car. Walt Brown's one of my favorite vintage drivers.
Oh, he's a great guy.
Sean Colteau, Steve Beck in the Mark Martin, and then the Ford Gas late model is John Wyrick. So here they come. Ralph, as a Lamborghini guy, this has got to be very exciting for you. Looks like we're doing 2 pace laps so that the cars can get heat into their tires. But look at those.
Got to warm up
Lambos.
all those bulls, baby.
And then the Bentley.
And then the Bentley. How cool is that? I mean, it just it looks like it's 15 feet tall compared to the Lamborghinis and the Ferraris.
Looks like we're going to have 2 Bentleys.
Yeah. Balje bringing his out.
Oh, yeah. I have to say, Ken Fangler, I'm sorry to say this publicly, but those Bentleys are my favorite cars I've ever seen in International GT.
Why do you not want to say that publicly?
Well, because, you know, it's mostly Porsches and Ferraris. And,
I gotcha. Okay.
And they're running exhibition, but
I agree with you. They are super, super cool. They were great when they were racing full time.
Yeah.
And they're great to see them back. And that's what makes vintage racing so spectacular, is that we're able to bring these things back out, exercise them in anger, see them, hear them, and enjoy them all again, right?
I love it. Love that Car Amigo Porsche. Too Fast, Too Tasty of Juan Gonzalez.
Everything folds into a taco, think outside the tortilla, and never lift.
It's good advice.
It's great advice. You live those 3 things in your life, you're going to do okay.
So we're joined by the president of the International GT, Ken Fangler. And Ken, what a mix of cars for International GT.
Yeah, this is quite a change from this morning, isn't it? As we were trying to fill in the spaces and gaps, both on track and in the booth. And here we are with a full grid. I have some updates as to who's driving cars because we have lots of co-drivers. So car number 47 will be Sean McAuliffe. Car 463 will be Gabriel Hooligan. Car 64, familiar name, Ted Giovannis. Car 233, Massimo Peruna. Car 46, okay, Matt Plum. And car 11, Thaddeus is in that car.
So why are the Ferraris, Aston Martins, Honda, why are they mixed in with Group 10? They're back there in Group 10. I thought Giovannis and the Astons and the Hyundai would be with IGT.
They might have decided they're entered in both groups, okay? And they may have decided to run in Group 10. Okay. So they can run in, I guess their choice, either or. Ted came to me and said, hey, we're not there to mess up the International GT race as far as, because they're here testing as the Lambos are. So they probably just decided to run in Group 10.
Well, here we go, Ralph. I'm excited to see this.
Oh, this is going to be great. Look at the difference in size between the Lamborghini on the inside, the Bentley on the outside.
I thought that Bentley was the pace car. Yeah.
Here we go. Looked like a pace truck. It's so tall. Getting ready, watching for the green, and we're underway in racing. And this is going to get interesting in a hurry as we head to Bishop Foods, turn number 2. Lambo's going to lead out of the first corner. Is that Henry out front? And then it looks like Bestwick has moved into second in the Bentley. Headed over to turn number 4. There's Balzay in the other Bentley. The maple leaf on the roof. This is Group 10 getting underway. It looked like one of the Mercedes out front
Rich
there.
Marziali. I love those Bentleys. That is a lot of power going up that hill right there.
Oh, yeah.
That is a good question. I heard from our producers, how much money do you think is on this track right now? I'm not mathletic enough to calculate that.
That's a good chunk of change, I can tell you that.
So Lamborghini, Bentley, Lamborghini, 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 something I've never said in International GT.
No, it's usually Porsche, maybe an occasional Ferrari, but yeah, good to see a great variety of cars.
And Bentley getting challenged on the inside by one of the Lambos. Karlinskis.
Yeah.
And he's going to maybe get the pass done. Yes, he will.
Gave him racing room.
And remember, Bestwick in that Bentley raced it for the first time at Sonoma Raceway last weekend, and it was the first time he was in the car and had ever seen Sonoma Raceway. So, and he won there.
Yeah. I duck every time that drone goes under the bridge. I duck my head. But that's Seth Henry out front. My friend Wyatt, who races with me in Zapata Racing, but is an instructor at Kaizen, is his co-driver and instructor. But Seth Henry, we've seen him in a little bit of everything, but out front, showing us what he has in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo. 6,200 cc engine. As they fall with such a rigid suspension like that, they truly just fall down the corkscrew. Under the WeatherTech bridge, but look at this fight out front. Seth Henry with that Kaizen Autosport Lamborghini, with the Bentley right behind.
And one Bentley, Bestwick's, is the Bentley Continental GT3. And then the one that Peter Balget is driving, which he's the man that owns both of those cars, is an Evo model of the one that Bestwick is in third.
Yeah, the next evolution.
I like the taillights of the number 8 better. See the taillights there?
Yeah.
The kind of square Bentley, and then the other one has more Jaguar-looking taillights.
Balget's car has the silver accents to it.
There it is, guys. That, to me,
British racing green.
I don't mean any offense here, Ken, but that is sex on wheels right there.
That is. That 935.
It's a great car.
And,
that 935.
It's just so great to see him running that car here. So few of them are raced except for kind of exhibition, but he's out here doing it, so wonderful to see.
Yeah. And that car's been here numerous times for the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion and for Ren Sport.
I had the wonderful pleasure of driving a couple of those, all right? And when he came out of a normally aspirated 911, it was a shock to get into one of those cars, and it was a total learning experience. I'll equate it to it was the thoroughbred of the series in IMSA and its day, all right? But it was like strapping a rocket onto a jackass, okay? And it went fast, but you just didn't know how it did that. Because one thing I will tell you, you better be pointed in the right direction when that boost comes on, and it comes on hard.
I bet.
And then that's Walt Brown right behind him in the Pink Panther. So two pink cars doing it totally different ways out there.
You couldn't get more opposite in how they execute performance than Walt Brown's Camaro and that stunning 935.
Yeah.
Both quick cars, but boy, are they different.
Audi R8.
Yeah. Nice to hear. I guess there's rumblings that the R8's coming back. Audi is deciding to bring it back to life. It'll be whatever. It'll be a variation of whatever the newest Lamborghini will be, I assume, right, Ken?
It'd be great to see the R8, R10s. A bit of a shame. We had a number of them in International GT. Customers want them. Problem being the part support and service was there lacking, and it was a bit frustrating for the team owners not being able to get parts for those cars, so they parked them. But I'd love to see them come back.
I'd like to know more about that Mustang out there. Is that a dark horse? Yeah, Ford Mustang dark horse of Steven Vajda, 2024, the number 10 car in Group 10. So that's my first dark horse I've seen in an SVRA competition. There's Ranson in that 935. And now the groups are kind of mixed up out there, but Seth Henry still at the pointy end. Bestwick
and they've
now.
caught up to slower traffic, too, and starting to move up through the field.
There's Juan Gonzalez. Now, unfortunately, this will be the last time that we see that Mercedes AMG because he doesn't race on Sundays. He saves Sunday to keep it holy.
All right.
And I applaud that, love that. But so he's out there having a blast right now.
Okay.
And Juan Gonzalez is currently running in 8th overall.
Rich is in
No,
that AMG
make that 9th.
GT3. There's that gas, the Ford Gas late model, John Wyrick. Now, how about this for an
That's
eclectic?
your dark horse right there,
Yeah,
right?
dark horse. Jim Farley. I love these dark horses.
There we go.
Somebody off.
Oh, boy.
Another
Look
gas.
out.
Whoops.
That was
Nice
a handful.
job. Yeah.
There's a creative line.
Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford, has raced here with us many times at this event.
Oh, he has had a lot of laps here.
Yeah, but I love those dark horses. First time I've gotten to see one in SVRA. Staying with the Ferrari.
Yeah.
New leader, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, how about
that?
that?
Bentley to the
Exhibition
point.
Bentley.
One out
The
for
Bentley boys are looking good again.
Here's that dark horse. Such a pretty car. Ferrari, Audi, BMW.
Camaro.
Yeah. TA2.
Oh, is that one of the Ferraris?
That's a Lamborghini.
Or is that a
isn't it?
Lambo? That's a Lambo, yeah.
Can't see the number. Looks like 25.
So you got a mechanical there that he's stuck going up the hill?
It looks like 25, but I can't tell. And I don't see a 25. But up on the Ray Hall straight, there goes one of the Bentleys. That is just cool to have out here.
Yeah.
I'm
Looks
hearing
like we're going to go double yellow here to get that car out.
Yeah,
there.
safety car stand up is what I heard from race control.
Yeah.
Man, those Lamborghinis though, crazy. So Ralph, which Lamborghini? If I said take your pick, Willy Wonka. I know you're going to pick a Lamborghini, but I want to know which. But here's the Paul Menard car.
There's the Paul Menard car, which is a true Paul Menard NASCAR Cup Series car. I never got the info as to what events it might have run. Looks like it's an intermediate, short course car with all the grill openings on it, which would make it better for road course racing. But I know Paul hadn't seen this car since he raced it, so he was kind of looking forward to seeing it in the paddock here this weekend.
He was excited to get to see it. I think he was going to try to get some laps in it. I don't think that's Paul in the car.
Doesn't look like
because
it.
that's not his helmet. But we were talking about Paul's mom, Paula, that did the jingle, the Save Big Money at Menards. She wrote that.
Oh.
And as a Midwest kid, that is quite the earworm.
It
Great
obviously
jingle.
stuck. You knew
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Well, now it's back
yeah.
again.
That's not one of those ones that like, oh, how's that melody go? No, that's a good jingle. And it's great to have Paul Menard in the series. And if you know anything about the Menard family, it is a family. They are at the races. They are here to support brothers, sisters, mom, dad, nephews, kids. So it's great to have them as these cars follow them. So, you know, you almost got away with it, Ralph.
No,
but
I
you
have
got to
an
pick
answer.
a
I have an
favorite
answer.
Lambo.
It would be the Countach.
No, in this group. Which
Oh,
one of
well,
these?
you-
But
you
I do
just
like
said,
the Countach.
You know, like if I was buying one, I was assuming you
No,
meant like
if Ken Fangler waved his magic wand
Ken
and
said
said,
you can get in any
take
car and
your
drive.
pick. Take your pick to have.
To have.
You know, Ken is quickly becoming my new best friend, if that's a possibility.
Because he'll buy you one in a Hot Wheels.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
I would have to see them all kind of parked because it's, I mean, they're all basically the same model, right? The Super Trofeo, which
Yep.
is a stunning car.
I
Couldn't
like
go
that
wrong.
Jamaican flag looking one. But yeah, I know that you like your Lambos.
I do, buddy. I do.
Yeah, that one there.
You
I
like
like that
that?
green and yellow one. There's the Mark Martin car. There's Juan
Which was
Gonzalez.
that giveaway car. Such a great story. That was a car given away to a fan. And he brought it home and parked it in the garage. And the wife said, my car goes in the garage. Your race car can go somewhere else. So it went to eBay.
So Ralph, which Lamborghini?
Well, I haven't seen them all. I'd have to see them kind of like in a row to know which one. If the black one was actually rolling, I
Right.
might have gone with that one.
Ralph, going back to your story, did you say he put his wife on eBay?
Yeah.
I was just thinking when
Buy
he
it
said
now.
that.
Yeah,
he
that's
said he
kinda
went
weird.
to eBay. I said, gosh, that's a terrible thing. Put his.
So the pink cars of Walt Brown, Ransom Webster's, but that should be the lead car there, that Bentley. But the Lamborghinis, so they must have gotten the dark horse between them. There's Walt Brown, just one of the nicest people in the paddock.
Yeah, I got to know Walt years ago when we used to do the Barrett Jackson auctions
Oh yeah,
on TV, and
because
Walt
he's got
was a big
Brown's
buyer and
Automotive.
seller, yeah.
Yeah. Out of the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, they rebuild and make cars.
Checker
Oh.
flag for Bestwick.
Oh, they checkered the session. Okay.
Yeah.
That was
So
it.
Bestwick and Exhibition IGT, the overall
Right.
winner. Then Henry in Maranello Cup, correct? And then Karlinskis, and then Karlinskis in the Maranello. Well, there's 211. So Greece in the Maranello, that's your top three Maranello. Ball Jet, second in Exhibition. And then Delmonico, third in Exhibition.
That's 2 weekends in a row that Bestwick has topped the charts.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Well, we've got an hour race tomorrow morning. That was a little disappointing. It's a shame that a mechanical yellow pull that kind of ended things. But you know, this is our first dry race, and we got 2 races left tomorrow. We look forward to it.
So there's our results.
Ken, what time should I stop by your trailer to pick up my Lambo?
Oh, I'll have to.
He's got to go
I'll
square
get
some
back
things
to you on
away.
that.
Yeah.
I'll get back to you.
He's
on
got to
that.
work it out with the
Yeah,
owners.
I got to work out some of the couple of details.
All right. Well, I'm here all weekend.
And I'll take that 935 if you're giving
Yeah,
stuff
no,
away.
I have to
Since
say
you're
that's a
being
sentimental
so
favorite of
generous.
mine. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the retro version. You know. Yeah.
But the bad thing is, I don't have the talent to drive it.
Yeah, well, talent wasn't always the case. Okay, it was some anatomy that was down there that had to be rather large, you know, to really get on it. But anyway, guys, thanks for the invite up here. I'd like to thank our
Thanks for
marketing
coming in.
partners, Borelli and Mission Foods. It's been a challenging track condition day, but it's ended up well, a bit brisk. Sorry for the spectators that they've had to put up with it, but I appreciate them all coming out and standing on the hill and on the fences and watching here at this fantastic facility here at Laguna Seca. Thanks to all the corner workers and all the race officials for keeping everybody safe. Our official sponsors, Forge Line of Detroit Watch Company, and official vendors, Speedcom Communications, Stand 21, Sunoco Race Fuels. Guys, we're going to see you tomorrow morning for a 1-hour race. And look forward to it. Thanks for the invite.
All right, Ken, we'll see you soon. And we will see you folks in just a minute when we come back. Couple more races to go here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here, see the Mission Foods Bridge right here over the main straightaway. One of the most recent of the large projects that's been completed here, Ben, as they begin their renovations to this famed racetrack. The plans of what's coming in the next 5 to 6 years are really going to spiff this place up. It's awesome to see it under some new leadership. And it's not ownership, because technically this is a state park and the property is leased out.
But the leadership of it has been kind of in question for 10 years, and it was just kind of going back and forth. So now there's some stability in the leadership, which has been much needed.
Absolutely. And the financial resources to do all the things they want to do here.
We had a lot more spectators today than we should have. They woke up to some terrible weather.
They sure
and
did.
for them to say, you know what, I'm going to go outside at a racetrack, I applaud them. So some hardcore racing fans here this weekend.
Well, in the afternoon turned out to be okay. Once we got past lunchtime, sun started pushing through the clouds and the fog, and it's out now. Even though you can still see there's some clouds, the sun is shining here. And we got another hour or two of that before the afternoon fog rolls in.
So this is our SVRA Group 7, 9, 11, and the Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook. And already I'm seeing Stuart Crow back there in 5th. I would expect him to be up front, but Mark Brannon is in the first position in a 1997 Lola T97. We saw he and Stuart Crow have a great race last weekend at Sonoma. Then Nevin Spiker is in a Mazda Pro Formula. Jeffrey Peets is in a Van Diemen in 3rd. Don Palambella is in a Van Diemen RF98. Stuart Crow in a 1992 Ralt Ulti 40. Mark Giroux in a 1997 Lola T97. Travis Engen in a 2001 Lola T97. Roger Pujol in a Chevron B39. Hal Baer in an Elan DP08. Marcelo Daffo in a Van Diemen FC. And then we go back to, that's our Group 9. We go back to PSSA as Chris Hinojosa, Andrew Lang, Zach Mosley, Ron Fletcher, Sean Monnett, Maurizio Brandoff, Timothy Nichols, Grant Perryman, and Mark Hannafin. Actually, Timothy Nichols, Grant Perryman, and Mark Hannafin are our Group 7 Can-Am cars. And then Sean Monnet and Maurizio Brandoff are in Group 11 cars. So we're going to have a split start between the open wheels and the closed cockpit. Some cool cars. I like the Can-Am cars.
I do too.
So Perryman, that's a McLaren M1C, and I'm sure our comment section could tell us, because that looks like one of those early McLarens that would have been built in the Elva factory back in the day before they kind of became McLaren.
As an M1, it would certainly be first generation, right?
Yeah, you would think so. But here they come to take the green.
And get this one underway. Green flag is waving and they're racing. First wave is off and running. Oh, getting aggressive down in Mission Foods turn 2. The Andretti hairpin's where the action's at.
Stuart Crow making a couple passes. Travis Engen as well. Look for Stuart Crow to be fighting up there with Mark Brannon.
Second wave is underway now, Ben.
So that's Nevin Spiker in front of Stuart Crow in that 2019. Here's our PSSA cars presented by Hankook. Maurizio Brandoff there in that Group 11. There's Stuart Crow with the Crow Holdings Ralt. He's had that car since the beginning. He's been developing it ever since. Very fast driver.
You better be if you're going to crawl on the wheel, behind the wheel of one of those. Keep up with it.
Down the Mission Foods corkscrew, just watching those cars just struggle to rotate. Here's Travis Engen, followed by his good friend Mark Giroux. We saw Travis win the Formula B race earlier today.
I like Roger Pujols' 1977 Chevron B39. He is, let's see, where is he running?
Was that the car that was with us at NOLA? Remember there was a Chevron
Yeah, I think
that
it
looked
was
like
at
that?
NOLA. He's in 6th overall right now. It's that bright orange car with the red roof ends logos on it. Good looking car.
Travis Engen going on the inside. Here's the PSSA. That should be Ron Fletcher in the Batman car. The Revolution Evo. That flat rear wing. That's Andrew Lang in that Norma.
Yeah, he ran with us at Sonoma last week.
The Revolution's coming up behind some of these Group 9 cars. See them. I just never like open wheel cars with closed wheel cars. It's always a little scary for them.
Here comes the Batman machine, the inside. And we have two of the new art Can-Am machines here this weekend. 41, which is Timothy Nichols, and then Mark Hannafin is in the 47. One is blue, the 41, and then the 47 is a bright yellow.
Man, that Can-Am car coming by the booth would keep you regular. It shook everything in this building. Ron Fletcher
right behind the two Revolution Evos, right behind each other. So I believe that's Zach Mosley, right ahead of Fletcher, then followed by Hinojosa. And they had a good battle with us at Sonoma last weekend. Chevron. I like that era of open wheel cars.
Yes.
Back when they were still trying stuff.
And no two looked alike, right?
Here they come. Look at those big, thick tires on the back there. Ramada end. There is a red roof end too, but yeah, that's the Ramada end car.
Ramada. Knew it was a hotel chain on there.
Yeah, we've had a Hilton car out today. We've got a Ramada Inn. But Mosley and Ron Fletcher in PSSA, presented by Hankook Tires. These two go after it with each other. Oh, gosh. Those Can-Am cars are awesome sounding. What we're looking at right now could have been the lineage of Can-Am.
Very easily.
This looks like this could be a modern take on a Can-Am car.
Very, very easily, yes. Battle side by side to the corkscrew. Which one's going to come out ahead? The Bat Machine.
Now, to be honest, we looked into Can-Am because it was owned by the SCCA. They let the trademark lapse, and the motorcycle snowmobile company bought Can-Am. Can't believe they let that name lapse in trademark. Sad, because that's such a historic name.
Well, you just broke my heart telling that story.
Yeah, because we wanted PSSA to beat Can-Am. The 33 of Nevin Spiker, 2019 Auto Ingenuity Mazda Pro Formula. Look at that, it looks fake.
It does.
It looks like we put a green screen background in there.
It looks like what you would think Tuscany looks like in Italy, doesn't it?
This is the Monterey Peninsula, ladies and gentlemen.
And that's Salinas way off into the distance as you look that way.
Yeah.
And if we stay up with the sky clearing the way it is, if you're at the top of the corkscrew looking behind you, you'd probably see the Pacific Ocean this afternoon.
So Mark Brannon is in a 9 car. Stuart Crow is in a 9 car. And Mark Brannon right now ahead of Stuart Crow, coming around Summit a little bit. That lap traffic's going to hold him up just a little bit. Let's see how far back Stuart Crow is. That's the 67 of Daffo. There's a Radical. The 88 of Monnet. Crow 5 seconds behind Brandon. The Batman. So Ron Fletcher out ahead of Zach Mosley. Made that pass going into the corkscrew and then made it stick. And they're coming up on Perryman, who's with Racecraft in that beautiful McLaren Can-Am car. There's just something about velocity stacks behind the driver that just looks so awesome.
They might be the coolest piece mechanically on any race car, right?
Yeah, I always like to put a GoPro looking right down the stacks if they're going out at high noon.
Yeah.
So you can see the butterflies open.
Yeah.
And it's really cool. The scary thing is to see how much gas vapor doesn't make it into the cylinders and just hangs around that driver cockpit.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't anything about the design of that era of the Can-Am cars that really took driver safety into account in any way, shape, or form.
There's the Radical. There's Travis Engen, followed by his buddy Giroux. That's a pretty car, Travis.
Very colorful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly of period. 1997 Lola Team 9720.
I make fun of Travis a little bit because he has that Audi R8. He's got this Indy Lights car that he's out there in right now. High, you know, G-load cars, lots of downforce. But then he also races a Lotus 23 and then that Formula B. You know, so he's got some downforce cars and then some only mechanical grip cars.
So just about the time he gets used to the downforce, he's got something with nothing.
Wearing that Red Bull helmet in the Red Bull car. I'm hearing from our other announcer in here that he just got a high wind advisory coming through. Here's one of these new art Can-Ams.
I haven't seen the yellow one. I don't know if it made the call to the grid.
Hannafin, yeah, but there's our leader, Brandon, behind the Can-Am car, but listen to this thing pass us, Ralph.
Oh, it's such a beautiful sound, isn't it?
Yes. All right, Brandon going by. There goes Stuart Crow.
Battle of the energy drink companies going on out there today. We saw the Red Bull car and then the Rockstar machine. Somewhere somebody's got a Monster logo on the helmet.
My brake marker fell over. I got to go fix that tomorrow morning. Some great drone shots coming through. WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca for the Mission Foods Laguna Seca Speed Tour. We are here tomorrow. The weather will improve tomorrow. You can get tickets, speedtour.net. Peter Tremulous is telling us in comments that the V8 Can-Ams were legends. I agree. Yeah, the McLaren is, the white car is a McLaren. Saw Can-Am race in 72.
That'd be a great era to see it.
Looking at both the mirrors, looking for Stuart Crow. Brandon and Crow race together often. So he's like, where is Stuart Crow? He should be on me by now. There's that Can-Am McLaren. Back when the badge on the McLaren was a Kiwi.
Yes.
Coming down the Mission Foods corkscrew.
Well, Ben, from here we're going to be all headed home finally after a long week out here on the West Coast, and then we'll be regrouping in the middle of the country.
Yeah. So I'll go right from Road America to Lime Rock. So I'll be driving halfway across the country, I guess. Look at that. You ever seen the passenger seat of some of these Can-Am cars, what they call the passenger seat? They are like in reality single-seaters, but I guess that was a rule that there had to be some kind of a passenger seat. But the passenger seat of most Can-Am cars is one cheek. So if you have one cheek back there, you're okay, but it's not a two-cheek seat.
It's got to be the skinniest friend you have, right?
Yeah.
White flag is out, by the way, at the start-finish line. There's that new art Can-Am car designed just like the McLaren M8F.
Ron Fletcher with a big lead now in PSSA, 1 lap to go. So Mosley about 2-3 seconds behind.
Looks like a little smoke coming out of the new art car.
That didn't look like brake smoke.
No,
either.
it did not.
That was pouring smoke.
Yes. And not seeing him at the next corner either.
There's that chevron.
Boy, if you took an F1 car of that era and just shrunk it down, that's exactly what it would look like, right?
Yeah.
Those big rear tires.
It was neat to see, too, just how fast cars steered development. It was just like, well, this car's fast, so we're going to make a car kind of like this car. And then all cars looked like that for a couple seasons. Then somebody figured something else out. But here he comes to take the checker.
Checkered flag. Brandon's going to get the win in Group 7, 9, 11, and PSSA. Job well done. No, you're right. Well, it's a reactionary form of sport, isn't it, racing? Something works or doesn't work, everybody reacts to that and
here
builds
comes
accordingly.
Ron Fletcher in the Batmobile
He'll
to take
PSSA,
the win
right?
in PSSA. What's that?
He takes the win in PSSA.
So Brandon, Crow, Engen, 9, 1, 2, 3. Then Fletcher, Hinojosa, Mosley. So Mosley fell behind Hinojosa in the PSSA. I like that car, though.
Yeah, it looks really cool. There's a look at the results. And Ben, if I'm not mistaken, we have one race left. Is that correct?
No, it's the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car. And unfortunately, we're not live streaming that. I would like to live stream one of these because there's some really cool cars here this weekend. But this is it for the day.
Oh.
The sun is coming out.
I was just getting warmed up,
as we're
man.
ending. Yeah, exactly.
I was ready
but
for another 6 to 9 races.
We are
to
back
go.
tomorrow morning at about 9:15 for a grid walk with International GT. And then it's a full day of racing with the Trans Am Series, SVRA, International GT, PSSA, and Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car.
And the word is, according to the weather apps, this is the kind of conditions we're going to have tomorrow. Going to be sunny, going to be dry on that racing surface. Going to be a great day of racing here. Well, for my good buddy Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. We sure hope you've enjoyed being with us all day today. Thought we had some great, really interesting racing today, Ben.
I did too, yeah. Just watching the highlights, unbelievable.
Lots of cool cars, lots of interesting conditions, made it very challenging for the racers, who all did an outstanding job of putting on a great show here today. We will be back tomorrow morning. For Ben, I'm Ralph. See you then. So long from Laguna Seca.
welcome to the Mission Foods Speed Tour at Laguna Seca. This group right here, the race group, probably the most dynamic set of cars. We're going to be representing groups 7, 11, 9, a couple different 9 groups, and our PSSA Prototype Sprint Series Association cars. So are you ready to get started, Michelle? All right. We're going to go from the top to the bottom. We'll start with our Group 7 cars. Did we catch Grant Perryman? I think we did. Where's Grant? Grant, can you come up here? Grant, get up here. Michelle has your hardware. Joining Grant is going to be Timothy Nicholas. Timothy in the 41. I'm sure we caught him as well. Timothy, kind of come up here. Grant, tell us a little bit about the car that you brought to us this weekend.
It's a McLaren M1C 1967. I haven't had much experience in it, but it's a fantastic car. I love driving it here. So thanks everyone for letting me experience your track.
Excellent. Anybody else you'd like to thank?
My wife, or my current wife, I should say, because all the others wouldn't let me go racing.
Well, I'm sure you'll reminisce that on our TV segment here real soon. We're going to put you up P2, and we'll talk here also to Timothy. Timothy, come over here real quick. Tell us about the car that you brought to us this weekend.
Well, it's a fat repro Can-Am car, basically. About a 2,400-pound repro deal. Same 12-inch steel brakes and all. So basically trying to keep out of all the fast guys' way. But it's a lot of fun. First time I've been at this track, so a lot of fun.
Tell us about your experience in the corkscrew. Everybody wants to know what it feels like going through it.
Well, since I can't see down below, I just look at the trees and dive and hope.
Works every time. All right, we'll put you up P1 right here. This is our Group 7 podium. Let's hear it for these guys. Group 7. We just need your photo right here, guys. Right, Michelle will have it. All right, we're going to bring up one of our Formula cars, the FB. We call it FB Formula B. Roger Pujol in the 02. He's way in the back, but he's going to come up here running. And he's the only representative in this car. We're going to have to find out about it. Here he comes. Roger Pujol in the 2. I know it's smaller than most of the other cars that are out there. We'll learn. That must make it faster because you were right there in the heap of it. Tell us a little bit about your race.
The track was a little cold this afternoon, but it was good.
It looked like you still have all 4 tires on it and everything. You ready to race tomorrow?
I hope so, yes. With probably new tires.
Okay, new tires and maybe some fuel. We'll put him P1. Let's hear it for Roger Pujol. Well done, Roger. We'll get one photo here. Michelle has to go up and down the stairs. I just get to stand here and talk to you guys. Michelle, she's taking our photos today. Thank you very much, Roger. We'll get our next group called the 9 Others. Travis Ingen. Come on up, Travis Ingen. He's driving the 31. Joining Travis is Stuart Crow in the 3. And Mark Brannon. Mark Brannon. There's a lot of scribbles on this. Did Mark have something for you guys today, Travis? How did you look? What did it look like from your perspective?
Well, after the turn 2 schmozzle, it was because of the guys who went out this morning, the grid was all mixed up at the front. So I was 7th, and I think coming out of turn 2, I was 4th. So it worked out well. Stewart had the same thing. He was 5th at that point, and I think he came out 3rd. Yeah. So we had a race for about 2 corners, and then it was fun.
Anybody you'd like to thank, Travis?
Obviously, all the GMT guys. I'd even like to thank Tim Albright, who's working for the guy who was P1 today. So,
all right, thank you, Travis. Let's get over here to Stuart. Stuart Crow, tell us about your race in that number 3 rocket ship.
Well, I mean, I watched the red car drive away out of sight, so that kind of sucked. But my daughters are here, my grandkids are here. My blue-haired daughter is the first time she's ever seen me race, and other than that, we're good.
Stuart, always fun to have you on the podium. And will we see you tomorrow?
Yes, you will.
I know it's fun to celebrate. I know you like to celebrate a lot. So we'll see you tomorrow. All right, Mark, tell us about your race. It sounds like you kind of walked away from the field and didn't look back.
Well, I don't know about that.
I kept looking for that blue car. I figured he was just under my wing, and he was coming around me at any given time because Stewart is always there. Between Travis and Stewart, you've got the best racecraft in the world here. These guys know what they're doing. So it was a lot of fun. I just put the pedal to the metal. I'd like to thank all the GMT guys, Tim, Chuck Buckman, Steve, the truck driver, has been helping me out. Those guys, just a little help from my friends. That's how I get through this whole deal. Travis, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Let's get our photo right here from Michelle. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's go to Group 11. We had 2 cars representing that. Sean Monet. We'll go with Monet. And Maurizio Brandoff. Maurizio in the 88. Here he is. Group 11 cars. Where are they? There they are. They're in the back there. Maurizio, you're here, right? Sean, I'm sorry, Maurizio. There we go. We'll put Sean P2 right here, right on the second stage. Maurizio, get your hardware from Michelle and our Summit Racing certificates. We really appreciate Summit Racing. Everybody on the podium today received a $50 certificate. So climb up there, gentlemen, and we'll get a photo right here. I'm getting some information that we have some cars coming in. Fred, do we got another group out there right now, or are we done for the day? Our friends at Optima are on the racetrack, so I don't have to rush too much through these. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here this weekend. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Very good. And now a special kind of break that we want to take. A Prototype Sprint Series Association, PSSA, is a national championship. We're about 3 rounds into it right now. I want to bring up Chris Hinojosa in the 62. The 62? Come on up, Chris. Joining Chris is Zach Mosley. Come on up, Zach, the 95. Come on up, Ron. Join these guys up here. Now, I've been practicing the name, Hinojosa. Am I doing better at it this way? All right. So it was a cold day today, and it kept getting colder. Did that affect your cars at all, or how did you feel?
No, my rubber got up to temperature pretty quick. Yeah. I wasn't having a problem with the rubber, at least. It was a little windy, though. Yeah. I felt it a little bit on the, before the corkscrew, but nothing that it really affects that car that much.
Folks you'd like to thank before we put you up P3?
I think I got P2.
Are you P2?
But thanks for putting me down another level.
Dang it! All right, well, we'll get that, make it happen. I know, it's you guys are really, like, at the last lap kind of things happening for us. All right, you're going to edit that out. All right, we'll put that out in post. I know, live TV, it's great. All right, now we got it. Now come over here, Zach. Zach, we'll put you P3. Now, was it a battle? Were you going back and forth, or tell me what happened?
Yeah, well, I got to hand it to Chris. I mean, he got the fastest lap of the 3 of us in the race. Even though he's in the older model car, he has really pulled it out this last session. So awesome work. I did spin myself the last lap when he passed me, but I'm happy to see him in P2 with how fast he was going out there.
Excellent. Anyone else you'd like to thank?
Yeah, all the guys here with Revolution and the other competitors here. It's a great time. The cars run great. It's just all you could ask for in a weekend. So
excellent. We hope to see you here tomorrow. And then top of the heap, way up there, Mr. Ron Fletcher. It's a familiar place for you. I'm sure you're doing well in the championship. I'm going to hand you the mic and just tell us about your race and make sure you thank those you care about.
Well, it was a really good time, and thank you, Jason, for keeping the car going. And, last night at dinner I gave him a couple of tips, and I'm not giving him any more. And it was fun race with everybody. We had a good time. So that's what we're here for, fun.
Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Jason and all the guys and the people that throw this thing together. And my brother's over there. He came over here. So I had a brother, my nephew over here. So I had a couple more fans.
All right, Ron, thank you very much. That's our PS1 group. We have one other gentleman who we're going to bring up here in just a second. We're going to make sure we see the Summit certificates. That looks good. We really thank Summit for being here. This is our PS1 group. Thank you, gentlemen. And then before we forget, Andrew Lang. Come here, Andrew. Get up here. He's running the 003, but he is the PS2, but we're going to put you up P1. How you like running out there in that prototype car?
Yeah, it's great. Just trying to keep up with the P1 cars at this track. The power really makes a big difference, so it's kind of tough, but it's fun. My kids are up at the corkscrew watching me, so thanks to them. And the crew guys that came with me, Steve and Matt, and my family that's at home.
Thank you, Andrew. We're really happy to have the Prototype Sprint Series here with us at Laguna Seca. Thank you very much for coming out and watching the races today. We'll be out here tomorrow. Hopefully the morning is a little less damp than it was today. We'll get our photo from Michelle. And remember, the Hoosier tires, the Hankook tires are really important to their overall success. So we thank everybody from Hankook for sponsoring the series, and we'll go back to you guys in the booth.